Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that, and it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, "What is this? What have you done? This is fantastic," right? Now that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Hello and welcome to this special coverage. The voters in the 5 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Mizoram, Telangana and Chhattisgarh have cast their ballot and have declared their verdict. But we still don't know what is there in those EVMs as yet. And from now till Sunday, it's time for all the analysis and the journalists to speak, because post-Sunday, the politicians will start speaking. Vasudha, the voters have spoken, the politicians will speak, from Dal Bati Churma in Rajasthan to Hyderabadi Biryani down in Telangana. You've seen this election play out from Delhi from a national point of view. What do you think is the defining feature of this 2023 round of assembly polls, which is being called the semi-final before 2024?
Of course, Veera, today marks the culmination of an intense election season with voting in Telangana, one of the 5 states that went to polls. We have a special panel of guests to discuss the elections with us. Senior journalist Aarti Jairath, noted psephologist Sandeep Shastri, and political analyst Manisha Priyam is joining us soon. We also have Shankar Iyer and Geeta Bhatt, political analysts, joining us online. But Veera, you've been very invested in the Telangana elections, and Telangana elections have been some sort of a surprise for us because, it's a 3-cornered fight and clearly so many ups and downs and so many back and forth. Tell us, what are your key takeaways?
Invested is a dangerous word to use for a journalist in an election. Well, yes, but we've followed it very closely, as you point out. It's a fascinating election in Telangana. Remember 2014 tumultuous formation of the state. We will try and go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir in a bit from now, from the ground there in Hyderabad. She's the real expert as far as Telangana is concerned. But yeah, it's a fascinating election and the poll is still going on there as we speak. Let's get our guests as well, Sandeep Shastri and Aarti Jairath. The process is still on. It's not over. The verdict is still being delivered as we see, and a last-minute surge could change things in a close election.
Veera, in a multi-phase election, the exit polls are quite comfortable with the phases which are already over. But here we have Telangana, one phase, entire thing today. And that's going to be a pollster's nightmare. Because, as you said, the voting is still on. And even though there is a closing time for voting, all those who are in the queue for voting will be allowed to actually complete their process of voting. And there have been examples in the past, Karnataka and other states, where in some cases the voting has gone on to 8 o'clock and even later. So today's voting it would be a nightmare to actually try to predict from the exit poll what's likely to happen. And one more small point. You started off by saying this 5 is the semi-final. But 2 weeks back, we had the World Cup final, and let's remember, no semi-final predicts a final.
Semi-final can never predict a final. I believe, Vasudha, we can go across to Uma Sudhir, who joins us from Hyderabad. Uma, I was just saying that you are the real expert on the ground there in Hyderabad. Polling still on. It's not completely over as yet. I'm sure that there are people still waiting to cast their vote there in Telangana. Tell us the sense you're picking up, not just as far as the polling is concerned, also from the politicians you're possibly talking to. Sense of nervousness, sense of anticipation, sense of confidence. What is it that you're picking up?
Okay, like you mentioned, many places, in fact, there seem to be a lot of latecomers because we saw at least about 50 people in the queue in the last polling booth that we were in, and even now all these people say that they did come in before 5 p.m. and are not being allowed, so they are having an argument with the polling officials. But the police, in fact, saying that whoever came in by 5 p.m. sharp, they had given them the numbers and allowed them to vote. Yes, the polling will perhaps go on for another half hour or 1 hour at least, I must say, in order to be able to finish those who are already waiting in the queue. So these are latecomers. As usual, the rural does much better than the urban. So even though we talk about campaigns and we talk about the ECI reaching out, the urban voters have not been able to beat the rural voters in terms of the numbers. That's what at least the trends show. We still don't have a proper update from 5 p.m. but poll officials who I spoke to from the Election Commission, they are confident that the polling will touch 75% in Telangana, which should be a decent number. Of course, the some politicians saying that there are big numbers and more voting this time, and they would like to interpret it as anti-incumbency and therefore more people coming out to vote. If I should just decode the elections as an ABCD, Veera, of the Telangana elections, A would go for the arrogance or so-called arrogance of people who have been in power for 10 years, and also, of course, the accessibility. A for accessibility, B is, of course, for biryani and the booze. all over, you are finding biryani and booze. It was really a festival for people, not just in the villages, but several localities as well. C, of course, the allegations of corruption and the cash that does the rounds, because, as you know, nearly 750 crore rupees was seized here, and you also had cash being distributed every single day. People, it's not has to do with actually there's quite a bit of some disturbance here because of the anger that they are not being allowed to vote. But everyone was saying that they were getting 200 rupees from one party, perhaps 300 from another. If you took the bonalu pot, which is a traditional pot that's women have to carry, if you bring it from home, it's 1,000 rupees. And if you take a ready-made pot that's supplied to you there, then it is 500 rupees. So these are the numbers that are doing the round. And D, that's what we come to. There you talk about, of course, the BRS talks about the development and its performance. And Rahul Gandhi has been speaking about Dorala Telangana versus the Prajala Telangana. That is the feudal lords, as they call the KCR family, versus the people of Telangana. Back to you.
Uma, what is the scene of poll management on ground? Because clearly, a lot of Telangana battle is about poll management, and who did what last night has been the emphasis. So what is the scene of polling agents on ground, and what is the scene at polling booths today?
Vasudha, Uma, I'm sorry, but just before you answer that question from Vasudha, I just want to put out the first set of numbers. Obviously, this is not any indication of what's possibly to come. There you see it on your screens, the numbers that are flashing there. The first set of numbers from the exit polls are coming out as we speak. We'll put those numbers up.
Yes.
You go, Uma, go ahead for that answer.
Why don't you answer that question? What is the scene of poll management on ground?
Okay, the poll management is perhaps the most important part of what happens last minute, because it's always in the death overs, as we call them, or the slog overs, that everything else, the decisiveness of the match happens in those last few overs, and that's exactly what happens in an election as well. The last 38 hours, should I say, after the campaigning comes to an end, that's when the real work, people would say, begins, because poll management is something not just in Telangana but all across, being able to reach that last person, not just to convince them to come out and vote, but also to be able to reach them in other manners, which we cannot prove officially, and therefore I cannot go on record with it. But all of us have heard this and know for sure that this is happening. The one advantage that the BRS had over perhaps a Congress, both of which we see in a tight fight here in Telangana, is that the Congress managers were largely imported from everywhere else, including largely from Karnataka, and therefore they had to leave the constituency, especially in the rural areas where they are identifiable, and the outsiders who do not hold a card or the voter card in that area are expected to leave. So that leaves the candidate with a little bit of lacking in confidence because his poll managers are no longer around. But for the BRS, who have already had this process in place, and their poll management is quite scientific and quite well structured, should I say. They had, in fact, one person tailing every 100 voters. That's the kind of management that they were doing, and classifying voters as A, B, C, and D. Who is already in your kitty, someone who is angry now, who had voted for you last time. The third category, who is not happy with you, and therefore you need to reach out and appease that person. The fourth category, who did not vote for you but could possibly become your voter as well. Mr. K.
Right.
Ramarao speaks about the fact that if 10 voters go away from you, you should be able to get another 10 new into your kitty as well. And that's where they start talking about new constituencies. So poll management is that bit which happens in that last hour. What kind of a magic that's going to do for the BRS or for the Congress, that we'll have to wait again for 3rd of December.
Right, as we wait for that, Uma, I can see the first set of numbers from the first set of exit polls that are flashing on our screens right now. ABP News, See Voter. That was the first set of numbers that was coming in. It says BJP 3-7 and the Congress 5-9. I think it will slowly play out. They will build the numbers up a little bit further. Republic TV Matriz Vasudha is giving 118 to 130 for the BJP as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, and 97 to 107 for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. TV9 Bharatvarsh Polstrat is giving 106 to 116 for the BJP, 111 to 121 for the Congress. So it's sort of reversing there. So those are the first set of numbers. We also have Waris Pathan of the Majlis-e-Ittehadul Muslimin, All India Majlis-e-Ittehadul Muslimin, joining us from Hyderabad. But we'll get to Waris first. But this seems to be, before we get to Waris, this seems to be a close contest in Madhya Pradesh. You've got two polls suggesting two different ideas of that state.
Absolutely. I think that was expected, and I think our experts will also be able to elaborate on that better, because this has, Madhya Pradesh has always been about close fights in the last 10 years. Last year, in 2018, we did see both the BJP and the Congress coming very close, and of course, Congress managed to form the government. And of course, this year, if we see, BJP actually was very proactive in announcing its candidates well before time, well before even the elections got announced, and you saw the Congress playing on its hyper-local factors. You saw Kamal Nath taking complete charge of control of the campaign, taking cue from the Karnataka campaign. Yes. I think that
that's the India Today Axis numbers that you're seeing on your screen. There BJP, no, this is at the moment is TV9 News, BJP 29 to 39, and that's, I think, Chhattisgarh.
This is Chhattisgarh, yes.
Then, of course, there you have Republic TV on Madhya Pradesh. We'll keep flashing those numbers on your screen, but we can take our India Today, My India Axis poll in Chhattisgarh gives 36 to 46 for BJP and 40 to 50 for the Congress. It's a 90-seat assembly. So those are the first numbers before you experts. What do we make of it? Manisha.
Well, Chhattisgarh seems to be a more or less aligned victory in favor of the Congress party, if these numbers are to be believed. And most polls seems to agree on what it is. So, and if this is what the results come out on Sunday then we will dive headlong straight into assessing what the pro-incumbency in favor of the Congress has been, and what the Chief Minister and the next Chief Ministerial phase has promised to its electorate, which is largely an agricultural and rural electorate. So those would be the lessons coming if this is what the numbers look like and results tally. I think the real conundrum seems to be the erstwhile mother state of Madhya Pradesh, where the results are tight, it is said, but you can also see that those tight results are being interpreted in two different ways by two of the polls we have.
Yes.
Of course, we have to wait for more to come out. But that's what would be the real conundrum, I would say.
But clearly, BJP seems to have performed better in Chhattisgarh.
I was just going to say, I
Yes,
wanted
this was
to
from
say that.
15 to 36. You know, with Bhupesh Baghel, the whole personality-driven campaign that we had.
Yeah.
And,
so when this whole thing started out, it seemed to be a really easy victory for the Congress in Chhattisgarh, and that's what everybody was saying, that they'd come back with the full-scale majority, this, that. But as the campaign proceeded, and the BJP leadership was in a mess. They didn't seem to have any face or anything. But as the campaign proceeded, suddenly the reports were that it's getting closer and tighter, and that, the BJP is catching up. And if these numbers are correct, I don't know, we'll know only on the 3rd, but these numbers do seem to indicate that the BJP in its campaign has managed to narrow the gap with the Congress.
Just stating the numbers again, because we have another poll as well. On the Chhattisgarh India Today Access My India poll, out of 90 seats, gives 36 to 46 for the BJP, 36 to 46, 40 to 50 for the Congress. The TV5 News poll gives 29 to 39 for the BJP and 54 to 64 for the Congress. The Jan Ki Baat poll, which we are just flashing now on our screens, gives 34 to 45 for the BJP, 42 to 53 for the Congress. So largely in the same direction, all the polls.
Veera, in Chhattisgarh, I think there was a near unanimity that it seems to be the Congress is ahead. The debate always was what is the quantum of it being ahead. But taking the point just now made, if you see all the 3 North Indian states where we have the poll, we started off for the campaign by saying that one party is very comfortably ahead. But as the campaign progressed in all the 3 states, it has become a very, very tough fight. And whoever wins in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it will be, I think, a slender margin which, in terms of number of seats. So the race in all the 3 states has really become tough as part of the campaign as we go forward.
Bhupesh Baghel is safe. So for the moment, that's the exit poll, sort of indication.
But one thing that every BJP guy has been telling me in Chhattisgarh is Congress needs a victory like what they did in Karnataka, because it's also easy to break parties, and Chhattisgarh has also seen the leadership problem in the Congress with Mr. Deo and also Mr. Baghel. So clearly, lots of political developments.
Maybe we take that across to Shekhar Iyer, and who's also joining us now online. Shekhar, Chhattisgarh seems to be sending out the initial signals of, okay, it's the Congress way.
Hi, this is Shankar.
Shankar.
Sorry,
Shankar.
So in all the campaigns, in all the states, the incumbent has been sufficiently challenged. In Chhattisgarh, it was seen as a one-way street. In Madhya Pradesh, again, you saw the challenger losing ground. In Rajasthan, again, the challengers have lost some ground. So that's the nature of the campaign. I think the BJP is a far more organized mission juggernaut than the Congress. So where in Chhattisgarh, especially, I think they have built on the the campaign was resting on corruption charges. Basically, in all the 4 states or 5 states, you see the election campaign has been less about ideas or ideology. I think it has been a contest of schemes. So who gives what kind of scheme? So in Chhattisgarh particularly, it is the contest of MSP, basically who gives the higher minimum support price. In Madhya Pradesh, it is who's giving a better loan waiver or a better cash benefit transfer. So it's in the nature of the campaign, and I wouldn't say that Mr. Baghel is safe, because it seems pretty tight, and I'm a believer in momentum. And if the momentum is heading in one trajectory, I think we should watch it.
Right. We also have Geeta Bhatt, political analyst, joining us. Ma'am, Jan Ki Baat Rajasthan is saying that BJP could be getting around 100 to 122 seats in Rajasthan. And of course, Congress reduced to around 62 to 85 seats. I mean, this goes with the tradition of this state that has not voted back an incumbent in the last 30 years. But clearly, Mr. Gehlot was trying very hard with his welfare push and also other things. But if these numbers are true, then the BJP's emphasis on law and order and SIT into paper leaks seems to have worked.
Well, yes, I mean, definitely, Vasudhaji, in fact, in all the states we see the incumbent, whosoever is in charge of the government, definitely has an anti-incumbency factor. But specifically speaking in Rajasthan, if we see how the corruption has been a very major issue, also in terms of, as you talked about, the welfare schemes, which were given a big push by Mr. Gehlot. But if you look at all the welfare schemes, largely they have not been giving deliverables there. Even in terms of the ration that the chief minister was giving in his name, the quality of the the masalas that were being given and the wheat that was so poor that people were not even ready to even give it to the animals. Also in terms like for wooing the women voters, the chief minister had asked, had launched a campaign where mobile phones were to be given to women who were more than 18 years of age. And it was said that, worth 18,000 rupees will be spent on giving a mobile phone to each of women. But somehow, it was never fulfilled.
Right.
So that is there. And I would also like to, since because Telangana has gone to the polls today, so in Telangana also we see, considering that it was the youngest state in the country, and it has only seen one chief minister till date. So this time, I think the issue of the statehood of Telangana, which has been an emotional issue, which Mr. Rao has always been, in the past elections, that has been a major issue, and as a emotional issue, as an emotive issue for the politicians. This time, it seems there are other issues which have also been raised by people. And
10 years is a long time for emotion to possibly die out and look at work and other things. But as you're speaking about that, ma'am, we are flashing the first quick, I don't know, because polling is still on and you already have the first exit poll on Telangana that's out, which is the Jan Ki Baat exit poll, which is out of the 119 seats, it's predicting 40 to 55 for the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti, 48 to 64 for the Congress, 7 to 13 for the BJP. Remember, in 2018, the BJP had only one MLA. And then the AIMIM, 4 to 7 as well. Before we get to the studio guests, let's quickly go across to Waris Pathan of the MIM as well. Waris, this election, there were several questions raised of the MIM fielding only 9 candidates in Telangana, a tacit understanding potentially with the BRS, even an allegation of a potential understanding with the BJP. How do you see the MIM playing itself out? Even the fact that you fielded a candidate opposite Mohammad Azharuddin in Jubilee Hills has been a matter of conversation.
First and foremost, let me correct you, sir. I am joining you from Mumbai. I am a former MLA and national spokesperson of the MIM party, and I was very active in campaigning in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Telangana. In Madhya Pradesh, sir, we are only on 4 seats. In Rajasthan, we are contesting on 8 seats. And Telangana, which is our stronghold, there we are contesting on 9 seats. And let me make very clear, still the polling is going on, and I am sure that out of the 9 seats which we are contesting in Telangana, 7 we are winning with huge margins, and the 2 seats, as you named the Congress person, where he is contesting, there also we are contesting, and hopeful that we will win that seat as well, and the other one. So it will be a clear-cut win for our party in Telangana, and BRS will definitely win for the 3rd time, and KCR will become the chief minister of the Telangana state for the 3rd time. This is what I can say as of now. Because looking at what is going on in the polling situation just now, what we have got to know from the feedbacks which are getting from Telangana and all, they say Waris bhai clear cut. पूरे आसमान में सिर्फ पतंग 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 लहरा रही है. In all the constituencies where our candidates are contesting, you can see the queues are there, people are going there. It's a festival of democracy. People are enjoying. They love to vote. But I still feel that the percentage of vote should have gone a little more. Well, in Madhya Pradesh also, I feel that one of the seats which we are contesting in Burhanpur, we will be winning that seat as well for the first time. We are contesting in Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, we contested for the first time. There also, I'm hopeful of getting 1 or 2 seats there in Rajasthan. But looking at the entire aspect, there is an incumbency factor against the BJP. Though I am not a political analyst, there are several political analysts sitting on your studio. But I can say one thing for sure,
Okay.
That there's an incumbency factor going on against the BJP, as well as in Telangana, KCR will become the chief minister for the third time. The Congress will not cross that much mark which the exit polls are showing, or the other exit polls which I have been looking at. It's not that true. Let us hope that the voting gets over by, say, 5 to 7 minutes are still remaining for that. And then we can come to a better conclusion. But don't say that it's the semi-final and the final will come. India won the semi-final with good thing. During the cricket match I'm talking about, but when the final came, we lost. Though it was a cricket, this is political thing, this is election, but then also things are definitely better for the prospects of the betterment of India. And let's enjoy the democracy, festival of democracy. We are here and hopeful that Telangana will win with good margin. Though there may be Congress candidates standing against us, Congress, the BJP and the RSS, the two sides of the same coin.
Okay.
So many places the Congress did not even contest it. They went with the BJP. They are helping, and in our speeches also we have mentioned this several times, that the BJP, RSS on the one side and the Congress on the other side, they are just join hands together to see to it that the MIM candidates are defeated.
Right.
But I'll tell you,
so we have some new data here.
MIM is winning all the 9
yes,
states.
yes, Mr. Pathan, we get that, yes. Ms. Priyam, so TV9 Bharatvarsh Polestar data is saying that BJP could be getting around 100 to 110 in Rajasthan, and Congress could be somewhere around 90 to 100. Now this is quite...
as tight as it can get.
Yes, so that is, bizarre because... with Vasundhara Raje also being sidelined and BJP focusing so much on the samuhik netrutva, collective leadership. What do you think numbers like this could mean for Ms. Raje and for this entire BJP galaxy of leaders who've been talking about collective leadership?
So you're already referring to Ms. Raje as a part of a galaxy. So she's a star, but a star amongst many other stars. Definitely, if the BJP wins in Rajasthan, she's a leadership of the past. If the BJP loses in Rajasthan by any chance, which I don't think it would, but that said, let's wait for the third, I would see that she's still a star of the past.
Right.
So Vasundhara Raje is by and large history. For polling, however, she's been the only leader for the BJP who had a pan-Rajasthan appeal. There was also the fact that as the centre tried to push in a new leadership onto the state, the Vasundhara Raje betas and Vasundhara Raje actually played politics and got into a pact. Now, what do you do when all the local leaders, the old timers actually get into a pact and say, my people should win, my men should win. So the BJP accommodated them, but has sent a firm message that it's not Vasundhara. The news today is that even if the BJP wins, there would be one faction which would have, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Vasundhara Raje, and lo and behold, Satish Punia in one team. Om Birla ji could be backed by another team along with Rajendra Rathod. So it's open competition, and that's how healthy democracy in states should be like.
Right.
That's how I look at it.
Right. The India TV CNX poll for Chhattisgarh is again giving 30 to 40 for the BJP, 46 to 56. So I think there's an alignment as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. MP is down the wire, and I think Telangana, I think it's too early at the moment to even have an exit poll.
I just want to say that, I mean, for me, the most exciting of these polls is Telangana. Because,
To me too.
Well, but I think it's a really exciting election for two reasons. One is that there seem to be some winds of change, sweeping through Telangana. Secondly, Telangana has the potential to actually affect national politics in 2024, which I don't think holds true for Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, because as we've seen in 2018, 2019, and we saw in 2003 and 2003 and 2004, this party that wins those three states does not necessarily win the Lok Sabha election. So even if, say, the Congress wins all these three states, even if, say, I mean, I'm fairly confident because I think Modi has a lot of goodwill in these states. He is a dominant force. He is a major, and he's been the star campaigner for the BJP. So he's kind of, really built his brand for 2024. So it's quite possible that in 2024 the BJP will win. But in Telangana, if by some miracle the Congress actually pulls off a victory, then you are looking at Karnataka, Telangana, possibly pushing into Andhra and, giving the Congress a very comfortable foothold back in the south.
Just putting a red herring here, the India Today Axis poll, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, 36 to 46 for the BJP, 40 to 50 for the Congress. So it's either way.
Very tight. Very tight.
I mean, it's close.
Yeah, Veera, if I could just make a point on the discussion we are having. I think Aarti ji is right in talking about how Telangana is a possible game changer between these 5 states. And I think if what is being projected is true in terms of the BRS having to face a tough fight, I think Telangana has moved away and moved forward from the state formation euphoria movement, and people are going to now the bread and butter issues on the ground.
Right.
Now, I think that would be one reflection of this verdict.
Right.
And going to the point which Manisha ji made about Rajasthan, I think in Rajasthan, ultimately, once the results come out, one thing would be visible. The Congress has largely backed its support on the Chief Minister, whereas the BJP has largely driven its campaign on the Prime Minister's name, and much of the surveys seem to be making that point. Yes. And the divisions within the state BJP are patently visible, and that could be a factor even if the BJP wins. If they win by a slender margin, that could be a critical factor in explaining that such a verdict.
We also have Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, joining us. Shweta, so the ABP News See Voter Survey predicts BJP could be getting around 36 to 48 seats in Chhattisgarh and the Congress around 41 to 53 seats. So quite not a sweep for the Bhupesh Baghel sort of campaign. And clearly the BJP's campaign seems to have done much. And I remember in the last few days, the Prime Minister did speak a lot about Mahadev app and alleged scams in Chhattisgarh. Do you think that seems to have had an impact?
Yes, of course. I think what has done wonders are multiple things. But one of the most important things is the corruption-stricken Chhattisgarh and the Chief Minister's maligned image. Forget the Mahadev app. I think we can list out a number of scams that has happened under the Baghel Sarkar, including scams of paper leaks. And the youth and the farmers are fed up. It is the women that have aligned with Modi ji's, with the vision of Modi Sarkar. And I also see on the ground, because we've been on the ground, that the entire OBC has actually aligned itself with Bharatiya Janata Party. And that's where you will see that almost in maximum number of states, BJP is going to form the government. Whatever the exit poll says, because we have grassroots information, we can tell this, that most of the states, we are going to form the government.
Okay. Right. Okay, I just want to put out a little more of the data that we are just getting in here, Vasudha. Republic TV matriz as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, again 34 to 42, 44 to 52 for the Congress. I mean 34 to 42 for the BJP and 44 to 52 for the Congress. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 6 polls, exit poll numbers as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. All of them in the range of 29 is the lowest to about 45, 48 for the BJP, and a low of about 40 for the Congress to anywhere as far as high as 64 in some of those polls. So that could be one. And as we are speaking of Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, we've touched Telangana, the one northeastern state that's going into polls and we haven't touched. We've got 2 predictions for that. Mizoram, India TV CNX, out of the 40 seats there, is predicting 14 to 18 for the Mizo National, from 12 to 16 for the ZPM, 8 to 10 for the Congress there.
So
the Jan Ki Baat is saying 10 to 14 for the MNF, 15 to 25 for the ZPM, and 5 to 9 for the Congress there. So what do you make of that?
So Dr. Shastri, ZPM is quite it's a very curious case because, you have the Presbyterian Church backing it, you have the Mizo sentiment, you have the Christian sentiment. Manipur is quite a big issue there, and you see Zoramthanga talking so strongly about it. BJP, Congress are not big factors, but it's also seen as the large frontier. But
as you rightly put it, the contest of this time was seen last time also, where the Congress was pushed to a distant 3rd position, and the 2 parties now contesting had already positioned themselves as 1 and 2. I think what's working against the MNF is while they are officially part of the NDA, in this election they have said we are having a different campaign, largely because of the border issue and, as you said, because of the Manipur cookie issue. So they have taken a position which is different from the NDA position tactically in the election. And if these polls are right, it seems to have cost them the support in the state. And the opposition has been doing better for that particular reason.
You know, it's very interesting that the Prime Minister, who campaigns for every election for the BJP, right down to a municipal poll, he didn't go even once to Mizoram, nor did Amit Shah. So, I mean, I think that speaks a lot for the kind of ground sentiment that was present in Mizoram, very much influenced by events in Manipur. And I quite agree with Dr. Shastri that I think what is really costing the MNF is the fact that it is part of the NDA and was in bed with the BJP because of that. And, you know, at the last minute now he tried to distance himself. He said that if the PM comes to campaign, he's not going to share the dais with him. But it was too late. It was too late. And I think the ZPM is actually gaining from that, you know.
I think
but what is ZPM the Congress, ma'am? Because it was, you know, we saw
I
so
think
now,
the
you know, the
cookies though sentiment being articulated more strongly by the ZPM. So as much as you have a Maiti sentiment being articulated in a perverse sort of way in with the violence that we've seen in Manipur, we also see a counter articulation that's happening here. All the influx that's happened from Myanmar. So I think the Mizoram elections are very significant, not just because you know, Zoramthanga will now take a back seat and the BJP NDA alliance will be in the back burner, but also alternate sentiments. So democracy has a way of giving expression, and the cookies sentiment coming to the fore. Remember, the ZPM is also led by someone who's a former congressman, and I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a Congress and ZPM alliance.
Let me also get let me just get our other guests who are joining on Zoom as well, because they've been waiting. Shankar, Madhya Pradesh, just want to focus. We've got 3 exit polls so far. The Jan Ki Baat putting the BJP 100 to 123, Congress 102 to 125, Republic TV Matriz 118 to 130 for the BJP, 97 to 107 for the Congress. TV Bharatvarsh Polstrat is putting the BJP at 106 to 116, and the Congress has 111 to 121. What do we make of Madhya Pradesh before we go to another poll that's coming in on Chhattisgarh at the moment?
Well, it's a very tight contest. I think the Congress eroded, lost a bit of its head start that they had prior to the setting of the campaign. I think Shivraj Chauhan has built back some of the equity that he had with the electorate, and I think the BJP has done well to sort of not mess with that story. But the sword that hangs on Madhya Pradesh is the question whether Shivraj Chauhan will be the chief minister if the BJP wins. And the number of central ministers, the MPs contesting, all of those stories are still so I think it's a very tight contest. Anecdotally, one of the Congress MPs said that we might win the election but lose power. So I think that's also a scenario that one must keep in mind. That in a very tight contest, or if it's a neck to neck or hung, I think the advantage is to BJP.
Right.
I think what's interesting is that if you look at the promises being made between BJP and Congress in Madhya Pradesh, there's not much of a difference.
Right.
And so that kind of surfaces in the story of the exit polls also.
Right. We have Adil Singh Boparai joining us. He's a Congress spokesperson. Mr. Boparai, the exit poll numbers which have come till now have said that the Congress is ahead in Chhattisgarh, but the BJP could be winning Rajasthan. Now, clearly, what does this mean for these two welfare models that the party, projected with Mr. Baghel, even taking on Hindutva in Chhattisgarh, and also Mr. Gehlot talking about his Chiranjeevi and Health Yojana, but the numbers seem to say that the party could not have made it in Rajasthan or changed the tradition. So what does this mean for the party, sir?
Well, we take the exit poll numbers with a pinch of salt because empirical evidence and history suggests that they can often get it wrong. And given the small sample size, so therefore I won't give much weightage. But having said this, and our feedback from Rajasthan is that there was a positive vote for Mr. Gehlot. Mr. Gehlot's policies, his social welfare policies, creation of several, almost 19 districts across the state, all this has curried favor with the electorate, and we are very, very hopeful of returning back to power in Rajasthan. Another issue which the BJP was grappling with, and I think even the national media had picked it up, was a leadership deficit. Or in other words, there were multiple players who were vying for the BJP's chief ministerial post in Rajasthan. So you saw a lot of tug of war happening within the BJP at Rajasthan, and you had factions pulling each other down. So ultimately, the result, notwithstanding what my friend says, I can see her smirk, notwithstanding what she says today, I think the result will be very clear, and we're very hopeful for a victory on Sunday.
Right. Shweta, at least in MP, the numbers seem to be quite mixed because every single poll seems to be saying that it could be a tough fight, it could be a close fight. So does that mean that there was actual anti-incumbency of 18 years in the state? You know, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was also sidelined. Your party sort of projected almost 12 leaders in every hoardings. So
but you had 3 union ministers.
And I think 7 MPs, right? So what does this mean for the BJP's model? Do you think that's going to be something that the party will follow in the coming polls as well?
First and foremost, I want to tell my dear friend Adil a couple of more days where he can smile, and then of course he will have to go back and relook at the Congress strategy on the table. But having said that, let me tell you, he and you primarily said that we have a leadership deficit. In fact, we have a problem of the plenty because there were just too many people, too many leaders on the ground, and that is our strength. And I personally feel that has what is actually working in Madhya Pradesh. Now, you need to understand that when you say that 3 union ministers, BJP does not work that way. BJP has a parliamentary board which actually decides who's going to be the leader, and everybody complies with it. When these union ministers were told to go back and contest, they actually went back and contested. Now, all of them can be the CM face and are the CM face. But let me tell you that what has really worked in Madhya Pradesh, as far as my ground report says and our research says, is that Ladli Behna scheme and Mamaji has been quite a favorite. So one, I will consider this as a complete victory for Bharatiya Janata Party, its policies, and personal policies of Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji, because he has this one-to-one connect with the women voters, and I think it is a rally of women voters. The time of women is now here, because these women voters are going to decide what the future looks like, and I'm sure the future looks like Kamalichin. They have voted for BJP, but the fact is they have voted for the leadership of Narendra Modi, but implementation of the local leadership is right there. So whoever is going to be the face from our side, I'm very sure that he is going to represent Narendra Modi, and he is going to implement the vision of Narendra Modi in the state, and he will do it in the most non-corrupt way, and that is exactly what the voters today have voted for.
Right. Mr. Boparai, before I let you go, these elections were also about hyperlocal factors. Congress took a cue from the Karnataka elections. What does this mean for your central leadership? Because this was largely about Mr. Kamal Nath and Mr. Baghel and Mr. Gehlot.
No, I think every election, even the state elections, there is an element of collective leadership. I think Mr. Gandhi, Mrs. Priyanka Gandhi, all of them led from the front. Of course, Mr. Kamal Nath, Mr. Baghel, Mr. Gehlot had taken the lead. But having said this, we win together, we sink together. So regardless of what the result is, though we're very hopeful of victories in all these 5 states. But coming to Madhya Pradesh, I think the rampant corruption of the BJP government was a case in point. Rising unemployment, rise, and a part of this anger was also with the central government. So notwithstanding the BJP's consistent effort to tom-tom Mr. Modi's so-called charisma and so-called persona, I think that also has a flip side, which is unemployment and price rise for that matter. Number 2, just on the eve of the elections, you had the huge corruption scandal and the tapes going viral of a central BJP minister's son's alleged corruption scandal, and how the BJP has tried to brush it under the carpet. So therefore, I think the voters are very enlightened. And today, when we live in this hyper-connected world, nothing is is far away from their eyes. Everything is being monitored on a very minute basis. Given the anti-incumbency of Madhya Pradesh, given the anger which exists against their state leadership, we are very, very hopeful of returning to power in MP.
Adil, I take your rider on exit polls, but I'm just going to give you one more number that's just come in right now. Times Now ETG, as far as Rajasthan is concerned, is saying 108 to 128 for the BJP, 56 to 72 for the Congress. My question to you is the state which has had revolving door for all the time that we can remember. It's just rooted out the government in power. Anti-incumbency is an important factor. Where does this sense of confidence even come from for the Congress?
I'll tell you why. I think there was a palpable tug of war. I alluded to this in my earlier piece. There was a palpable tug of war amongst the BJP leaders in Rajasthan. And if you ask their own workers on the ground, you had one faction pulling the other down. This is one part of it. The second part of this is the unprecedented popularity of Mr. Gehlot's policies.
Okay.
So when you juxtapose this and you combine this with the anger against unemployment and price rise, I think we are very hopeful for returning to power and breaking this revolving door trend.
Ma'am, I think that's an important point, and I'm just taking that across. There is a sense that there is confusion in the state leadership. There was once a time where the BJP was the party which had a clear chief ministerial candidate. Whether it was Karnataka, whether it is Madhya Pradesh, whether it is Rajasthan, there is a sense that there is an enormous reliance on the Prime Minister's image and his charisma, and the local leadership and the man who's going to lead an assembly in that state, or a woman who's going to lead the assembly in that state, there is confusion about that. Would you agree?
Your exit polls aren't showing that. So I don't know whether I agree.
We haven't done an exit poll. We are taking other exit polls.
But then your exit polls are not showing that. First. Second, you need to understand, see, the problem with Congress is that they're so engrossed in what BJP is doing that they absolutely do not understand where their policy is going wrong. See, what has really worked is that Mr. Modi has connected to the last voter on the ground. Let's just agree that every social welfare scheme from the central government has actually reached to where it belonged to. And there is a huge anti-incumbency right now. And of course, the revolving door mindset of the entire state will obviously account for. As far as the leadership is concerned, and to answer your question, I've said this earlier and I will repeat it once again. BJP is a party where decisions are taken from the parliamentary board and everybody complies. You've seen the biggest of the leader comply. You can say whatever about Vasundhara Raje Scindia, but then you need to understand that right from Raje to everyone else have complied to the leadership of the organization. For us, beyond one party, beyond one person, it is the party, and it is the policy of the party, and it is the vision of Narendra Modi that accounts to more larger benefits, and that's exactly what the party is complying to today.
Is an assembly election different from a parliamentary election? How does it play out? What is the question on state leadership is a very important question. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll continue discussing these factors. Of course, these are just exit polls, and we'll have to wait till Sunday to, as both spokespersons point out, who's going to be smug and who's going to be smiling. We'll take a very short break and more in just a bit.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from state and the central government are monitoring the situation.
There are 41 workers still trapped inside.
जो सबसे पहले जरूरतमंद है, पहले बीमार देखेंगे, कोई बीमार है तो उसको पहले निकाला जाएगा।
बहुत हम लोग बिल्कुल पास पहुंच गए हैं
The breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel.
आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है।
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हम लोग खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the government of India, all its agencies.
Celebratory mood, and in fact I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days.
With the workers safe, the focus is now shifting on what led to that unfortunate collapse.
We need to be cognizant of the type of geology that our young mountains have.
सभी जो टनल का काम चूंकि हमारे यहाँ अन्य एजेंसियां भी कर रही हैं, उन सभी की हम समीक्षा करेंगे कि उनको ठीक से देखा जाए।
The Indian government, the Uttarakhand government has to take this as a learning curve, has to learn from what has happened in Silkyara in order to ensure we don't see yet another incident like this taking place.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you know, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the, you know, the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
You've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
A debate has made
numbers that are coming out here on NDTV from several different states, the 5 states that have gone to polls, and of course voting still on in the state of Telangana towards the last bits. It's just getting closed out there. I believe we can play to you a soundbite of K.T. Rama Rao, the IT minister and son of Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, an important player there in Telangana. We'll play that soundbite to you before we go back into the conversation we were having earlier.
There were incidents during the election process which were upsetting, like one of our candidates got stabbed, one of our candidates got, pelted, stones pelted against him. So there were those very disturbing incidents, but barring that, I think the election per se, the conduct of the election per se, has been peaceful, and I think thanks to the workers of all parties and also the machinery as well. I think you should congratulate them for conducting. The police and all other officers also have conducted the process peacefully. We appreciate them for that. But like I said, allowing for exit polls at 5:30, when the voters are still queued up till 9 and everybody has a phone, will this not influence? I think Election Commission of India should have a better process in place. This is definitely not right, because we know how these agencies work. I mean, they've gone horribly wrong last time, but this will influence. now which is unfair because the other parties may have gotten into a deal with them. Maybe we didn't. So, you can, in a way, you can say that, these things do influence voters and this is not right. I mean, the entire process should be completed. Then anybody can come out with an exit poll tomorrow. What is the rush? Kal subah 6 baje publish karo, kaun rok raha hai?
KT Ramarao, they're flagging off some issues with the election per se. Of course, he's an important player. We will focus on Telangana in a bit. Since we have some numbers, we wanted to go state by state. But before that, I just wanted to complete the conversation we were having, Shalini. My question to you is this, and it's something that observers have pointed out, whether it was in Karnataka where Yediyurappa was sidelined and later now his son becomes the president. In Telangana, you had Bandi Sanjay being removed and Kishan Reddy being brought in as state president. The sense of confusion in the state leadership. Do you believe that it's time for the BJP to have categorical clarity, or is it an effort the party is attempting to move from the old and is not able to get past what it wants to move ahead from?
No, if you actually look at statistical and strategic reasons on why these changes were made, you will see that the party is only benefiting. So whether you like it or you don't, there is some research that goes on behind whatever decision is being taken. Unfortunately, it doesn't look very good to the eyes of the media or to opposition because it doesn't work in their favor, it only works in our favor. But wherever these changes have been made, it has only brought in positive results for the party. And in case it doesn't bring in positive results, we actually go down to the table and work again as to what is working, what is not working. So it happened in the case of Karnataka, where we mended our ways and changed certain decisions that were taken. So I think this is just a way of evolution. It is a matter of decision making. I have said this earlier that we have people who are taking decisions based on surveys, based on data, based on the feedback they get on the ground, and based on the karyakartas that we take decision on. As far as your question is concerned, please understand that BJP is not of a mindset that people vote differently in different elections. BJP is of a mindset that people are very mature, voters are the most intelligent. They basically look at performance today. They don't look at parivar. They don't want politics of parivar. They want politics of performance. They actually look at the corruption that has happened. Now, if you actually look at Telangana, Karnataka government went on and did on government. Congress went on and did ads in Telangana from money that was government. So the people don't like it. They understand that this is misuse of power, and that's where I think voters.
Okay, Shweta, we'll have to just cut you short there, and we'll come back to you. We have Narottam Mishra, the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Mishra, सारे जो एग्जिट पोल्स आ रहे हैं, उनके हिसाब से काफी टफ फाइट हो रही है बीजेपी और कांग्रेस के बीच में, तो इसके क्या मायने रखते हैं स्टेट को?
स्पष्ट बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रही है मध्य प्रदेश में। एग्जिट पोल भी अधिकांश यही कह रहे हैं, स्पष्ट बहुमत आ रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। कहीं कोई
आप खुद एक कैंडिडेट हैं सर, और शिवराज जी का एक लाडली बहना योजना चला है, तो और लेकिन सारे एग्जिट पोल्स के हिसाब से ये लग रहा है कि कांग्रेस को जरा सा एज दिया जा रहा है, तो क्या आपके हिसाब से ये जो रिजल्ट है वो पलट जाएगा संडे के दिन?
नहीं, भाजपा जो एक्सिस इंडिया ने दिया है उसने हमको 106 से 116 बताया है, कांग्रेस को 111 से 121 बताया है, न्यूज CNX ने 118 से 130 हमें बताया है, कांग्रेस को 97 से 107 बताया है, जन की बात ने हमको 123 से 110 बताया है, जबकि कांग्रेस को 102 बताया है। TV 9 पोल स्टार्ट है, उसमें हमको 116 तक बताया है, कांग्रेस को 111, रिपब्लिक में हमको 118 से 130 बताया है, कांग्रेस को 97 से 107 बताया है, इंडिया TV CNX ने 116 हमें बताया है, 111 कांग्रेस बताया। हम तो हर जगह आगे हैं उनसे।
तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार आप ही की बनेगी सर?
100%।
और सीएम कौन होगा?
जो तय कर देगी पार्टी वो सीएम होगा।
राइट। मिश्रा जी, अगर बीजेपी जीतती है इस बार, तो इसका श्रेय किसको जाएगा? क्योंकि महिलाओं पे काफी फोकस रहा है आपकी पार्टी का।
माननीय मोदी जी को, माननीय मोदी जी को जाएगा।
राइट और जितने भी बड़े नेताओं को उतारा था, आपको लगता था ये स्ट्रैटेजी काम आई है सर?
क्यों नहीं आई है? परिणाम देख ही रहे,
राइट
परिणाम बताते हैं। डेमोक्रेसी है, इसमें तो कसौटी लगी हुई है, तौल कांटा लगा हुआ है चुनाव परिणाम का।
जी सर।
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
There you had the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh. We can, before we let our political guests go, which is Adil and Shweta. Adil, one quick question to you in terms, it's a similar question that she asked of Madhya Pradesh. In Telangana, though you have clarity of a Congress president, who's going to be the chief ministerial candidate if the party does split the BRS there?
Well, before I answer your question, in Telangana, what you saw was the BJP and the BRS working in cahoots against the Congress party. Point number one. Point number two, as far as our chief ministerial candidate is concerned, the CLP, in consultation with our leadership, will take a call at an appropriate stage. Like I said, there are umpteen leaders in Telangana. The state president has done a phenomenal job. He led from the front, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, nor am I authorized to say anything. The party leadership and the CLP will take a decision at an appropriate stage.
Those will be conversations post-Sunday. Thanks so much, the two party spokespersons. But we will go through all the data that we have so far because we now have some substantial exit polls. As I said, Chhattisgarh, the maximum, you've got, what, 8 exit polls already reporting here on Chhattisgarh. And those are the ones that are up on your screens. What really defines this battle in Chhattisgarh? It seems quite close.
Well, Veera, so Chhattisgarh is divided into 5 divisions. Bastar is on the south of Chhattisgarh, Sarguja is on the north, and it's a tribal-dominated region. Plain divisions of the state, the central regions of the state have Raipur, Bilaspur, Durg. Durg is specifically seen as politically influential district. Then you have tribals constituting 32% of the state's population, 29 seats reserved for them. Bastar and Sarguja have 26 seats, of which 20 are reserved for the tribals. Now, BJP has ruled for 3 continuous terms and has been able to maintain its grip over the regions of Bastar and Sarguja for many years. In 2003, the BJP found the key to political power through these regions. BJP had won 9 out of 12 seats in Bastar and 10 out of 14 in Sarguja. Notably, all the seats won by the BJP were reserved by the tribals, and BJP won 25 out of 29 seats for the tribals. The north has Ambikapur division. The Deputy Chief Minister T.S. Dev comes from there. In 2003 and 2018 elections, both parties had a big victory in Bastar and Sarguja, and but it was in 2018, after 15 long years, that the Congress came to power with a huge majority with 68 seats, and the BJP could win just 15 out of 49. In the plains, the BJP and Congress have been wooing the influential Sahu community. That is significant in numbers there. It's part of the OBC community. From paddy politics to prohibition to conversions to forest rights, and even the Mahadev app, a lot of issues have taken center stage in the Chhattisgarh campaign. Rahul Gandhi reiterated his promise to increase reservation seating for SC/STs, and the Prime Minister has spoken about how the Congress has exploited the tribal community. So clearly, too many issues there. Dr. Shastri, in 2018, the Congress came to power after a long time, after 15 long years. But, Chhattisgarh is also, it has regions which are Naxal infested. So there are, administrative levers, it's a sensitive state. So there is a control of the administration. So in states like this, how can elections, how seriously can elections be taken, the democratic part of it?
In spite of the pockets of insurgency there, I have a reasonable degree of confidence that the elections that we have had in Chhattisgarh ever since the state were formed have been reasonably free and fair. And even in areas where there has been insurgency, we have had voting turnout in spite of the threats which have been issued by these groups. So I have no shadow of doubt in my mind about the freeness and fairness of the election process. Coming to the race as such in Chhattisgarh, what the trends are, exit polls which you are showing are projecting, what was seen as a comfortable Congress victory is now seen as a tough fight. Yes. And I would just put 3 factors and 2 factors, 3 factors which favored the Congress and 2 factors which have made the BJP come up quickly. Number 1, I think clearly the welfare schemes are working at the ground, be it the central welfare schemes and state welfare schemes, and people seem to be giving the credit to the state government for both.
Right.
Now that's one factor. Factor 2, I think like in many other states, you see a rich-poor divide in terms of the vote support. The Congress has been able to, I think, sustain its support among the poorer segments of society. And thirdly, the Chief Minister face has made a difference. The face of Baghel has helped the party galvanize votes. What has helped the BJP to make up what seemed to be a clear, to reduce the gap in what seemed to be a clear victory for the BJP, I think is the younger voter and the urban voter seems to be much more closer to the BJP than to the Congress. And secondly, I think the much of the BJP voter would be saying we are voting for the BJP because of the Prime Minister's campaign. I think, and also in areas like the Bastar, the BJP has made certain inroads which are working to their advantage. So I think these are the factors for me which would explain the closeness of the vote.
So I think an important part of explaining who Baghel is today is also the fact that in his first term he's carved out a definite identity of a farmer, almost cloning Shivraj Singh Chauhan, an OBC, a lower OBC caste farmer at that. But also remember, he's had his own model of Hindutva. The state is now projected as a state of Kaushalya. There is a Ram Van Gaman Path, and there is a projection to an identity of the Ramayana that is a local folklore. I mean, the Ram Van Gaman Path, etc. Remember also the Narwa Ghurwa scheme, the affection with which the cow or the guy is referred to in official schemes. All this has meant that he's got a cloned image of Shivraj Singh Chauhan for an arena called Chhattisgarh. Definitely putting T.S. Singh Deo, who's a Rajput upper caste leader, behind him. All this has worked to his advantage. But I do believe that the tag of corruption has come very close to the Chief Minister's office, and that's something that the BJP, whether they were said to be at a disadvantage and not going to win, they never lost out on honing in on the fact that the issue of corruption is important and significant as far as the state is concerned. And I think that has been something that the BJP has been able to play on. Remember, people very close to the Chief Minister's office are serving terms in prison today, and I think it's worked to the BJP's advantage.
So the Dainik Bhaskar numbers are out, and the numbers say that BJP could be winning around 35 to 45 seats, and Congress is in the range of 46 to 55 seats.
Dainik Bhaskar's numbers on Rajasthan as well. Now 98 to 105 for the BJP, 89 to 95 for the Congress. But yeah, let's keep the focus on Chhattisgarh before we get into a break. Shankar Iyer, quickly your response. If the numbers are around where it is, how is this going to play out? Are you going to see a lot of action there in Chhattisgarh?
The first thing that one must recognize is that the BJP has leveraged the corruption charges pretty well if the numbers play out on Sunday the way they are seen. The other factor is that there is a large part of it is the ramping up of promises by both sides. Nowhere else has the BJP sort of come close to promising a higher MSP on paddy as it has in Chhattisgarh. So this is the economic factors that are playing out there are to be recognized. Bhupesh Baghel has done well by projecting himself as OBC. He's from Durg, which is the more influential part of Chhattisgarh. He's also sort of played the light Hindu light or light Hindutva card. In this sense, I think that exit polls are known to have gone wrong. So one must always sort of have a caveat on this. But if you, Veera, average out all the polls that somebody in the studio might sort of, it could be called the poll of polls. If you average out all the exit polls for Chhattisgarh, it does seem that it is in advantage Congress. Absolutely. But there are a couple of those polls which show very close fights. And that might be an interesting thing to look out for on Sunday.
Right. One more that's come in now is the Times Now ETG poll as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. 32 to 40 for the BJP, 48 to 56 for the Congress, giving it a clear win there for the Congress. There was also another one.
Madhya Pradesh News 24, today's Chanakya has some interesting numbers. BJP at 151 and Congress at 74. Aarti Jairath, if this number is true, what do you think must have worked out? Because clearly there was a 2% increase in the turnout of women voters.
Yes.
Do you think that must have really...
Well, I would say that, I think two things, if this comes out to be correct, and it sounds, quite incredible that the BJP should have gone from being a potential loser to being such a big winner, as Chanakya has predicted, It sounds quite incredible. But I mean, I would say that, I think the most intensive campaign by the Prime Minister was in Madhya Pradesh. The number of rallies was the highest. Of course, it's a bigger state also. But, I think I think the Ladli Behna scheme obviously has worked on the ground. And, these are the reports that we've been getting from Madhya Pradesh too, that the Ladli Behna scheme was proving very popular with women voters. So that combined with the Prime Minister's very intensive campaign in Madhya Pradesh, I think would have, definitely given the BJP the energy really to move from being a loser to being at least in a very close fight, if not a sort of winner. But I do want to say one thing about Chhattisgarh. It's very interesting that, if the Congress numbers, if it's such a tight fight and such a close fight, and the Congress numbers are hovering around 50, 52, I think Baghel will obviously become the Chief Minister again. But I don't think Baghel can be the kind of overlord that he has become, in the last few years, marginalizing TSC Deo, fighting battles.
A Chief Minister who has to keep watching his back.
That's right. I think to some extent his wings will be
keep the party
clipped.
together, right?
Yeah,
because
I think to quite an extent his wings will have to be
what
clipped.
Aarti said has been proved in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah version 1 and Siddaramaiah version 2 is very different.
Very different, yeah. It's a matter of deep debate that we can have another time. We'll take a very short break now, but when we come back, we'll try and deep dive and focus on Madhya Pradesh numbers and all the data that's there, and then move into Rajasthan as well. All fascinating in terms of exit polls. We'll know whether the exit polls are right or wrong only on Sunday. We'll take a very short break now.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, the idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly. I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. See, one Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up
in an intranet.
On my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think
Welcome back. All the preliminary excitement here, Vasudha, playing out as the exit poll numbers are coming out. We've discussed Chhattisgarh in detail, and as we mentioned that it seems to be a clear edge for the Congress, including one poll, which is categorically the News 24 Chanakya, giving 57 for the Congress and 33 for the BJP. But Madhya Pradesh, the other important state and perhaps politically the most crucial state, if I may say so, for the Congress, because it has been really hoping as far as that state is concerned. The exit poll data, as far as MP is concerned, Dainik Bhaskar giving 95 to 115 for the BJP, 230 member assembly there. Congress 105 to 120. Jan Ki Baat giving 100 to 123 for the BJP, 102 to 125 for the Congress. The News 24 today's Chanakya poll giving a decisive win for the BJP, 151 and 74 for the Congress. Republic TV Matriz giving 118 to 130 for the BJP, 97 to 107 for the Congress. And TV9 Bharatvarsh Polstrat giving 106 to 116 for the BJP and 111 to 121 for the Congress. Those are the numbers as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Of course, let's just take our viewers through quickly the other states, which is Rajasthan, where again the Dainik Bhaskar poll is giving 98 to 105 for the BJP, 85 to 95 for the incumbent Congress government. India Today, Access My India, 80 to 100 for the BJP, 86 to 106 for the Congress, 100 to 122 for the BJP according to Jan Ki Baat, and 62 to 85 to the Congress there according to that poll. P-Mark giving 105 to 125 for the BJP, 69 to 91 for the Congress. And Times Now ETG giving 108 to 128 for the BJP, 56 to 72 for the Congress. Of course, TV9 Bharatvarsh Polstrat polls giving 100 to 110 for the BJP, 90 to 100 for the Congress. So interesting coming out of there. I want to also focus on the state that Vasudha had said that I was most, quote-unquote, invested in, I was most interested in, as we've been there, in Telangana. India TV CNX is giving, we've got 4 polls on Telangana so far right now. Remember, polling still, the last bits, still pilferages there as far as polling is concerned. India TV CNX giving 31 to 47 for the BRS, 63 to 79 for the Congress. Jan Ki Baat, 40 to 55 for the BRS, 48 to 64 for the Congress. Republic TV Matriz giving 46 to 56 for the BRS, 58 to 68 for the Congress. TV9 Bharatvarsh poll strat, 48 to 58 for the BRS, 49 to 59 for the Congress. No one's giving the BRS a win in Telangana, Vasudha.
One of them is. Veera, if you look at the 3 states and the polls...
No, none of the polls are giving... None of the exit polls.
If you look at Madhya Pradesh first, it is 2:3. 2 have projected for the Congress, 3 have projected for the BJP, and 1 with a very big majority for the BJP. In fact, in Rajasthan, it is 4:1. 4 have predicted for the BJP and 1 for the Congress. And as you rightly said, in Telangana, it is 3 for the Congress and 1 is a dead heat poll. So I think, but the trends in all the 3 are very clear. In Madhya Pradesh, it's a very, very tough fight. In Rajasthan, clearly the BJP seems to have the edge in the exit polls. And also in Telangana, I think the Congress seems to have made a huge gain in the state if these exit polls are to be believed. I think these trends are clear. Minor variations may be there from one exit poll to another, but the trend seems to be clear across the board.
Let's match this exit poll with the ground sentiment. Now, you know what you have felt and what we have assessed so far. Let's start with Telangana. There has been a ground sentiment saying that the Congress has been pushing ahead in that state. The question was, can that beat the KCR image? That was the focus as far as Telangana is concerned. Exit poll seems to be putting BRS on an extremely shaky wicket because it's a small state, 119, 59, 60 is the halfway mark for anyone, and no one's giving the BRS as far as the 4 polls are concerned.
That is the thing. KCR till about 6 months ago seemed so invincible, right? Because he was, there was this whole cavalcade of cars. He was all set to create a third front, and suddenly, we saw this Munugodu polls where, along with his ministers, he turned into a poll manager, and BRS actually was victorious in Munugodu. And today, what has happened?
And I'm just giving you a quick sorry Sandeep Shastri, I'm just giving you a quick this one on the BJP. I've forgotten, I've only done the 2 players as far as Telangana is concerned. The BJP in Telangana, 2 to 4 according to the India TV CNX, 7 to 13 according to Jan Ki Baat, 4 to 9 according to Republic TV Matriz, 5 to 10 according to Bharatvarsh poll strat. So everyone giving some gains for the BJP as well, Aarti.
So, the fact that polling is still on in Telangana, I only see the numbers for the Congress increasing because it clearly means that, this is a very, very strong pro-Congress sentiment. The second point I'd like to make is that, I think this surge for the Congress became very evident when the celebrations for Hyderabad Day took place. Veera, you must remember when Amit Shah went and addressed, all 3 parties addressed rallies that day. Amit Shah went and addressed a rally, there were barely like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people. BRS's rally was bigger, but people started walking out. The Congress, on the other hand, had a massive rally. And it was apparently purely spontaneous. They didn't have trucks and buses in which to bring people. So I think, it was obvious that something was happening in Telangana, and people should have read the tea leaves
but
then.
But what do you think of Revanth Reddy as a man? I was reading about
how... That's the critical answer. I think the combined Andhra pride was a Reddy pride, and here you see the state of Telangana, whether the Congress wins it or not, a very important footprint of Reddy leadership. Somebody played the Mala Madiga card one more time. I have seen it in the past being played by Chandrababu Naidu. That's how he wanted to keep Telangana under his feet. But it is very clear that it's the Reddy power that seems to be holding a sway over what was a Telangana image. So remember, Andhra Pradesh, when it was formed, had the Telugu Mata, and you've had, about the history of, people committing suicide. Now, you have the state being divided, KCR leading that, rolling on the ground and being a ground person leading that. But what brings this together today? So, I think Revanth Reddy is definitely the man to watch out for the moment. And what's happening to Telangana's specific statehood, this has been the most clear U-turn that I've ever seen in the history of Indian state.
A Congress leader pointed out to me, as far as Telangana is concerned, that look, we needed a TDP ready to come over and lead the party.
2 points on that.
Exactly.
Two small quick points on that.
Quickly, very quickly.
Very
Just
quick.
have to
One, Revant Reddy has already announced when his swearing-in ceremony would be. So it's not just that they thought they'll come to party.
He's still thinking TDP.
Which is
He's
the
not
new
understood
Congress. Which is the new Congress. And you see, if you look at our earlier Lokniti studies, we are making the point that increasingly voters are deciding as part of the campaign.
Right.
And we see this clearly in Telangana, where we thought the BRS was way ahead. The campaign has turned it around for the Congress.
Yes.
If these exit polls...
Any of the KCR schemes I remember from the last time, I remember irrigation, power, Raitu Bandhu, cash transfers, they had it all. So that limit to welfareism and that being trumped by a new and resurgent Congress, I think Telangana will need to be decoded by itself, of itself.
I also want to make the point that, we somehow judge the Congress by its complete collapse in North India, UP, Bihar, there's no Congress. We somehow forget that in the South, there is still something called the Congress. It has roots. They may have gone a little dead, but they're not completely gone. And I think the Gandhis also have some traction in the South, which they no longer have in the North.
Okay, we'll get into the factors. I'm sorry, Aarti, we just we have to head into a break, but I just want a quick comment from Shankar Iyer before we head into the next wheel.
Well, Veera, I think people in the BJP should remember that in July 2022, they met in Hyderabad. All the National Committee members were sent out to the districts to find out what could be done in Telangana, how they will win. That was the beginning of this feeling that probably BJP was on the rise in Telangana. They're still in single digits. So, like the Great Wall of China, there is a Great Wall of South India which the BJP must find ways to pierce.
The Great Wall, Yediyurappa is the man who broke that Great Wall of the Vindhyas for the BJP in Telangana. Of course, I think it will be interesting as someone who's observed that state, what the vote shares of the BJP is and who it's hurting, I think would be an interesting thing to watch out for. We'll have to take a very short break now, Asudha. We'll have our guests, a special panel, again, another one joining as we have more exit poll data coming in, which we'll discuss right here on NDTV. A short break right now.
डबल इंजन सरकार यूपी के 25 करोड़ नागरिकों के जीवन में लाई है प्रगति और समृद्धि का उजाला। यशस्वी
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis, profitably after a couple of years, and ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, is not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us. Right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest for an Indian internet company in this country. We believe that gives us a serious edge.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Obviously, all the exit poll numbers coming in here from several different organizations, all that put down here on NDTV in one nutshell, and then we have a special panel of guests as well. Let me just introduce quickly the fresh panel of guests who are joining us, starting with Amitabh Tiwari there, Ajoy Bose, Pulla Rao, who's a senior journalist who follows Telangana very closely, Smita Gupta, who's followed the Congress extremely closely, senior journalist from New Delhi. We also have Professor Rekha Rao of the BRS joining us live online. Let's just talk about Telangana for a bit because Professor Rekha Rao is there. Ma'am, the polls, the exit polls so far, and you could always turn around and say that you don't take exit polls seriously, but the exit polls, if they are any indication, it looks like the BRS is in trouble there in Telangana.
Not at all. Since 4 o'clock, I was with different channels and they were talking about exit polls, and every exit poll gave different feedback. The feedback, the reality, the truth of a feedback or the result of the exit poll depends on the strategy the method, how scientifically they are dealing it, and how unbiased they are. For example, today's Chanakya is one exit poll, then TV, CNX, Dainik Bhaskar, India, Access, My India, then Jan Ki Baat. If you see the results of these exit polls, it is entirely different. Some are anti-BRS and some are pro. So I don't think there is any relation. The research, what I was doing all the while, was really interesting. There is no coincidence, there is no similarity between them. Straight away coming to the point, I would like to say that Telangana is going to be 100% successful. There is no question of neck-to-neck competition. The reason is very simple. People are aware of the development programs, what has been introduced. For example, when we talk about the medical health care in India, according to Niti Aayog, not according to me, not according to BRS, in India, it has third position. Again, I repeat, medical health care, third position according to Niti Aayog. When we talk about education, it is ninth position. Right. And again, it is according to the Niti Aayog, not according to BRS. When we talk about per capita income, again, we are leading, we are on the top. It is according to the statistics supplied by Ministry of Statistics.
Election campaign over, madam.
Dr. Pullarao, how do you see the BRS campaign? Because, you know, you had this whole array of welfare schemes, but there is this resurgent Congress, Revanth Reddy, spirited campaign. It was not even expected, you know, a year ago that the Congress will put up a fight like this. How do you see this?
No, a year is a long time in politics. A week is a long time in politics. Therefore, you know, basically, people are talking about programs, either here, Chhattisgarh and all that. Everybody is offering the same thing. Everybody is offering the same thali. You know, the main thing, I think it comes down to personalities. Do people like that man who's offering this thali or the same thali by the other man? And, you know, 10 years he has been there. And sad to say, there's been overexposure by him and his close people. Overexposure in the media, overexposed in the government. I think people did not like that. People don't like that anyway.
Right.
This overexposure is something in politics which works a lot. And you know, you have to be a little more reticent, you save your charisma.
Right.
You don't spend your political capital every day. I think he has overdone that. He has done a lot of good things for Telangana. He is a pioneer of Raitu Bandhu in this country. Right. Nobody else has done anything for farmers. He started it, then the rest of the country followed. Yet, in spite of that, he says, you're offering it, he is offering it, but we'll take it from him. That's what's happening everywhere. Yeah. You know, I might just go across to Rajasthan. They say, he gave this, he gave that. It doesn't work. They look at the man.
But Smita Gupta, a Congress win in Telangana would mean a lot for the party because, you know, this whole north-south ethos does get played with BJP's politics as well. You had Bharat Jodo Yatra actually taking, you know, it was of huge magnitude when it went to south. What does this mean for the Congress if the Congress actually manages to win Telangana?
Well, you know, before the division of Andhra Pradesh, and that's not that long ago, Andhra Pradesh was a solid Congress bastion, you know, which the Congress won more than once in a row, 3 times in a row, if I'm not wrong. And then after the division, you know, the Congress just went to pieces. The BRS, if we recall, was a part of the Congress party. It was a breakaway.
BRS part of TDP. TRS was part of the TDP.
No, KCR was from the Congress party.
KCR.
He started from Congress, but he
went to the TDP and moved out of the TDP.
Yeah. So today, if the Congress party does win this Telangana, we'll have to see, will this have ramifications in Andhra Pradesh? Will it be the start of you know, a revival there? Karnataka is already with the Congress party.
Right.
In Kerala, it is, people forget that the South is also there. You know, I mean, if you go back even to Indira Gandhi, when she lost the elections, but she won everything in the south
of India, especially Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka.
And Indirama Rajyam was actually one of the...
Yeah, you know, it's a fascinating story, true, and it's also, let's not forget that during the earlier era as well, and Mr. Pullarao will correct me if I'm wrong, Telangana area was always a TDP stronghold, erstwhile communist and then TDP stronghold. The Congress was weak. The Congress won all its seats in Andhra Pradesh, and I think this time it was also the first time that I think after all the emotion died out. 2018 was a sort of a wave election for the BRS, but after 2014 was a strong, you know, just around the formation time. The state had not yet even been formed. It had just been announced 2014 when those elections happened. Quick word from you.
I just have one thing to add. It's an open door policy. When you say the Congress, all those who stood are not congressmen. They came from all other parties.
Not to forget, Revant Reddy is a TDP import into the Congress.
Half the candidates are from other parties.
TDP had won 39 seats in 2009. Today it is not contesting election in Telangana.
Right, TDP, you're right. Even
39.
And I think the fact that it's not contesting there. Matthew Anthony is also joining us of the Congress party. Matthew Anthony, seems to be a mixed bag for the Congress as far as exit polls is concerned. I don't want it focused only on Telangana because we want to pick up Mizoram as well, the only northeastern state. But before I put out the data, it seems to be a mixed bag. Some really worrying trends as far as Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh is concerned, and some sort of half smile coming in from Telangana and Chhattisgarh at the moment.
We also have Rakhi Rathore joining us from the BJP. Rakhi, you know, Rajasthan numbers seem very promising for you. Almost every exit poll seems to be saying that the BJP has a clear advantage and you could be forming the government with a comfortable majority. But clearly in Chhattisgarh also the party seems to be doing much better than expected. But in MP, you know, things don't seem very clear as of now. So how do you see today's numbers?
Actually, we also conducted our internal survey as well, and in MP we are very much comfortable, and you'll see on 3rd of December that the results would be, you know, different from what you are showing, because I am very much, with all due respect to your figures, but according to our internal survey, we are at a better position. So I think we have to wait till 3rd of December. You'll see that with majority, we will be able to make our government and in MP, in Rajasthan and in Chhattisgarh as well. So I think let's wait for that moment, because according to our internal survey, BJP is very much comfortable in all these 3 states.
As you point that out, let's just bring in the Mizoram picture as well, lest we forget Mizoram in the midst of the central Indian politics of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Telangana. Mizoram, we've got with us 4 exit polls right now, Vasudha. Out of the 4 exit polls, 40 seats, of course, in that state. 15 to 21 to the MNF, says the ABP News C voter. 12 to 18 to the ZPM and 2 to 8 to the Congress in that same poll. India TV CNX, 14 to 18 for the MNF. 12 to 16 for the ZPM. 8 to 10 for the Congress. Jan Ki Baat, 10 to 14 for the MNF, 15 to 25 for the ZPM, and 5 to 9 for the Congress. The Times Now ETG poll, 14 to 18 for the MNF, 10 to 14 for the ZPM, 9 to 13 for the Congress. The Manipur impact on Mizoram and the delicate balancing of politics for the MNF as an NDA ally, crucial factors in that election.
Absolutely. Mr. Bose, how do you see this, you know, this emergence of ZPM as a factor? And, you know, BJP won just 1 seat last time. Congress, you know, has ruled the state for so long. This time also we saw Shashi Tharoor, Jairam Ramesh actually going there campaigning. But clearly the Congress doesn't seem to have made an impact, and it's either MNF or ZPM.
Well, yes. I mean, I don't think really ever since the advent of the MNF, the Congress basically started losing ground. And I think the emergence of ZPM, you know, it's a huge sea change in that area. The Congress is still hanging in because both these regional parties are very strong, and it's quite likely that they may turn to the Congress as an ally.
Right.
Because the Congress is still hanging there and could get as many as 10 seats.
Right.
Whether the Congress winning outright, I don't think it was anybody's really. But what is interesting is that the MNF, which before the Manipur, riots happened, was poised for a clear victory. I think MNF was going to win again. They did lose out. Their numbers definitely have come down because they were seen as an ally of the NDA, and many people felt that they should have protested. They did protest to the central government, but I think there was a general feeling in Manipur where, of course, there is an ethnic tribal bond as well with the Kukis. So, it's I think very interesting really how this plays out. Well, I know the Northeast doesn't contribute many seats in the overall kitty of the Lok Sabha elections, But the Northeast is a very sensitive...
It's a symbolic thing.
And it's a very symbolic and it's a sensitive area. And we forget that the MNF, and Laldenga was a good friend of mine, and I still remember they were actually fighting a secessionist war. And it's the genius of Indian politics which has incorporated all these people to actually come into the fold.
Right.
That's very interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Amitabh, quick comments on Mizoram before we move forward into back into the core areas of heartland, the Hindi heartland, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan?
So I think here also Congress is in race to support a party to help form the government.
Yeah.
So even if Congress is a junior partner in an alliance, it gains one seat, one state, which is very important because it's also likely winning in Telangana. So Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Mizoram make it 3. And if one of Rajasthan or MP falls into the kitty, then it becomes 4.
Huge psychological
It's a huge psychological. The narrative of the election is going to change based on the results.
Of course. Just putting a red herring here, Vasudha, we are only in exit poll stage. We are in exit poll stage. We'll have to wait till 12 or 1 on Sunday to figure that out. Matthew, Anthony, I believe we can go across to Matthew. Matthew, I was asking you this question. Looks like a mixed bag. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh seems very, very, very jittery at the moment. Telangana, there's reason to half smile. Mizoram, well, it could play a crucial player in determining who's going to form the government there. How are you seeing these exit polls?
See, we see the exit polls at the same time. This has been the result of a very well-coordinated campaign by the central leadership and the able state leadership in all the 5 states. And we are pretty confident about a 5-0 victory in all the 5 states, irrespective of what the exit poll says, because it is the decision by the people. None of the exit polls can change, what has been voted in those days of election. And we are very clear of forming governments in these 5 states directly with clear majority. And our focus has been, with the success of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and the 3 main messages which we focused on the campaign were the harmony, that is love against hate, the caste inequality, and the other parts of the unemployment part across all the states. These were the 3 major themes which we focused consistently in all the states, apart from the governance victories in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. So we are very confident about making a victory in all the 5 states.
Okay.
While we see the exit polls also.
Okay, you're confident of a victory. That's how all politicians speak till the end of the results are out. Of course, exit polls, we'll have to go with what we have at the moment. As I mentioned at the start of this program, Vasudha, between now, the voters have spoken, between now and Sunday, after which the politicians will speak and we'll have to listen, it's the time for the analysts and the journalists and the exit polls to come out. Let's just take you through the picture that's emerging on Rajasthan from the exit polls. We have We have about 7 exit polls that we are reporting here at the moment, starting with the Dainik Bhaskar poll, which is giving 98 to 105 to the BJP, 85 to 95 to the Congress, which is sort of very close to victory at the lower end for the BJP, otherwise a clear victory. 80 to 100 for the BJP, says the India Today Access My India poll. 86 to 106, according to, I believe, as I was reading that, I believe Bhupesh Singh Baghel of the Congress is, the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh is speaking. We can just cut across to that.
न्यूज़ 24 और चाणक्य 57 के आसपास सीटें कांग्रेस में ही है, आपका आकलन क्या कह रहे हैं?
उससे और अधिक जाएगा, वो जो 57 है ना, वो 75 इधर उधर होगा।
सर फिर चर्चा ये हो रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मिशन लोटस की तैयारी कर रही है, तो जहां से कांग्रेस अपने विधायकों को शिफ्ट करने की कोशिश
बिल्कुल करने की जरूरत नहीं है और वो नहीं कर पाएंगे। ठीक है, थैंक यू। तैयारी कांग्रेस ने करके रखी है क्या कि मान के चले कि पूरी बहुमत है? अपनी मेहनत पे हमको विश्वास है और जनता पे भरोसा है।
सर लेकिन जो ये चर्चा की जा रही है लगातार मिशन लोटस को लेकर, आप जानते ही हैं तमाम राज्यों का आप लगातार जिक्र भी करते थे, तो क्या माना जाए कि कुछ ऐसा यहाँ भी खिचड़ी सकते हैं?
ऐसा नहीं कर पाएंगे।
बाकी के राज्यों का सर शुभकामनाएं दे दें क्या?
So new numbers coming from India today. Access My India has predicted BJP getting about 80 to 100 seats in Rajasthan and Congress getting about 86 to 106 seats. Now, this is very interesting because the state has a tradition of voting out the incumbent in the last 30 years. Mr. Tiwari, how do you see numbers like this? You know, do you see this? I mean, if the Congress manages to get even a reasonable figure, do you think this is because of this whole health and Chiranjeevi and welfare push that Mr. Gehlot relied upon? Or do you think it's because the BJP went ahead without actually announcing a CM face?
So it will be a mixture of everything. Of course, it will be the welfare schemes which Ashok Gehlot has launched in the last 1 year. Then it will be the lack of leadership. When we see the CM face, the BJP changed the state presidents also a lot of times. They did not have a settled leader of opposition. That also counts. The leadership of BJP in Rajasthan was unsettled. They have not raised the issues against Gehlot effectively in the last 4 years, and Gehlot started the campaign very early in February, right after he announced the budget. He started a campaign, whereas BJP was very late in the campaign. So if these numbers hold true, or if he manages to put up a fight, then all these three factors.
Just to take you through the rest of the numbers as well, Masuda, just putting that numbers across. TV9 Bharatvarsh poll strat, 100 to 110 for the BJP, 90 to 100 for the Congress. Times Now ETG, 108 to 128 for the BJP, 56 to 72 for the Congress, and this is all Rajasthan. Republic TV Matriz, 115 to 130 for the BJP, and 65 to 75 for the Congress. Yes.
We have the Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, T.S. Dev, joining us. Mr. Dev, how do you see today's numbers? Clearly a comfortable edge for the Congress in Chhattisgarh, but not really a sweep. Do you see this as promising, disappointing? How do you see this, sir?
Good evening to you, all the panelists and all the viewers. It's a bit of a relief that at least we are ahead. So with fingers crossed, we are waiting for the final figures to come out on the 3rd. I do feel that it'll be close to 60. Congress should be close to 60.
So last time, in 2018, you know, at least in Sarguja, Congress had swept. What about this time, sir?
You cannot score triple centuries again and again. So that was an exceptional outcome.
Right.
Kuble will not be getting 10 wickets all the time. So that was an exceptional situation.
Right.
What would you believe is a comfortable number for you, sir? What would you believe is the number that you think the Congress perhaps would feel extremely comfortable with in Chhattisgarh?
55 plus.
But sir, last time we know that Mr. Baghel did become the CM, and of course your name was also doing rounds. But if the number goes down, do you think the party also needs to rethink its strategy?
We sat together, all of us sat together with Shalja ma'am, who's our in charge. And Bhupesh Bhai was there, our PCC president was there, our speaker Charandas Manji was there, Tamradar Sahuji was there, Shiv Dahiria ji was there, I was there myself. And we were very clear about this, that we should not leave any room for speculation. We leave it completely one-line resolution to the High Command. And whoever the High Command decides to give the responsibility as the Chief Minister to make his team, we will all be together. Right. We will not get into this trap of speculation and groupism, etc. So we are very clear on this. We suffered on this count in the last 5 years. This 2.5 was it turned out eventually to be a big burden. It was very difficult to deal with the situation. It led to many situations which were unpalatable, and we don't want a repeat of that. No repeat of that.
Sir, in the last few days of the campaign, the Prime Minister did speak a lot about Mahadev app and, of course, the PSC scam and, all these allegations that have been raised. The BJP seems to be not doing so badly. You reduced the party to 15 seats in 2018, but now, at least according to exit polls, the party seems to be somewhere in 30s. So clearly, something has struck a chord with the voters as far as BJP is concerned.
15 again was an unusual number. That is not the true picture of the BJP in Chhattisgarh, but they somehow managed to get just 15 seats. That was the way the numbers played out eventually. And this time I was seeing BJP as something around 35. I was expecting BJP to be around 35 because that is the vote share that we have had over the years. Whether it is the Lok Sabha or the state elections, both the parties enjoy a minimum vote share of about 30-32%. And it is the 10% floating vote share which gives the majority to either party in any election. And that is will be the deciding factor, where this 10% would go. So we'll wait for that.
That's interesting that you say that. I want to just take your focus away from your state of Chhattisgarh to Madhya Pradesh. There seems to be some concerns as far as the exit poll is concerned coming out for the Congress there.
I feel the feedback I have is that the Congress should be around 130 there. Congress should be forming a government. Exit poll is another exercise. One finds it difficult to make any comment on that. After all, it is an exercise. There would be some basis on which these projections are made. Okay. So let us wait. But my expectation for Congress in Madhya Pradesh is around 130.
Okay, as the incumbent government, sir, I just want to understand how you see these exit polls. We analysts tend to get very excited. How do you all see this exit poll? Is it just to whether confirm the trends that you've been noticing, or do you see it as something that, you know, really take it reliable in terms of the inputs that come from it?
Everybody bases their projections on some scientific procedure, and none of the channels are having the same numbers. See, every channel, every agency who is doing the polls is having a different number. So it's not 1 + 1 is equal to 2. There are so many variables, there are so many uncertainties, there are so many unknowns, and between that we make these projections. We have this exercise, we make these projections, which is okay, that is fair enough. I personally tend to not take it at face value, right, because it is not the common number which comes through various channels. Right. And everybody would say that we've done it scientifically, we've done it on a particular basis. So that is why I discount these numbers. So we should wait. It gives you a trend, it gives you an idea. It shouldn't go completely haywire. If some channels are saying some party is winning and suddenly you see the another party has won by a very different majority, that would not happen. But 5-10 seats here and there, 10%, 5% here and there, that is very likely.
So one of the campaign pitches made by Rahul Gandhi was also the caste census. You have an OBC chief minister. Do you think that seems to have really resonated with voters on ground, or do you think it was not a factor?
In Telangana? Or,
no, sir, in Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh. Personally, Chhattisgarh has not been affected much by caste or religion politics. It has not seeped into the polity or the society in Chhattisgarh. Attempts are being made to do that. For us, the OBC census is a medium through which we can frame our policies. See, if there is, we don't know what is the real demographic in society, then how do you target developmental projects? So that is the basic commitment that the Congress party has undertaken, that why should we not know the exact demographic constitution of society? It was done in 1931. And then we suddenly went away from that for various reasons. And after 1931, it was conducted again in 2012. Those figures were not released. So why should we not have those figures? So for me, it is just that. Politics is a very different thing. But these figures for me is the basis for societal action, for affirmative action.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Deo, for joining us. That was the Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, T.S. Deo, joining us. Time to slip into a short break. We'll be back soon.
He's remarkably likable.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। Pmark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
हवाओं से मिलके मैं बनाऊंगा हौसलों को कसके तूफानों से लड़के मैं बनाऊंगा रोशनी के टुकड़ों से अंधेरे को हरा के मैं बनाऊंगा उम्मीदों के पंख कंधों पे लगा के मैं बनाऊंगा बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत बनाऊंगी मैं तो बनेगा भारत
Velocity is now being constantly reduced.
India is on the mode.
बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत, बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत, बनाऊंगा मैं तो
स्किल, स्टील और दिल से बन रहा है भारत. AMNS India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
LIC presents Jeevan Utsav. Get life insurance with 10% sum assured for a lifetime. Visit licindia.in today. Terms and conditions apply.
Sveda by Cola. Wish everything cared for your skin.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
यहाँ क्या चल रहा है?
जैकवार लग रहा है.
कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में.
So yeah, that was our performance in the last quarter.
These numbers don't look good at all. Investors को क्या जवाब देंगे?
Sir, I think we should launch a new website.
I agree. Revenues मिल सकते हैं. Let's make it a working lunch.
भाई साहब, जैकवार लाइट्स लग रही हैं.
The largest bath brand in the country now also brings you the magic of light. Jaguar Bath and Lights.
LIC presents Jeevan Utsav. Get life insurance with 10% sum assured for a lifetime. Visit licindia.in today. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the East India Fashion Week's 5th edition in Guwahati. Upcoming designers from Northeast participated in this fashion week, and it is here that Usha Silai School forged a partnership with Northeast Fashion and Design Council to showcase the craftsmanship of women who they had trained in their Silai Center.
We wanted to give this women tailors from Usha Silai School an opportunity to understand not just tailoring but also how the whole business of garment works.
पहले मेरे पास डिज़ाइनर का अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं था, मगर हमारे डिज़ाइनर के जुड़ने के बाद अभी डिज़ाइनर ने इतना ऑर्डर सिलाई का दिया, बहुत खुश हुआ.
What you're missing on the inside is waiting for you out there. Find the missing piece of your puzzle. Write the missing part of your story.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI.
Welcome Welcome back. The big focus on all the exit polls, and of course Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are focused for the next half an hour here, Vasudha.
Yes, we have Mahesh Joshi from the Gehlot cabinet joining us. He's from the Congress party. Mr. Joshi, how do you see the trends, you know, the numbers that have come out? अभी जितने भी numbers आए हैं, आप इनको कैसे देखते हैं, जिसमें सारे numbers के हिसाब से बीजेपी को एक clear advantage दिया जा रहा है? Mr. Joshi? महेश जी, सारे एग्जिट पोल्स के हिसाब से बीजेपी को एक क्लियर एडवांटेज दिया जा रहा है. आपको लगता है कि ये नंबर्स जो हैं वो बदलेंगे संडे तक?
Okay, so we will go back to Mr. Joshi there of Rajasthan, but the worrying trends for the Congress there in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh as well. It's even Steven as far as the exit polls are concerned. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, the lower end around 80 to, you know, for the BJP in some of the polls as low as 80, the higher end up to 128 there. So there's really no prediction one can take out of these exit polls from Rajasthan. 200 seats there, 100
Yes.
is the halfway mark. Really a revolving door state there, Vasudha.
Absolutely.
Is there even confidence in the Congress that, look, where does that confidence and that hope that, look, we may be able to beat that revolving door technique?
It's a 30-year-old tradition. I think breaking it is going to be very difficult. But if you look at Mr. Gehlot's campaign, he had focused a lot on Chiranjeevi Health Yojana, getting 50 lakh health insurance cover. Yes, Mr. Joshi is back with us. Mahesh Joshi, you know, cabinet minister in the Gehlot cabinet. Mr. Joshi, आप कैसे देखते हैं आज के numbers को, जिसमें कहा जा रहा है कि बीजेपी को एक advantage हो सकता है?
एग्जिट पोल देने वालों का कुछ भी स्ट्राइक दाव पे नहीं लगा होता. वो कुछ भी गलत साबित होते हैं एग्जिट पोल, फिर दूसरी बार फिर एग्जिट पोल दे देते हैं. आज एग्जिट पोल की विश्वसनीयता जो है वो लगभग समाप्त हो चुकी है, लेकिन फिर भी ये एक ट्रेंड बन गया है, इसलिए एग्जिट पोल आते हैं. मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में कांग्रेस सरकार आएगी. राजस्थान की कांग्रेस सरकार ने जनता की बहुत सेवा की है, राजस्थान के विकास को नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं. शायद कोई ऐसा विधानसभा क्षेत्र नहीं है पूरे राजस्थान में 200 में से जहां कोई ना कोई विकास के काम नहीं हुए हों. और मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूं, उन्होंने बिना किसी भेदभाव के पूरे राजस्थान का विकास करने का, लोगों को राहत देने का और लोगों को के साथ, चाहे वो कोरोना काल हो चाहे उसके बाद का काल हो, लगातार मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी सरकार लोगों के साथ सुख दुख की भागीदार बनी है. और इस बात को लेकर निश्चित रूप से जनता में न तो कोई इनकम्बेंसी है, और राजस्थान की जनता कांग्रेस सरकार के किए हुए विकास के काम और राहत के कामों को देखते हुए निश्चित रूप से 3 तारीख को जो परिणाम आएंगे वो राजस्थान की कांग्रेस के पक्ष में आएंगे. कांग्रेस स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में सरकार बनाएगी और एक बार फिर राजस्थान की जनता की सेवा करेगी.
मिस्टर जोशी, काफी दिग्गजों को इस बार टिकट नहीं दिया गया था. आप भी मिस्टर अशोक गहलोत के करीबी माने जाते हैं. आपको लगता है टिकट कैंडिडेट सिलेक्शन में पार्टी की तरफ से कुछ चूक हो गई थी?
देखिए, पार्टी ने टिकट जब दिया था तो वो निर्णय मेरे को श्रद्धार्ह था, स्वीकार था. तो पार्टी ने किसी और को टिकट दिया है, वो निर्णय भी मेरे को स्वीकार करना चाहिए. ये पार्टी के लिए मेरा कमिटमेंट है और हर कार्यकर्ता का पार्टी के लिए ऐसा ही कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए कि हम जो निर्णय पार्टी करते हैं हम उस निर्णय को स्वीकार करें.
जी, पर आपको लगता है कि ये नंबर्स जो हैं वो गलत साबित होंगे और आपको लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत का जो वेलफेयर मॉडल है वो चलेगा?
निश्चित रूप से चलेगा कि राजस्थान ने जो मॉडल पूरे देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है, कोरोना काल में भी किया था, भीलवाड़ा मॉडल, रामगंज मॉडल, और अभी भी चाहे चिरंजीवी की बात करें, चाहे लोगों को, महिलाओं को मोबाइल फोन देने की बात करें, तमाम तरह की योजनाएं, चाहे हम ओपीएस की बात करें, ये तमाम तरह की योजनाएं कि आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में ये बड़े मुद्दे होंगे देश की जनता के सामने. लोगों को जीवन जीने का अधिकार मिले, लोगों को स्वास्थ्य का अधिकार मिले, ये अशोक गहलोत जी ने राजस्थान की जनता के लिए किया है. राजस्थान की जनता इस बात को समझ रही है और न सिर्फ राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाएगी, बल्कि आने वाले समय में जब लोकसभा का चुनाव आएंगे, उन लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी हम राजस्थान में कांग्रेस को अधिक से अधिक एमपी जिता में भेजेंगे और एक बार हम फिर से पुराना समय लाएंगे और कांग्रेस की और जो इंडिया गठबंधन है उसकी सरकार बनाएंगे.
धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
Right, let's now just take a look at Madhya Pradesh. India Today, My Access, Access My India. is predicting 140 to 162 for the BJP, 68 to 90 for the Congress. That's the one that's coming in now. We've got about 7 or 8 polls that are coming in. No one's writing off the BJP. The Chanakya poll is actually giving it a sweep of 151 seats. India Today, My Access, as I pointed out, 140 to 159 for the BJP. India TV, CNX is also giving 140 to 159 for the BJP. There's of course the Jan Ki Baat poll, which is potentially predicting at the higher end a Congress win. Let's just take a look at Madhya Pradesh here. It's interesting, right, Vasudha? Polls seem to be, if I can step out and say, suggesting a potential BJP win here in Madhya Pradesh.
Absolutely. And you know, right after 2018, where the party actually, you know, lost to the Congress because it just won, 7 seats fewer than the Congress. It's clearly, you know, it was a wake-up call for the party, and, the party was also very proactive because it came up with this list of candidates, and also for very tough seats, Veera. Like, you know, it was almost 3-4 months before elections, and then you had Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav and Amit Shah taking complete control of the campaign. So, okay, Raman Singh, former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh and BJP leader, is speaking. Let's just listen to what he has to say.
यानी 40 तक तो सर्वे की रिपोर्ट में कांग्रेस को आते हुए दिखाया जा रहा है, 42 तक आते हुए दिखाया जा रहा है, और कहाँ 75 पार करने वाले 40 में आके रुके हुए हैं। ये एग्जिट पोल का नतीजा है। जो 3 तारीख को जो नतीजा आएगा उसमें तो और चमत्कारिक होगा। ये 40 नहीं, ये 35 से नीचे जाने वाली है कांग्रेस, क्योंकि ये 40 तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी। मैं स्पष्ट रूप से आज आपको कह रहा हूँ 3 तारीख के नतीजे आपको दिखाएंगे।
भूपेश बघेल जी ने अभी कहा है कि जो 57 जो दिखाया जा रहा है एग्जिट पोल को 75 में कन्वर्ट हो सकते हैं।
अरे भाई 75 से 40 तक तो सर्वे में दिखा रहा है, कहीं कहीं 40 से 50 तक दिखा रहा है, 42 तक दिखा रहा है, तो 75 से 42 तक तो ला के पटक दिया। वोटों का परसेंटेज भारतीय जनता पार्टी 15 से 48 तक हम इनके सर्वे में पहुंचे, मगर ये जो एग्जिट पोल दिखाया जा रहा है वो ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं बस्तर और सरगुजा के जो वोटों का परसेंटेज है उस आधार पर रिजल्ट को लाते हुए नहीं दिखाया है। थैंक यू।
Okay, we have Sanjay Singh, political analyst, with us. Sir, Axis My India is projecting 140, over 140 seats for the BJP. What does this mean for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh? Because there was so much reliance and dependence on Kamal Nath and this whole model of guarantees.
The Congress was so confident about Madhya Pradesh and their entire leadership. Even Rahul Gandhi, in his initial kind of remarks when he was asked to make about elections, he was skeptical about Rajasthan and very confident about Madhya Pradesh. But then to Kamal Nath's credit, it was said that Kamal Nath stuck to Madhya Pradesh, did not go out, and he became more Hindu, but somebody Kamal pe baitha hua Nath, more BJP than the BJP. Were people going to buy Kamal Nath as somebody more like in terms of Hindutva, Kamal pe baitha hua Nath, or the Kamal by itself was separate to the BJP, and they were going to make the impact. This will be a huge booster for not just for the BJP but also for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and to BJP leadership's credit, they kind of kept the BJP leadership question open in Madhya Pradesh. That again I think worked in BJP's
That's a fascinating point that you make there, and as people who've not really been inside the state, Vasudha, from the outside, the one aspect of this Madhya Pradesh election was the number of MPs and the union ministers contesting, the fact that there was questions over whether Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the single face, who's going to be the one, and the numbers, as far as the Congress is concerned, Smita, every Congress leader one has spoken to was saying we are not going anywhere below 125. This was a state that a lot of them were confident about. These numbers from the exit polls, and of course exit polls have to hold out on Sunday, could be very worrying for the Congress if true.
Of course, because I think the Congress was banking on Madhya Pradesh. It was mentally prepared that it could lose Rajasthan, and it was of course expecting a win in Chhattisgarh. But a loss in Madhya Pradesh will be huge for the party. And but Shivraj Singh Chauhan is really actually the surprise in this story, because even today when I was looking at all the visuals, you don't see any other big. It is Shivraj Singh Chauhan who is walking around everywhere. It's like he's just ignored what the BJP leadership at the national level said. And
I'm sorry, at 140, Sanjay and you. Do you think Shivraj Singh Chauhan, it's going to be a Shivraj Singh Chauhan victory, or do you believe that there could be a change of guard there in Madhya Pradesh at 140?
I don't really believe that there will be a change of guard for two reasons. A, the central leadership last 2018 election, it was Shivraj Singh Chauhan who kind of made central leadership to be restrained, to keep restraint in terms of Madhya Pradesh, and that was seen as Shivraj Singh Chauhan's complacency. This time around, the central leadership was working very hard. Amit Shah spending a great deal of time in there. Also, the strategy of putting other central leaders, keeping leadership question open, so that even if people who were sympathetic to the BJP but were not very happy with Shivraj Singh Chauhan ultimately vote for the BJP. And when the time comes, maybe the central leadership is going to decide. I don't know, 6 months later, parliamentary election is going to take place. What happens then? But for now, if these figures are going to hold, then Shivraj Singh Chauhan perhaps is also going to hold.
But Mr. Bose, one of the things that Mr. Amit Shah did this time, and this is what we hear as BJP reporters, that there was this constant emphasis on manobal badana hai political workers. There was this sense of giving political ownership to the Karyakarta. And, MP has this whole ideological base for the party. How do you see the future of someone like Shivraj Singh Chauhan and also this whole collective leadership that the BJP projected? Do you see that as a successful model if these numbers stay?
No, Shivraj Singh Chauhan had almost become associated with the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So much so that it was rumored that because he was so strong by himself, his own personal charisma was so much that the central leadership wasn't too particularly happy that he rested on his own sort of thing. One of the reasons why one felt that the Congress, listen, after Jyotirindra Scindia walked off, the Congress was a complete goner. I mean, they snatched, defeat out of the jaws of victory. I mean, if you see the history of the Congress actually winning in Madhya Pradesh and then losing it all after Jyotirindra Scindia walked out with so many legislators. But because of this Shivraj Singh Chauhan factor, the fact that the BJP wasn't very clear in its own strategy, that this rumor started that the Congress is making a comeback. And then, amazingly, Scindia's own supporters, some senior Congress leaders who owed loyalty to Scindia, started coming back to the Congress with huge fanfare, with convoys of cars and everything. So one felt that, so I think Shivraj Singh Chauhan, if he manages to get these numbers, and I would say certainly it's not Shivraj Singh Chauhan, but the BJP leadership as well, something has worked.
Absolutely. But I'll just come to you. But Amitabh Tiwari, more than 60 seats were fought by the India allies, both Samajwadi Party and also, Aam Aadmi Party. And then you also had Gondwana Party with BSP. Do you think it was failure on the part of the Congress to actually, accommodate these parties and not really flex its muscles in case if the numbers prevail?
Yeah, I mean, see, you were saying that Congress hoped that minimum it will get 125. But that's the max it can get because of the structural issues, and opinion polls were also saying that. They should have accommodated Samajwadi Party. I don't know why they have not. That's number one. Number two, strategically, BJP has shifted from presidential to combined, and Congress has shifted from combined leadership to presidential contest.
At the state level.
At the state level. But Kamal Nath is not a charismatic leader. He cannot run a presidential style campaign. He's an organization man.
But it's two ways, right, Amitabh? When Congress doesn't project a chief ministerial candidate, we accuse the Congress of doing that bit. I mean, ultimately...
See, all states from 2014 to 2023 where Congress has won, defeating BJP, they have never declared a CM face, including Telangana, where they are likely to win. Last time there were 3 leaders. And BJP, we've talked about it earlier in Vasudha's show, Parivartan. But Parivartan from whom? Parivartan of Mamaji or Parivartan of BJP Sarkar. By not naming Shivraj as CM, BJP has soothed the nerves of BJP voters which were not happy with Shivraj.
Right.
But I'll again say that the ranges are 100 to 160 for BJP and 64 to 125 for Congress.
No, you're right, but I'm just saying that, look, when you have 4 or 5 polls which are projecting that kind of a sweep, and you know, it's tilting towards the BJP. Obviously, exit polls are taken with a pinch of salt, but in this bit, it's just tilting towards that.
Yes. Smita, do you think the women vote actually, made a difference here? Because we saw the women vote going up by 2%, and clearly this Ladli Behna Yojana, 1250 rupees a month.
Well, some reporters have said that it's the women's vote that will make the big difference in Madhya Pradesh for the BJP. So it is possible that you're right. But I just wanted to make 2 quick points, one on the BJP and one on the Congress. One is that if the BJP wins, Shivraj Singh Chauhan becomes Chief Minister, he will have to take a leaf out of Vasundhara's book and be very modest about his share in the victory. Right. Because Vasundhara had become such an important figure in Rajasthan, and we've seen how the BJP leadership has destroyed her. Right. And the second point was about the Congress. The Congress would have been well served to have had that alliance, not only for Madhya Pradesh, but for the 2024 polls, because they want to be in a leadership position in that India coalition. They should have shown that they have that leadership quality to have an alliance.
But there was a sense that they tried, it simply couldn't work out. But given this kind, is it just those arithmetic factors, or is there something more?
Mr. I just have one small point. You know, the Congress leaders are from 1980. Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh and all that. There is no change. Where is the change coming in? Same thing with Rajasthan. Gehlot is from the class of 1980. Sanjay Gandhi's brigade. And you know, where is the change?
Top 2 are 76 years of age.
I don't know much of Madhya Pradesh, but then Vasudha, correct me if I'm wrong, Chambal region is Jyotiraditya Scindia's place of influence. He's the only national BJP leader who's actually not in the fray in Madhya Pradesh.
Tomar also from the same region.
So, you know, given there is also the sub-regional politics that plays out as far as the Congress and the BJP are concerned.
But Mr. Tiwari, you were saying this Bundelkhand and Vindhya were the regions where the Congress actually made huge gains last time, but these were sort of limited in some ways.
See, every survey which was showing that Congress is winning showed them ahead in only Bundelkhand and Vindhya, which is the top, as Veera was saying, north touching the UP border. And across regions they were losing seats. And the entire premise was that BSP, NSP would weaken and Congress would gain. But that's not likely happening, because BSP, NSP have contested an election like they're fighting UP election. Helicopter rallies, going so much and doing campaigning, that might have dented the prospects of Congress.
Yeah, interesting. I just want to bring a...
Shivraj Singh Chauhan projects next door neighbor image, the Mama image, and with his Ladli Behna Yojana, Modi as it is very popular among women, particularly lower down the strata. So both combined, plus the schemes, Modi ke man mein MP ke man mein Modi, so the voters who were sitting on the fence, perhaps attracted a bit, came back to the BJP, and last elections also BJP had higher margin percentage of votes than the Congress, but in terms of seat, of course, there was some difference.
Right, so we are coming to the close of this. We have just about 5 minutes. I want to get quick reactions like the large mixed bag. Let's not talk MP, let's not talk Mizoram, let's not talk Telangana, let's talk India. The overall picture, and if I may say so, Chhattisgarh leaning towards the Congress. Rajasthan, a big question mark there, but it's a revolving door state, and if the Congress manages to get a decent number there, it would be a big boost. MP sliding towards the BJP. Telangana, perhaps the state from my part of the country where the Congress has its biggest smile, it's able to pip out. Mizoram, also not really bad for the Congress, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. So, large picture that is emerging from these exit polls. Obviously, we'll try and test these on Sunday and to see if these are the pictures. Starting with you, Amitabh Tiwari.
So largely it seems that both parties were in power in 2 and 1 state. It seems that it could be 2-2, which will not be a very bad result for the BJP going into 2024. They would seize the narrative if it becomes 2-2. If it becomes 3-2, then the Congress seizes the narrative. So we'll have to wait for
that. We'll have to see that one. It's still a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I would roughly agree with that. with the small caveat that, you know, the fact is that the Prime Minister had promised Congress Mukt Bharat. The very fact that if it wins Telangana, and that is why I'm putting so much emphasis of Telangana, it's not really a Congress. You know, we all wrote political obituaries of the Congress. So it is not going away. It is still going to stay. Now 2024 becomes even more difficult to predict, because if the Congress was really doing very well, then we could say yes, we are really looking at change. If the Congress did very badly and the BJP did, you know, all three states, Chhattisgarh also the BJP won, then of course we would say that it's Modi again, third term. So, question mark.
Small disagreement, 2018, BJP won none of these states.
Yes.
How are they able to win two of these big states? If it will create a tremendous impetus.
I think the biggest sadness is, or nervousness is potentially in BRS at the moment, sir.
BRS, if it loses, it cannot, sorry to say this, cannot come back.
It's a one state, and yes, you know, too much leverage on two.
And one last sentence. No regional party has been defeated by the Congress after its loss since 1967. This will be history if Congress wins.
That would be a fascinating point that you make there.
No, not in history, from 67. So, you know, they are
the Congress defeated TDP. The Congress
TDP and Congress were only two parties on the state. This is a multi-party state like DMK, like Bengal, like Uttar Pradesh, everywhere Congress
was. In a bipolar battle, even
here. That was bipolar. So this would be history for Congress and regional parties. It's a warning that Congress or national parties will defeat you eventually.
Smita ma'am, what does this mean for the national opposition politics?
I will, since everyone has been very sort of positive, I'll be a bit negative. You know, even if, let us assume that the Congress wins 3 states, it is still no guarantee. I mean, it will certainly come as a big boost for party workers, but it is no guarantee that they will do well in 2024. Unless they take lessons from Madhya Pradesh. Because if you remember 2018 and 2019, the results, I mean, Congress won all 3, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and they their voting percentage went down by more than half.
Absolutely. Sanjay Singh, last word from you very quickly.
See, as it is, if Congress manages to win Telangana, in 60s, the downslide of Congress started in terms of different states. But again, that is no guarantee that the Congress is going to hold India Alliance, or India Alliance by itself is going to hold, because of the contradictions that we have seen. The fact remains that if BJP is going to win Madhya Pradesh and also Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh is going to be a cliffhanger, a state which was completely written off by people for the BJP. Chhattisgarh is going to be cliffhanger. We have so far completely negated role of smaller parties, which would be 1, 2, 3, anything. And a small state like assembly like Chhattisgarh, which has 90 seats, voting percentage 1 or 2% plus minus. Rajasthan, I think, in my opinion, BJP should win comfortably. Chhattisgarh, of course, is going to be the key.
We are completely out of time. I'm sorry, Amitabh, we're just completely out of time. But of course, the show goes on here, right, Vasudha?
Yes.
You'll keep doing all the analysis as well in terms of it. That's all we have time for on this show. Of course, our continuing coverage, Vishnu, Som and Maria are up next with more of the exit poll projections and the analysis around it.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from state and the central government are monitoring the situation.
There are 41 workers still trapped inside.
जो सबसे पहले जरूरतमंद है, पहले बीमार देखेंगे, कोई बीमार है तो उसको पहले निकाला जाएगा।
बहुत हम लोग बिल्कुल पास पहुंच गए हैं।
The breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel.
आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है।
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हम लोग खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the government of India, all its agencies.
Celebratory mood, and in fact I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days.
With the workers safe, the focus is now shifting on what led to that unfortunate collapse.
We need to be cognizant of the type of geology that our young mountains have.
सभी जो टनल का काम चूंकि हमारे यहाँ अन्य एजेंसियां भी कर रही हैं, उन सभी की हम समीक्षा करेंगे कि उनको ठीक से देखा जाए।
The Indian government, the Uttarakhand government has to take this as a learning curve, has to learn from what has happened in Silkyara in order to ensure we don't see yet another incident like this taking place.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you know, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the, you know, the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
You've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Well, good evening and welcome. Ahead of Sunday, the big day when the election results for 5 states come out, we bring you the results of various exit polls. It's fascinating.
Yes.
A couple of surprises.
Yes, and there are a number of outliers as well, Vishnu. So, you know, as Vishnu and I were just discussing before this show began, there are some good news for both the parties, but there is some real surprise factor, and that's coming from the southern state of Telangana.
Absolutely. Now, the reason we have chosen at NDTV not to do an exit poll, and I think we need to say this right up off the top, is because exit polls have been known to be notoriously inaccurate in many cases. We see lots of outliers today, which is why we want to bring you trends and patterns, and then we'll wait for the big day. The big question, while assembly election results do not typically translate into Lok Sabha results, what everyone wants to know is whether the timing of these elections in MP, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Mizoram, so close to the general elections, make this, or does make it, some sort of a referendum on what we can expect in a few months from now. Controversial statement.
Yes, but we have seen what happened in 2019, Vishnu, when results were very different in the assembly elections, and then the Modi wave happened in 2019. But coming to these elections, 5 states which have polled already, which includes India's youngest state, which went to polls today, that is Telangana. The big picture that is coming is of the trends, and that's on your television screens. We have all the exit polls of various agencies flashing on your television screens. Telangana is certainly coming as a big surprise there, Vishnu, with almost all exit polls suggesting that it could go the Congress way.
Well, Maria, before you read out what Telangana is actually showing, in case our viewers want to know what the overall trend is right now, and I was sort of dividing it up, the Congress, it appears, is ahead in 3. The BJP appears to be clearly ahead in 1. There are outliers. Mizoram too close to call. Telangana absolutely fascinating in terms of the Congress fight back. But again, it's close. It is going to be close, I think. That is one clear trend. Certainly in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh as well.
Yes, absolutely. And Madhya Pradesh becomes a very, very fascinating battle because a number of pollsters are suggesting that it is going to be a cliffhanger. But then there is Axis My India, which has had its history, Vishnu, of 90% elections getting right. They are suggesting a wave of sorts for the
BJP in Rajasthan, right?
For the BJP in Madhya Pradesh.
In Madhya Pradesh.
Yes.
So that is an outlier over there, but they have a lot of credibility. But what we'll do is, let's quickly run our viewers through some of these states, and then, we'll start our discussion in just a moment. But first up, let's start with Madhya Pradesh. And this is what the broad trends are, and we're going to identify where this is coming from. These are exit polls. And in this first set that you see on your screens over there, you can see a summary of all of the numbers, 95 to 115 versus 105 to 120 as far as Dainik Bhaskar is concerned. India Today, 140 to 162, that is the outlier Maria was speaking about, as opposed to 68 to 90 for the Congress. India TV, 140 to 159 for the BJP versus 70 to 89 for the Congress party. 100 to 123, Jan Ki Baat versus 102 to 125 for the Congress. Just the broad trend over here, other than the outliers, is that the Congress appears to be somewhat ahead in the majority of these polls.
But if we
that doesn't establish anything.
Yes, if we were to look at today's Chanakya 1, Axis My India 2, and then there is India TV. All of them are suggesting that there is a sort of a BJP wave here in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and they have given the state of the Congress in more or less in the same range of 69 to 70. So that undercurrent that many were talking about.
So the range, you're absolutely right. The range overlaps in most of these cases. It's just that a couple of them appear, a couple, not all, appear to give the Congress an edge of a few seats at best.
Yes, and the halfway mark there is 116. So it's not really a Congress undercurrent, Manisha Priyam, as
I think the biggest winner over here are independents.
Yes.
I mean, are we likely to see smaller players
not in Madhya Pradesh, not in Telangana. So I think this has been one of the worst elections for the smaller parties. I'm waiting to see what Rajasthan turns out to be. That's the only place where...
But look at Madhya Pradesh first. I mean, if you go by the trends, narrowly ahead for the Congress, too close to call, within...
So the thing is that this was a state that was said to be tilted towards the Congress party, right? This was said to be the election for the Congress party to win. Now, if these are the results, even the best case scenario for the Congress party is in a very minor way scraping ahead. So this is not what the wave could have been like. I would say that the core of Madhya Pradesh still remains a BJP-held state. it was for the BJP to have overcome its own structural constraints and to have done what they did at the very end, which is to get Shivraj Singh Chauhan in and to have a pan Madhya Pradesh wave around the BJP.
That 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a party general secretary in Kailash Vijayvargiya, and throughout the election keeping that suspense whether who will be the chief minister, although the Ladli Behna seemed to, if we go with these numbers, seem to have saved the day for the
So an
BJP.
under-discussed factor is obviously Jyotiraditya Scindia. That brings Shivraj Singh Chauhan in. And I think on the ground, Jyoti Scindia did seem to be quite a liability. So, but I'm going to wait for the 3rd of December. And if what I see on the 3rd of December is what I have seen on the ground or what I have heard on the ground, I don't know. It's all sealed up in the boxes, not reading anybody's mind. What's the contribution of Jyotiraditya Scindia to these numbers? None
we'll
whatsoever.
have to wait and see.
So the thing is that if these are the results, then certainly you cannot discount the Shivraj Singh Chauhan factor to the best case scenario of the BJP and to the best case scenario of the Congress party, which is perhaps just coming in. So that is explained in both cases by the Shivraj Singh factor weighing heavy. That's my understanding.
Despite the fact that he wasn't really projected as the dominant face, if the Shivraj Singh factor does click in, then it would be quite
I mean, who reigned in the Congress? What's the answer? Not Jyoti Scindia, but perhaps the campaign
but my
putting its
question to you,
faith
Rajat, was, in the last assembly elections, the BJP won 37 seats, 6 more than the Congress in seats where the margin of victory was less than 5%. I mention this simply because if it is going to be extremely close, it's these seats which might actually swing it one way or the other. Is that something you'd be looking at as well?
No, 100%. I think vote share wise, barring the Axis My India, which says 47% vote share for BJP, that's their projection, which clearly means that it's a massive wave and a huge undercurrent. Doesn't seem like anybody on the ground was, crisscross the state. This seems just way too much. But more so, if you look at the other vote shares, it is just too close to call. I mean, both the parties sit at a base of around 40 to 41%, both the parties. Whichever way the anti-incumbency, pro-incumbency, whatever you say, that's the chunk of vote that both the parties sit on. And calling out in this big size of a state, it's very hard. And that requires huge amount of data churning.
0.1 difference between the two last time around.
Exactly, and you require a lot of assessment.
If we were to look at the larger picture, 8 pollsters have given their numbers, of which 5 of them are saying it's a close contest in the range of 105 to 115.
That's what I'm explaining.
Yes, and 3 of them are outliers, which includes and
all 3 outliers
have given it to the BJP.
Right.
And in a huge number, it's 140 to 162. That range, if it were to hold, Manisha Priyam, it means it's like it has not happened
even if you go conservative.
Yes.
My point is precisely this. Even if you go conservative, you find that the Congress is not sweeping Madhya Pradesh.
Yes,
whether in the outliers or in the conservatives.
Absolutely.
Now, what explains that? The outliers are simply saying, okay, we are pulling off the last range and we are now saying this.
Yes.
That surge may or may not happen. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yes, so
I didn't see it.
there was no Congress undercurrent which has been sensed here.
What is.
Rohan Gupta, this doesn't bring you any good news if we were to look at Madhya Pradesh alone, because if 18 years of anti-incumbency and a visible fatigue factor against Shivraj Singh Chauhan and the BJP doesn't yield into victory for the Congress, then what will happen to the Congress party going ahead? Because is it also about you not projecting the second generation of leaders there?
I think, Maria, we should wait for 3 days. If you see these 8 polls, can you read anything out of it? I'm not saying it is Congress or BJP. There are many polls who are saying that Rajasthan Congress will win. See, the way these numbers are, it clearly shows that there is a close contest. Whether it is Congress or BJP, it's a very, very, very toughly fought election. So I think we should hold our comments for 3 days and that we should do analysis, because there are 3 polls who have given edge to Congress party. Will you rule them out? Number 1. If there are 8 possibilities which are not matching each other, don't you feel there can be a ninth possibility where there is a Congress wave? But I don't want to make any irresponsible statement at this juncture. I think if you only common statement or common trend I can make out of these polls is there is no common trend. Because the way few polls are saying Congress, few polls are saying BJP, there is a huge gap. So I think we must wait for 3 days, whether it is showing Congress or BJP.
One thing that is becoming clear from all these trends or pollsters is that there is no Congress undercurrent, that despite
Absolutely
18 years of anti-incumbency, Congress is failing to spring a surprise. What is appearing to be a consensus in Telangana is appearing to be a confused picture here. If anything, most pollsters are giving it to the BJP. And a very convincing victory for the BJP.
I think there is a clear-cut wave in favor of Congress, and you will see the same thing in Rajasthan. If you will see the same thing in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh, Telangana, all the states. Because I'll tell you why. There is one common factor that Congress fought this election based on the performance, number one, of their government, or on their promises which they have delivered wherever they are in power. So I think it's a clear-cut election between the Congress promises and BJP's no agenda election. And that's why I see the way we see that eight polls who are just raising this confusion. I see there'll be a ninth possibility. There'll be a clear-cut Congress wave, Congress voting in favor in MP. You'll see that after 3 days.
But just, Rohan, in terms of Madhya Pradesh, in terms of the trends that we see, where it is a bit closer but slightly ahead for the Congress party, are you still considerably short of where you expected you would be?
See, again, I'll just repeat my statement, Vishnu. If you see this and if you see the gaps between this number, if you see the lower range, it ranges from 64 to 120. Just these two polls on your screen which are showing, the lower number for Congress is 68 and the higher number is 120. I don't want to comment even on 120, right? I can very conveniently say that, no, we will believe this poll. I don't want to do that. When you see this kind of variation in the surveys done by 8 and 9 agencies, I feel we must hold our horses. But yeah, from the practical experience, what I was there on ground in all the states, one thing common I saw that people trusted Congress's promises. People trusted that wherever Congress comes in power, they deliver. So they will do the same thing in our state.
One thing is also becoming clear that this could very well be a pro-incumbency election in the state of Madhya Pradesh if we were to look at that picture. We have BJP spokesperson Siddharth Yadav also joining us. Siddharth Yadav, very few gave a chance to you, but just look at the numbers that are being shown. Most pollsters are agreeing that it will be a complete range, a range which is overlapping between the BJP and the Congress. But others who are outliers, 3 of them are suggesting a clear, decisive mandate for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But the question is this a victory for Shivraj, or will that be then seen as a victory for Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Look, absolutely. First of all, from the very beginning, we were very confident that we are forming a very full majority government with all comfortability. There was no issues at all. We are a cadre-based party. We have a large organization. And as these organizations are also gathering their data of what is happening in every seat, we also have cadre up till Panna Pramukhs, and we were getting the feedback that the people of Madhya Pradesh are supporting the 18 years of Sushashan of what the Bharatiya Janata Party has given to the state. They even
just hold on to your thoughts. We have BJP General Secretary and Indore candidate कैलाश विजय वर्गीय joining us live. कैलाश जी नमस्कार, आदाब. सवाल आपसे है, ये जो नंबर्स हैं, हम आपसे मिले थे इंदौर में आपकी जनसभा में, वहां पर जो माहौल दिख रहा था, आपने बोला था देख लीजिए यही है वरदान लोगों का. क्या लग रहा है, आप किस नंबर से संतुष्ट हैं कि क्या होगा मध्य प्रदेश में?
मैंने कल भी कहा था और आज भी कह रहा हूं कि 130 से लेकर 160 के बीच में कहीं पर भी आकर नंबर रुकेगा. और ये सब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का कमाल है. मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी जी, और उसी का कमाल है ये. और जो गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं राज्य सरकार और केंद्र सरकार की थी, उसमें हमने गरीबों को फोकस करके और गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर लाने का प्रयास किया. प्रदेश में विकास भी हुआ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी हुई है, हमारी सड़कें, हमारे यहाँ पावर की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी हुई है. तो इसलिए एक प्रोग्रेस साफ दिखाई देती है और मैं समझता हूँ प्रदेश की जनता ने हमें इसीलिए खुद से आशीर्वाद दे रही है.
कैलाश जी, 8 एग्जिट पोल्स में से 3 एग्जिट पोल्स क्लियरली आपके पक्ष में है, पर 5 एग्जिट पोल्स जो है वो शायद स्लाइटली कांग्रेस के पक्ष में है. तो आप उन एग्जिट पोल्स के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, ये एग्जिट पोल ही है और इसलिए इसके बारे में सिर्फ एक संभावना है. कुछ आप लोग लिमिटेड कुछ टारगेट करके और एक संख्या का सैंपल लेते हैं, और इसलिए यदि स्लाइड कांग्रेस को आगे भी बता रहे हैं तो मैं एक बात बहुत साफ कहना चाहता हूं कि पूरे देश के अंदर महिलाओं का विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मोदी जी और शिवराज जी के प्रति बढ़ा है, और इसलिए महिलाओं के पास तक पहुंच ही नहीं पाते हैं आपके सर्वे वाले लोग, और महिलाएं साधारणतः बोलती भी नहीं है, और इसलिए बहुत आश्चर्यजनक परिणाम आएंगे। और मेरा दावा है कि कम से कम 130 सीट आएगी और अधिकतम 160 तक जाएंगे।
कैलाश जी, आप विमेन वोटर्स के बारे में अभी बता रहे थे, और आपके ख्याल से मध्य प्रदेश में विमेन वोट, द वुमन वोट विल बी मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट। कुछ हफ्तों में सेंटर से, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार से भी कई स्कीम्स अनाउंस किए गए हैं। 35% रिजर्वेशन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स फॉर विमेन। आपके ख्याल से ये एक इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर रहेगा इस इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट्स में?
देखिए, एक सतत चलने वाली सरकार जो पिछले 20 वर्ष से प्रदेश में काम कर रही है, लोगों ने खूब कहा एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, सब कुछ है, पर एक विकास के लिए प्रो इनकम्बेंसी भी होती है, और यह पूरा की पूरा चुनाव विकास को ध्यान में रखते हुए और डबल इंजन की सरकार, लोगों को विश्वास है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर विश्वास है, मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास है, शिवराज जी के ऊपर विश्वास है। उस विश्वास के कारण हम सरकार फिर से बनेंगे।
कैलाश जी, भाजपा ने टिकट्स और कैंडिडेट्स का अनाउंसमेंट समय से पहले कर दिया था। मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट शुरू होने से पहले ही अनाउंसमेंट कर दिया था। 3 केंद्रीय मंत्री, 4 सांसद जमीन पर उतरे थे। आप खुद चुनाव लड़े हैं, तो क्या आपको लगता है ये जो कंफ्यूजन रहा कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, वो भी आपके पक्ष में हो सकता है, वो एक इशू आपके फेवर में वर्क कर सकता है अगर ये नंबर सही रहे तो?
देखिए, इसके बारे में अभी कोई भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं है, पर मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने काम किया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है, और प्रदेश की जनता को मोदी जी और शिवराज जी पर विश्वास है, और मैं समझता हूं कि ये बहुत साफ बिल्कुल दिखाई दे रहा है परिणाम।
जो विष्णु बोल रहे थे महिलाओं के बारे में, तो आप ये मानते हैं कि लाडली बहना ने क्या आपको मदद की और आपके लिए शायद वही एक गुड न्यूज़ होगा जो विमेन वोटर है? ऑल्दो अगर आप बिग पिक्चर देखेंगे तो 2% कम आई हैं इस बार औरतें पोलिंग सेंटर्स में वोट करने के लिए, तो उन लोगों का वोटिंग बहुत अहम है। एक वुमेन कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी भाजपा के लिए इमर्ज हो रही है।
देखिए, सभी वर्गों ने वोट दिया, विमर्श ने तो दिया ही है, क्योंकि वे सुरक्षा सबसे पहले चाहती है। वो चाहती है कि उनके घर के अंदर, उनके किचन में सस्ता गैस मिले। सब सुरक्षा सबसे बड़ी बात है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मध्य प्रदेश में इतना शानदार है कि बस रतलाम राजस्थान की तरह नहीं है। राजस्थान में किस प्रकार महिलाओं के साथ रेप हुए, किस प्रकार राजस्थान में महिला असुरक्षित है, मध्य प्रदेश में महिलाएं सुरक्षित है। आप तो इंदौर आइए, रात को 2 बजे भी हमारे यहाँ महिलाएं बिल्कुल आराम से सराफे में चाट खाती है और निकलती है परिवार के साथ, तो उनकी तरफ आंख उठाकर भी नहीं देखता। 20 साल के सफर में हमने विकास किया है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन किया है, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ हुई है हमारे यहाँ। हमारी अगर आप देखेंगे तो पावर सरप्लस स्टेट है हमारा। सड़कें हमारी लगभग 5 लाख किलोमीटर हो गई है बिना गड्ढे वाली। मैं प्रिविलेज मिनिस्टर था 2003 में, 60,000 किलोमीटर गड्ढे वाली सड़कें थी, आज 5 लाख किलोमीटर सड़कें बिना गड्ढे वाली है। ये हमारी सरकार की उपलब्धि है, और लोग चलते हैं सड़क पर तो महसूस करते हैं, अस्पताल में जाते हैं तो अस्पताल सुधरे हुए दिखते हैं, स्कूल जाते हैं तो स्कूल में बहुत अच्छे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, टीचर्स मिलते हैं। ये सारी चीजें सरकार ने की है, और इसका परिणाम है कि हम इस बार फिर से सरकार बना रहे हैं।
All right, Kailash Vijayvargiya, thank you very much. You are optimistic. All political leaders are right now. We'll see what happens on Sunday. But yes, there are clearly indicators that the BJP may do well. In other exit polls, it's going to be quite close. Sanjay Kumar with us as well. He analyzes things with far more detail than the rest of us do. And I'll ask you an elementary question, because it is on everybody's mind. I know the numbers. I know what has happened in 2018 between Lok Sabha and Assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and in the other states. But given the fact that we have national elections just a few months back away, do you believe that there could be some sort of a linkage in terms of sentiment? Is this, for example, a referendum on what the Hindi heartland is thinking about 2024?
Certainly it's not a referendum. In my opinion, it's not a referendum. But there are 2 scenarios. Imagine if Congress manages to do very well in the Hindi heartland state, including winning Telangana. Is it going to have an impact on 2024 voting trend? I don't think it is going to have an impact on how people are likely to vote for 2024. But it would certainly add an euphoria, positive euphoria for the Congress worker, for the Congress party leader. So that's certainly going to happen if Congress manages to win election. But if BJP manages to win election in say 2 or 3 states, I think even this euphoria will not be generated for the Congress for 2024. That's the likely outcome of 2023 for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. In my opinion, and there are enough examples, you have already mentioned, people vote differently for assembly elections and the Lok Sabha election. That trend seems to be continuing. Maybe the degree of degree may have, like, decline, but the same trend continues even now.
And Vishnu, just a quick word from Sanjay Kumar also on, because you did pre-poll survey, not the exit polls.
We have also done post-poll survey, which we'll release tomorrow.
Yes. So, but when you look at these numbers, particularly...
You're welcome to release it now if you want. just letting you know. I mean,
the suspense should get over here. So, if you were to look at the big picture and the trend from Madhya Pradesh, what is it emerging? Is it coming as a surprise?
I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised.
So you get a sense of our post-poll indication.
Yes.
I'm not surprised about most of the exit poll are indicating, say, a BJP slight edge in Madhya Pradesh. It's a very tight election.
It's not. It's a split. There are 3 which are out and out projecting
that is
the BJP. 5 very narrowly, and that also the top edge of the band.
No, I want to ask a question. The India Today Axis poll is
and
projecting
a
vote share of 47%.
Yes.
The
and
tight
41 for the
pollsters are
Congress.
saying
6%.
41, 42, 1% here and there. So I do think that Sanjay ji needs to explain whether 47% can hold.
No, but I didn't do the
I'm saying,
poll. How do I explain 47%
I'm
votes?
saying what would be the scenario be like?
No, my own sense is that...
I'm sure you didn't do it.
Madhya Pradesh, it's a very tight election, and the difference is going to be just 1.5%.
That's it.
And my own sense is that BJP is slightly ahead. But as I'm saying, it's a very tight election. 1.5%.
So fighting off incumbency, a huge factor for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh.
Absolutely.
To actually, and Manisha was mentioning the Jyotiraditya factor over there. Your argument that perhaps he's not done enough. If they do eventually come back.
Forget Gwalior Chambal. I have fieldwork notes which I will talk on Sunday when we have the results. They are telling me of his people in other districts, in Neemach, for example. So
your argument would be the BJP may perhaps have done better?
Have done better than
But on a serious note, Manisha, I would be really surprised if BJP manages to get 47%.
That's what I'm saying. That surprises me.
I would be 47 is at Lok Sabha levels.
Yes.
Those are the numbers. It
Yes, because that's actually the Lok Sabha numbers.
Yeah. So it's really surprising.
But it's not one. There are 3 pollsters, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm also wanting to tell you that on Sunday, when the results unfurl, I will tell you that Gwalior has Madhya Pradesh has 2 important regions that make it even Steven. The Gwalior, Chambal, Vindhya versus the Malwa. I would like to see what's happening in each, and that will tell you what Jyoti's contribution has been or not been.
If we
and
were
if
to
these
look at
victories are coming, then they are perhaps coming from Malwa. The BJP's route to victory is through Malwa.
Yes, but
now,
if
who's the leader of Malwa?
Yes.
Those are the answers.
So if we were to look at the breakup that has been given by India Today Axis, they are saying in the Malwa region of 55 seats, BJP is winning 41, Congress 14. We go to Mahakaushal in 47 seats, it's 32 to the BJP. That is the breakup. I'm talking about Chambal, since you spoke about it, ma'am. In Chambal region, out of 34 seats, BJP is getting 19, and Bundelkhand 26 seats, BJP is 18. So that's why they're talking about a gap of 6%.
No, but can't you see that where is the region where they're performing the worst?
I'm just trying to understand, since we've been speaking about the Malwa region, and I think it is quite interesting.
Very
Sanjay.
important.
If you look at a total of 88 seats, I'm looking at the 2018 assembly election results. The vote percentage difference between the BJP and the Congress was less than 1%. The seats were about 5, which is significant. Do you believe that ultimately it's going to boil down to Malwa, given the number of seats, twice as much as any other area approximately in Madhya Pradesh?
No, Vishnu, in my opinion, it's a very tight election. As I'm saying, it will be a difference of 1.5%, not more than that. That's my assessment.
That's the only question I was asking.
And if the election is going to be so tight, no region is going to be swayed one side or the other. Yes, parties would lead over the other in one region or the other, but the leads are not going to be by 6%, 5% in one region. Every region will witness a tight election, but as in the past we have seen, even 2018 election. In 3 regions, BJP was ahead over Congress, and in 3 other regions, Congress was ahead over BJP. That's likely to, it's likely to be a repeat of 2018 election.
There's fascinating stuff coming up ahead. I know Maria wants to go across to Rohan, but we just must take a short break at this stage. We've been focusing on Madhya Pradesh, and I think we can talk for the next couple of hours on Madhya Pradesh, but we've got 4 other states to talk about as well. So we'll come back in just a few moments.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P Mark. A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look into for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's coming at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly, I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the
Welcome back. We've been looking very closely before the break at what the exit polls have had to say about Madhya Pradesh. It's time now to turn our attention to Telangana. If this is one of the most fascinating elections, not least of all because we see a serious fight back by the Congress party, and this is reflected in what all the polls have to say. One way or the other, it is a dramatic drop for the BRS in a state where the BJP continues not to be a significant factor. If you look at this data, India TV says 31 to 47 to the BRS, 63 to 79 for the Congress. The next poll says 40 to 55 for the BRS, 48 to 64 for the Congress. The third one, you perhaps not an outlier given that it is a trend, 71 for the Congress,
that's
well ahead, that's Chanakya, well ahead of BRS, 56 to 68. Look at the second column for the Congress. That's what Republic has to say, as opposed to 44-56 for the BRS. And this is a trend that actually continues. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Uma Sudhir, who joins us at this stage. Uma, just in the last couple of days, we've seen a couple of potential setbacks for the BRS. A couple of their schemes, the Raitu Bandi scheme was halted by the Election Commission a few weeks prior to that. The entire association in the Delhi liquor scam. These were problematic areas. Do you believe that this could potentially be having an impact on the voter?
Not the developments in the last 2 days for sure, because the Raitu Bandhu scheme is something that's been in existence for the last 11 cropping seasons, and it's well established that the government has been paying out money to about 72 lakh farmers, and people don't get upset because it's not being paid on a particular date and being paid a little later, because they do expect it to ultimately come up, because anyways there was no date that was mentioned. Between October and January is when the payout for this particular
but the Election
scheme
Commission
happens. So
stops the payout
the
right now,
the
right?
problem for the BRS, yes, they had first given a go-ahead, which would have certainly been a plus for the BRS, because that gives a psychological kind of a boost that, yes, the credibility of the BRS government that's already been established over so many seasons as far as Raitu Bandhu is concerned, it would have helped them. But the stopping of the scheme itself is a boost to it would have given a sigh of relief to the Congress. But I don't think it had anything to do with the kind of outcome that these exit polls at least are predicting. Okay. The larger question that the exit polls are looking at and probably telling us is the story of the momentum of the Congress that all of us were seeing from rural Telangana and also urban Telangana.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Rohan Gupta, if we were to discuss this election, say, in November last year, it was the BJP which was there in Telangana as the challenger. But in the last few weeks or months, I should say, the election picture changed completely. And then the Congress, which was right there in Telangana, which BRS perhaps had overlooked, emerged, which was right lurking around the corner, I would say. But look at the vote share gap. 20% is huge. And if the Congress were to topple this government, and as exit polls are suggesting, they have really covered quite a gap.
See, Maria, if you see Telangana, last 1 year has been like a thriller movie. It's completely 360-degree change in the local politics. Why I'll tell you, before 1 year, as you rightly told, BJP won few of the by-elections. Their president was doing excellently well. But somewhere, BJP realized that the gain of BJP is going to help Congress somewhere. And this is the interesting point I'm telling you, because I have been there in Telangana for last 3 months. So I now get the pulse of the ground. They changed their president, and that is the biggest point against BJP in local people's mind, when they changed the president who performed well. So clear-cut idea was that BJP has considered the defeat and they are going to support BRS. And somewhere the way BRS, BJP, they work together at central government in the liquor camp, the way that no action was taken against Kavita. So BJP, BRS ka jo ilu hai, janta ke samne aa gaya. Other thing is MIM. So there was strong anti-incumbency against BRS. People were searching for the alternate. But when they realized that BRS, BJP and MIM are one, then there was only one alternate, that was the Congress. So all the anti-incumbency vote, concentrated in favor of Congress, whether it is minority or upper class or farmers, everybody, they came together for Congress. Sure. Number two important thing is the Bharat Jodo Yatra. It really provided momentum to our workers, our cadre. Rahul Gandhi ji, the way he went through Telangana, kind of love he got from the people, I think it was a fantastic this thing. Third important thing is the way we won Karnataka election. It gave confidence to our people that, yeah, we can definitely win the state. And finally, the way the whole campaign went, I'm telling you, Maria, because it's not because I was there,
case, I would agree
this is
with
one
you.
of the best
If
Congress campaign
the credit
I
for
have
that,
seen in a long time.
if these
That
numbers
was
hold,
all
Rohan,
organized.
will be going to Sunil Konoglu, who is the election strategist of the Congress party. Before I bring in Siddharth, Madhu Yakshi Gaur, campaign committee chairman of the Congress party, is joining us live, also a candidate. Madhu, good to see you. Hello and welcome to NDTV.
Good to see you, Maria. Long time.
I can see that smile, and you have reasons to cheer if these numbers actually hold.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think we believed in people of Telangana. The BRS party failed people of Telangana. Even changed their name from TRS to BRS. It's like an expired medicine putting a new day and serving the same medicine.
No, but Madhu,
so people fed up with that. Yeah,
but Madhuji, what is your sense of the? I mean, it was mentioned earlier on that it could be Bharat Jodo, which was the decisive factor. What were some of the other reasons? For example, Raitu Bandhu, some would say, and the fact that the non-availability of funds in the last tranche, was that something that went against the BRS? Would you suggest, for example, that KTR's vision of urban growth didn't resonate with voters? What is, or do you believe it's Bharat Jodo? What is it that the Congress seems to have done differently, which has worked?
Undoubtedly, Bharat Jodo played a key role. Before saying that, I could say they were encashed. You can't encash the check again and again. They've done it. They've done it in 2018. Raitu Bandhu and other schemes which they try to fool again. And there's nothing, no scheme. It is a Congress party manifesto on 6 guarantees announced by Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, which people of Telangana have a tremendous respect for her. And it is only because of her the Telangana is carved out. And secondly, the Bharat Jodo Yatra also helped as overall building the civil society and the intellectual groups and minorities. So they felt it is only the Congress party and Mr. Gandhi who can take on Mr. Modi, and they can fight on without any compromise. The divisive politics which led by Mr. Modi. So
Madhuji, just half a second. Uma Sudhir has a question for you.
Mr.
Uma,
Madhu, this is Uma here from Hyderabad.
Yeah, hi Uma. And
first of
the
all,
quick thing,
I would think
KTR's
it's not
arrogance.
really the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but it's really...
the arrogance of KTR is...
I must point out that the anger against the BRS government is really not visible to that extent on the ground. It's really the anti-incumbency against the MLAs that has worked for you. It is the momentum that the Karnataka Congress certainly gave you, the victory there of the Karnataka Congress that gave you the momentum here, I would say. And would you also concede that it is the leadership of Mr. Revant Reddy, who was, for the first time, perhaps a leader emerged, who was able to, in a sense, challenge the Chief Minister, who is... at least in politics, about 20 years junior to KCR, and yet was able to challenge his leadership. Bandi Sanjay made the BRS uncomfortable because he was able to kind of get under their skin.
Yes, I do agree that Revant's consistent fight against KCR and his family loot, no doubt that played a key role, but it's the united leadership also, under the leadership of Rahul Gandhi. They had continuous meetings with the leaders of Telangana. Before even Karnataka also, he had that. Such meetings helped galvanize the leadership. A lot of criticism, mostly on the Congress leaders, they're not united, they keep criticizing each other. So that is where Mr. Gandhi has played a key role, bringing all leaders together. Even Srimati Priyanka Gandhi did it. She held a couple of meetings with the leaders of Congress Party of Telangana.
Right.
So all this helped. And then secondly, the arrogancy of not just the schemes, because it's the way they behaving, the K.T. Ramarao and KCR, he never meets any people. He doesn't.
Right. His style of functioning. Madhu, my question is that will Telangana mark a tectonic shift in Indian politics? This victory of the Congress party, if these numbers actually hold for third. The reason why I'm asking is because till very recently, till in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation elections, the Congress was nowhere in the picture. And the Congress then emerges to such an extent And if, again, I'm saying, because these are exit poll numbers, not the actual numbers, Vishnu, so we have to be skeptical about them. If these, what really changed? What has changed in the last few months?
Well, if I'm allowed to say, I think let me put your own words. You said, Madhu, you guys have turned around tables, and from nowhere, Congress of Telangana is coming to power. So, I think it's the consistent efforts of the people of the people of Telangana fed up with the corrupt practice of KCR and his family.
Sure.
And why? Let me add on to this. The result of Telangana, the Congress coming back to power in Telangana will play a decisive role. INDA leadership.
All right, so that's an important point, Madhuji, that this might
Rajasthan,
sort of add impetus.
And, yes,
I take that
Telangana
point.
is the key. Why the entire leadership of Congress party put their Khargeji to...
All right, so we'll see where that goes. I just want to keep the ball
Telangana
rolling.
is very, very important for...
I'd like to thank you very much, sir, for being with us, and let's see what finally happens. Yes, we'll be connecting with you, so just put that, book that in over there. I just wanted to go across to Pulla Rao, sir. I think one of the most remarkable aspects of what the Congress may potentially achieve is if you look at the vote percentages last time around in 2018, in rural seats with greater than 60%, the BRS had nearly 50%. If you look at urban seats with greater than 60%, 41%. Mixed, 53.6%. For them to actually drop as significantly as they did, what could the real factor be across segments?
You see, first of all, gone into what the Congress did right. I don't contest that. But what did the BRS do wrong?
Yeah, that's my question.
That's what the BRS did so much of wrong. They're so overexposed. The leadership and family was overexposed. I firmly believe in politics. There's a point where, it's beyond boiling point. You start getting the perception. A lot of people say these are elections contests between guarantees or things. I don't think so. I think finally everybody is offering the same thing or more of the same thing. It's the leadership, the perception of the leadership. You go to any of these other states also. Rajasthan, they've offered everything, yet there may be a setback. Madhya Pradesh, they're all offering the same thing. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is doing better. Therefore, anti-incumbency here, pro-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. I personally think the behavior, I don't know whether it's the correct word, the way they've conducted themselves. Don't forget, KCR did a lot of innovative things. The Raitu Bandhu scheme in India was for the first time for the farmers.
Even on irrigation, even on urban development, at least the rhetoric on transforming Hyderabad at so many levels. He spoke internationally about it. He secured international commitments to funding, etc., etc. That all backfired.
No, it's all an ongoing project. Hyderabad didn't start.
I think if this turnaround happens, remember, this was a united Andhra Pradesh. The Telugu sentiment still somewhere overwhelms the Telangana sentiment will be the net outcome. The Reddy power, remember, Chandrababu Naidu rules this region by subdividing the Malas and Madigas. That's a card that other parties tried to play. But what you see is that Reddy power comes back, and that's the challenge to Telangana. So in a sense, this whole crafting, the Birsa Munda of the Telangana project, KCR, being defeated by the very Congress party from whom he'd snatched away. I remember the day when silence fell in Saifabad in that beautiful legislative assembly that had once been the joint assembly of both the Reddy capital invested from, it's almost an override journey from the coastal parts, East Godavari to here. Now that capital invested in Hyderabad went lock, stock and barrel to KCR. Look at the assets he inherited from Chandrababu Naidu. Look at the world's biggest investment outside of Silicon Valley and outside of Bangalore happening from Gachibowli, it's a carved out city of
Manisha Hafizek, Rajat had a point, and
I was just going to build on what Manisha ji said.
But could you also answer my question? We haven't spoken about one part over here in Telangana. We haven't spoken about the BJP at all. They had one seat. It seems that this time around
6-7 months before, it was the Congress which was losing deposit. It was BJP which was the single biggest challenger. They had their national executive.
I think the BJP peaked too soon.
No, it was like series of mistakes. They couldn't even hold on to the good people, good leaders that they had poached from the Congress, and they were building up their bases largely from imported leadership base. But the moment they saw the whiff that they were not able to rise up the ladder, leadership ladder, they all left and joined Congress back. And you look at Rajagopal Reddy, you look at G. Vivek, you look at 2-3 other leaders who all left BJP in a hurry.
Inside outsider business in BJP. Inside
like old and new ones. That also, created rift within the BJP. But look at Congress, please. It's important. It's a case study. They started with one base, which is the Reddy base. Reddy have been out of power. That community wanted desperately to come back in power. Number one. Number two, Muslim base. They largely understood that MIM is not the way to go. They started getting calls even from the Darul Uloom office from Delhi, etc., to vote Congress en masse. And this was the second big block. The third big block came in when KTR made this blunder. When Chandrababu Naidu was arrested, he said, "How does it matter to me? It's another state's affairs."
So let it be,
So all the secular base, which is so significant, these three chunks got together. And I'm telling you, these three chunks were enough to sway a wave.
That the BJP did, with Kishan Reddy being brought in as the face of, Telangana BJP president. Had those changes been brought about much earlier,
BJP,
it could have been a different
100%.
story.
See, BJP was not able to accommodate these bunch of high-flying leaders that they got from the other parties. It was Itila Rajendra who was brought in, was number 2 almost in the BRS, was brought into the BJP. He wanted his elbow room. And it was Bandi Sanjay who was not giving him the elbow room to perform. And the question before the BJP was that you have a whole mixed potpourri of leaders coming in from all the parties, and how do you sustain them?
Shubhendu Adhikari aspect, which worked in, say, Bengal, where he got his due. He got his place to play around. If the BJP could have repeated the same formula in here, they could have been a different.
They had two general secretaries in charge of that state. Prakash Javadekar ji as an election in charge, like top leadership of BJP were in charge, and became too many cooks and spoiled the broth. But I'll just hold on one last moment. BJP kept slipping unless Prime Minister Modi came in. The last 5-6 days swung certain seats which were becoming tight. And eventually you will see that BJP winning.
But it was interesting that what the BJP was arguing, Amit Shah and the Prime Minister in Telangana in several senses, was quite similar to what the Congress was arguing against the BRS. The problem with their leadership, the problem of arrogance within the family, the problem...
And ironically, they talked about family. Congress was talking about family. They had the 3 leaders, Sonia ji, Rahul ji and Priyanka ji, talking about the family of KCN. Was still
what is the message here, Manisha? That Congress can still manage to convince people in southern India about they not being outsiders, but BJP in these parts are being seen as outsiders.
See, it depends on how you enter the electoral arena.
Yes.
I mean, for example, Yediyurappa is a very good example who has this image of being, the non-Brahman caste group, but also a farm labor leader, right? So whether you are seen as the labor leader, struggler from the ground, remember also that the Congress, when it fights in Telangana, it may have all the money, power, etc. But it still continues to have a lot of ground level fighters that go along. Remember also the unknown factor that we are not even talking about, the left parties have a lot of ground presence in the Telangana area. And I've spent years and years walking almost 400 schools in all blocks of Mehboob-Nagar, Jad Charla,
Darur, and what is it that you saw, the presence of the left at the ground level?
And there is one unity, which is to keep the extreme left out. The left and the Congress all unite on the ground. There are football matches, so on the top we may see them as different parties. On the ground they are all united. And one more thing, remember, the spirit of the freedom struggle triumphs all other spirits in this area. So the BJP needed to bring in a larger historical narrative. The Telugu Mata spirit, for example, it may have been a separate Telangana. All schools in Telangana have the Telugu Mata on their walls. So the fact is that there is a deeper structural arena that needed to be responded to by the BJP, a lot of investment in the historical narrative, which the BJP does very well. If we have to bring in a Maharana Pratap,
in terms of
you
pride
know
in
the Rajasthan
Telangana,
history,
the identity of the
figure
state,
out
perhaps
the,
not enough
figure
has
out
been done
local
over
history.
there.
You did so much of Uri Gauda and Ninja Gauda in Karnataka. What is the Telugu narrative,
perhaps
or what is the
that Telugu
Telangana
narrative was
narrative
lost
that
to
the
the
BJP
BRS
had?
as well.
Cultural narrative, cultural
half a second.
nationalism.
We do need to take another small break over here. We're going to come back, turn our attention to Rajasthan next. It is all fascinating stuff. We'll be looking at the other states as well, but that's after this short break. My colleague Harsha Kumari Singh waiting very patiently, wanted to jump in on Telangana. We said, no Harsha, wait for your turn. Rajasthan up next.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10-year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built
Welcome back. It's been a lot of fun. It's been entertaining. I'm not sure we should use that word, but it has been, because it is very, very close in some states, not so. The interesting developments in Telangana, Congress clearly ahead, not so in the other states. Let's turn our attention now to Rajasthan and bring you what the polls are actually saying. Remember, we aren't doing these ourselves because, exit polls tend to get it dramatically wrong sometimes. We want to be careful, so we are doing in a sense, a poll of polls, but we are bringing you what all the other exit polls are saying. So if you look at ABP News C voter, 94 to 114 to the BJP, the Congress well behind at 71 to 91. 98 to 105 is Dainik Bhaskar, the Congress and the Congress Plus, Congress and its allies, 85 to 95. This is interesting, the next one, India Today 80 to 100 and 86 to 106. So they are saying that the Congress is ahead. Not by a small margin either in the context of a close election. Again, another one, India TV, CNX saying 94 to 104 to the Congress, 80 to 90. So a big difference over there. Again, a reverse over there, 100 to 122 for Jan Ki Baat versus 62 to 85 for the Congress. So clearly for the BJP as far as they are concerned. News 24, the Congress at 101, they don't have a range. That's interesting.
Yes.
And the BJP at 89, so clearly ahead as far as the Congress. So what Harsha Kumari Singh, who's with us in the studio, was actually telling us is that it is quite close. These are showing the BJP ahead, the last 3 on your screen right now, considerably. So all in all, Harsha Kumari Singh, fairly close, but I would suggest in the direction of the BJP, all in all, more favoring the BJP than the Congress, which doesn't say very much. But I think that's the trend of the state. Is this surprising to you? Is any of this surprising to you?
Well, yes, I think so, because, Rajasthan does have the revolving door of politics, and that's one big factor. And, also like Maria said in one of the shows, there are 53 seats that the Congress never wins in the past 3 elections. So if and the gains for the Congress in the last election were Eastern Rajasthan.
Yeah.
So if you look at all these factors, I am actually a little surprised, because I did think that somewhere, it would be a clear mandate. It would not be a cliffhanger in Rajasthan.
But Harsha, if you look at it, 8 polls again, 6 of them are saying it's a clear mandate.
Yes.
For the BJP.
Yes, that's what I would say also.
Yes, and only Axis is saying it's a cliffhanger. But if you look at it, the larger trend is for the BJP. There is one which is an outlier, which is saying it could be the Congress way, which is CNX. But roughly all are suggesting that parampara or what is it called? Rivaj continue hoga Rajasthan mein.
But you know, interestingly, today Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister, was in Delhi and he said something very interesting. He said, he didn't say we're going to get a majority. He said we're going to form the government.
Right.
So I thought that was quite interesting that he said that.
Well, we are joined by Nalin Kohli of the BJP at this stage. So, Nalin, it's fair, it's even Stevens almost. It depends on who you choose to look at. Let's talk a little bit about Rajasthan right now. There is the entire leadership issue which the BJP in the state will now have to address. So that's the second part of my question. The first part of my question is, do you accept that this is going to be very likely very close in Rajasthan?
So, Vishnu, good evening, and good evening to the viewers of NDTV. As far as I see it, I don't see any risk to the BJP in the state of Rajasthan. I think it will be clearly a BJP government.
Great.
I think the numbers will be okay too. Rajasthan has a very clear trend, and I see no reason for voting in the Congress. And let me make that case a little more stronger. As far as the Congress is there, there's lack of leadership. So whenever the BJP is asked about the leadership, actually the question in the Congress is, with a defined leadership, why was there an internecine war between the leaders of the Congress consistently for 5 years?
Yeah, but you wouldn't want that within the BJP, right? You would prefer to have a clear leader in the BJP in Rajasthan. It's one thing to criticize the Congress and the mess they have had as far as leadership is concerned, but you haven't exactly projected one clear leader. There were 3 names doing the rounds.
8 names.
I think having leaders, first of all, the BJP has a model in which sometimes, and I'm using my words carefully, sometimes the leader is projected for the election. A large number of times the leader is not. So I don't think it's something new or unique to the BJP. And number 2 is it's the Congress which is in government. So it's really fighting to hold on to its fort, if I may pick up a Rajasthan analogy. And it's that fort which, as far as I see it, is breached. And there's no question of them retaining it.
Yes.
And there are multiple reasons for it. It's not just leadership. That was one part of it. The second part is about governance. Let's see what have been big issues for the Congress central leadership. Adani. I mean, here's an attack on a business house as a big national issue, while the Chief Minister of Rajasthan is welcoming him on a carpet, a red carpet. So I think there are contradictions. There's lack of coherence there. So I am not at all worried about the BJP forming a government with clear majority in Rajasthan.
Okay.
And I'm happy to take up this conversation on the 3rd.
Okay.
May I also request that there's a lot of feedback on the audio. We need to do something about it.
I'll get that fixed, Nalin. Professor Sandeep Shastri.
Thank you, madam.
You know, we have been looking at various
Also, your audio is not clear.
We'll try and fix that. We'll fix that. Professor Sandeep Shastri is talking about Rajasthan. You know, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, all the states, including Mizoram. This has been an election of Labhartis. We were certainly seeing that push that came from Ashok Gehlot towards the end, where he announced various schemes for women. And if the women of Rajasthan, because they have emerged as a constituency, you'll agree with me, Harsha, then they are actually going with the old tradition that when it comes to about Labhartis, yes, they may have been the focus, the spotlight may have been on them, but it's okay to look at another party. They do not trust the government in power.
No, the whole Labharti question should be looked at from a particular perspective. Governments would have schemes. How much has that scheme actually benefited people on the ground? Now, if it has benefited people on the ground, there is empirical evidence to show that voters have supported that party. However, along with that issue, if there are other issues which are in play, the Labharti issue is one, but with that, if there are other issues in play, we will have to take into account the basket of factors which would be responsible for a party's victory or defeat. This time around, my own sense is while the exit polls come up with various figures, it's going to be a very tight race both in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and one would of course cross the finish line, but it will be just crossing the finish line.
But
it
sir,
wouldn't be the type of majorities
we haven't really
which I think
seen
we
a
are showing.
close contest, Harsha, in the past in Rajasthan. Rajasthan
always gives a clear mandate.
decisive mandate because it has that tradition which has been there for 30 years.
Also on that Labharti thing, I would like to add, you know, when you're doing, it also depends on the last mile delivery. So say a scheme like healthcare, which Ashok Gehlot has always, you know, pushed from the day he was chief minister, the free medicine scheme, you will not find people complaining about the health because that's been very beneficial. But say the mobile, the number of people who got the mobiles and the ones who didn't get the mobiles, there's resentment among people who didn't get the mobiles. So it works, you know, both ways. As far as Labharti is concerned.
I just wanted to ask you one quick question. If you look at one of the key issues raised by the BJP, it's been the issue of corruption in Rajasthan. The fact that a red diary was sort of shown in the state assembly with all the details over there. Do you believe that this is something which has really had a resonance, or the issue of corruption against Gehlot?
See, what Ashok Gehlot was trying to do in last so many months, 6 months or more, was whatever issues of anti-corruption that had surfaced. Don't forget the minister who had to resign, he had raised women's security issue in the assembly, and thereafter he was sacked, and then this red diary issue came up. The corruption issue was there in Rajasthan. This was about corruption in higher places, but also in one of those meetings I was reading somewhere, Harsha can correct me if I'm wrong, Ashok Gehlot asked a question कि कितने लोगों को पैसे देने पड़े हैं, and many teachers raised their hands about that.
For transfer,
yeah, for transfer thing. So those things were also there. There were issues on communal issue, there were issues on law and order, there were issues of women's security, and there were the host of other issues, intra-party fight with Sachin Pilot and so on. He very smartly tried to cover all that up with his welfare scheme.
Right.
What Maria was talking about, Labharti, that one has to also assess if that Labharti thing is fair and transparent on last mile delivery, something which benefited Mr. Modi in so many elections. Also, the factors surrounding that. A, fair and transparent delivery. B, remember Labharti scheme mostly. It is women folk who come out and vote for that particular party. We have also...
We have a woman on the panel, and I'll be going to her now. Smita Gupta. Smita Gupta, you know, it's fascinating that among the popular women faces of BJP is Vasundhara Raje, a 4-term chief minister who this time around was not even projected as a face. But in the last lap, there was this realization, if you look at those imagery which emerged from various rallies, that she is a factor, that she crisscrossed the state and covered almost like 59 constituencies. Correct me, Harsha. So, do you think 50 constituencies? Imagine, I'm just saying that could the party have given her a place of pride?
Well, you know, the current BJP national leadership, it is not very fond of leaders who challenge them or say that we are your equals. And I think that has really been the problem with Vasundhara Raje and Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah. It is a fact that Vasundhara Raje is, if you look at the state leaders of Rajasthan of BJP, she is the tallest leader. But they didn't want to give her that position because she has that, you know, I don't care for everybody, you know, I mean, I'm a princess. She has that kind of air about her. So even though she is the most significant BJP
there are 9 Rajwadas in this election in Rajasthan.
But she is the most significant and the most powerful.
Go quickly across to Shankar Iyer, who also joins us now. Shankar, at the end of the day, just to pick up on what Maria is saying, the fact is that Vasundhara Raje cannot be discounted at all if the BJP does come to power in Rajasthan. In a situation like that, do you believe that she is the forerunner to become chief minister?
I think if there is a greater risk in second guessing some, I mean, my primary principle while covering elections, which I have done since '84, is that never second guess the voter. The second, I now have a second principle, is try not to second guess Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. But having said that, let me give you a logic. Why did Vasundhara Raje lose ground in Rajasthan? If you remember, in the last election, the slogan was Vasundhara teri khair nahi, Modi tujhse bair nahi, and they voted accordingly. Has the question that you would want to ask is the case proven differently in the result that will come on the 3rd. Has she made a substantial difference? And the question in Mr. Modi's mind is of two kinds. One is succession, which is why you had the 75 years rule that came in when he came in 2014. The second thing is that he has always tried to break the mold. He made Fadnavis the chief minister in Maharashtra, where Brahmins rarely became chief minister. He made a non-Jat the chief minister in Haryana. He broke the mold there. He tried to break the mold in Karnataka. It didn't work.
Right.
So there is always a thing. And to me, the question is open. And the question is also open in Madhya Pradesh. We'll have to see the details of the victory. What is the kind of victory that the MP, that BJP gets? Because if they had to change the batting order in the last moment, that will not be forgotten after victory.
All right.
Yes, and you know, just to add to what Shankar was saying, Vishnu, in these elections, as a reporter who covers the BJP has fielded MPs in all the states. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, even Telangana. They are sending the message that it is about finally zameen par jaakar ke apne aap ko test karo. Doesn't matter that you may be a top leader in Delhi, maybe a member of parliament, but it is about the last man. Go and test yourself. I think that is a big message that is coming from the party. And Professor Sandeep Shastri, you wanted to add something. Yes.
I think there are two other messages.
Yes, please. Go
One,
ahead.
through these central leaders who are contesting state elections, you're also trying to create a rainbow social coalition of the groups they represent.
Yes.
Secondly, I think it's because I've always felt ever since 2014, the surprise factor has been an important factor in every BJP decision. So when you field the MPs, it's like telling people that whatever you are required to do. Now, if they win, very good. Come back to the center, complete your job before next year's Lok Sabha election.
Yes,
so the fact that the central leadership is the one which takes the decisions is what becomes clearly evident.
Yes, I just wanted to go across quickly to Harsha. You know, and I just wanted to go through the various parts. You know, there's East Marwar, there's the Mewar Haroti area, North, and if you look in terms of the total number of seats, the Mewar Haroti area accounts for 28 in the last assembly elections. Now, this was the one area compared to the others where the BJP was far ahead of the Congress in terms of seats, not so much in terms of vote percentage. What the BJP would have had to have done for this to have been a close election, as it appears, is that they would have had to have stretched their lead in Marwar and in the east while retaining their hold in the Mewar Haroti area, right?
Yes, so east is the key, Vishnu.
I see.
East is the key. The Congress made considerable gains in East Rajasthan. Sachin Pilot consolidated those votes for the Congress in the last election. If on the 3rd you see the BJP gaining in the East, it means that the BJP is gaining.
So that's
overall.
you believe that that's where
I think
the East is going to be the deciding.
Absolutely.
You had a point, sir.
I have a small question. See, after September 22, has Ashok Gehlot's stature gone up? That, you know, he is going to reverse the trend that he always lost the election when he stood as chief minister. I believe his stature has gone up after his rebellion and
Okay, sir, I'm interrupting you now because we've got a difficult connection. Ajoy Kumar joins us at this stage. Sorry, Ajoy, we've been unable to get through to you properly earlier on. I think the real question that needs to be asked is, in terms of the Congress and the infighting in the state, the fact that we've seen it for so long between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, do you believe that irrespective of the outcome of these elections, that will be a factor which has not gone in your advantage by any circumstance?
First of all, Vishnu, for me to get into you was, I thought you guys were trying to not get me into the call. There was no problem with the connection, both for you, for your editorial team, and for Maria and you. So please don't mislead that there was a bad connection. I was hanging on for 15 minutes.
Ajoy, we were having a conversation.
I was told that there was a bad connection. So if there wasn't, great. Then our technical people have done a great job. So can you just answer the question, Ajoy?
No, first question. No. First, for the sake of decency, for the sake of decency, Vishnu, don't please face the fact that I was hanging on to your call from 9 o'clock, and you should have the grace, you and Maria should have the grace to accept it. Please don't say bad connection. The connection was good.
No,
the
I
same
was
connection.
told it's a bad connection, but why don't you answer the question? We've got other panelists over here as well, Ajoy. Each panelist is as important as the other. So can you answer the question?
First of all, have the grace to accept. Then I'll answer the question.
By all means, I have the grace to accept that you were kept waiting, and that is something that doesn't work. If that is something that has irritated you, I apologize. Now, can you answer the question?
Yeah, now we'll answer the question.
Thank you so much.
I've been hearing you all. You seem to be ignorant of, I was hearing Nalin saying that in, Rajasthan, they're willing. Wait, please call Nalin and me on the same day on the 3rd. And you be there and Maria be there, because I would like to see your comments on the 3rd on Rajasthan. The fact is that the Congress will be having more seats and will be touching the magical number which is needed, or maybe, that is my view. And I would like Nalin to be on the show. I remember this. I like to be Maria to be the show, and all of those panelists who is speaking on it. Rajasthan is going Congress, and it is clear because of the effect of the Labharti. And the interesting part is...
So what about the exit polls, Ajoy? The exit polls, some are in your favor, some aren't.
So my question again, you'll be on the show on 3rd, I'll be on the show on 3rd. So that is not an issue. The other issue which I want to highlight is, why is NDTV missing the BJP in fighting? You seem to be it's very strange. I was hearing all of you. No Vasundhara Raje problem, no CP Joshi problem.
We just discussed Vasundhara Raje.
Amazing editorial, amazing editorial perspective.
No, there is no editorial perspective over here. If you are indicating that there is a slant on this program, there isn't any. But I'm not going to get into you, and I'm not going to have anybody sort of question. We are just messengers over here. We've tried to discuss all aspects of this. So you're now personalizing this, and that doesn't work. But Nalin, you asked a question of Nalin. You asked one sec, Ajoy. You asked a question of Nalin, and I think Nalin should answer. The question which was asked was that one way or the other, the Congress will be here winning on the 3rd. How would you respond? The Congress says the BJP doesn't have a chance.
First of all, I'm a little surprised. I must make this comment. Ajoy normally is not like his other colleagues, whom I often meet on TV. So I don't know what's happened, but I find Ajoy genuinely a very nice person, and doesn't get off the handle so easily. Ajoy, just for the record, I spoke once, and after 10 minutes, I've been hearing the other panelists. There are 8, so some of us will wait for a while. Let's get back to the debate, and let's have a good debate, because Ajoy and I often have a good debate. So, coming back to the question, what choice would Ajoy, as a Congress spokesperson, or me, as a BJP spokesperson, have? On an exit poll day, neither of us is going to say that the other party is going to win. But on the 3rd, one of us is going to be right. So I believe with conviction that the BJP is going to win. And I have lots of reasons to believe why it would be. First, the Congress is not going to make history of beating the trend. Rajasthan sees this every 5-year replacement. Frankly, the parties that have broken the trend on a more regular basis has been the BJP, but we've lost it also. Number 2, I see no reason for Ashok Gehlotji's government to come back on the indices that are being spoken about, because the focus of that government was the intestine war between the leaders of the party through the 5 years. And if in a government, a business entity is to be the center of the political discourse of the central leader of the Congress party, then it just tells you what the politics of their focus is. It's not about development. It's not about, the focus of what local people want. Law and order suffered, everything is there. Now, Ajoy would refute all of this.
In fact, Ajoy
so I'm
wants
happily saying to NDTV, please call us both on the 3rd.
Yes.
All right, so you
and
both
let's have a talk again.
Now,
and I'm saying it right here.
Nalin has taken up your challenge. We've booked you now for the 3rd. We'll have you at the same time. And I won't keep you waiting for 15 minutes.
Ajoy wants to come in.
But go right ahead, Ajoy. Respond to him.
So, look, I don't know where Nalin is a good friend, where the idea of Mr. Adani or everything has gone in. I've been in Telangana for the past 40 days, but I've been following Rajasthan closely. The fact is those schemes have worked. The fact is that the women have voted in large numbers. The fact is that the Bharatiya Janata Party had no story to tell. And I might keep criticizing the BJP or anybody else. Most of their ministers who are fighting or losing their election, the MPs who have fought, the ministers who have fought, and all these guys are, and I'm candidly telling you that the Rajasthan numbers, the Congress will touch the magical number. It will be a tough fight for sure. That's a fact. I'm not saying that it's easy, but history is going to be created in Rajasthan that there would be a repeat of what happened 5 years back. Now, I know Nalin also has to say the same thing. Like, I mean, we all, when we come onto the TV, have to say. But I'm telling
it's good to see you smiling. My question is, let's go with numbers now. Since you are confident that Rajasthan is coming your way and Nalin is going with the exit polls, because exit polls are showing that it will follow the parampara or the practice or tradition that Rajasthan has seen for 30 years. Let's go with numbers. Give us some numbers. I will challenge you with that on third. Ajoy.
Sorry, so...
no, what is the minimum number of numbers, minimum number that the Congress would be happy with or expecting?
So one sec. So I was looking at the numbers of the earlier exit polls. The earlier exit polls, frankly speaking, majority of them have got it wrong. And I'm not saying that Axis is the best or I'm not propagating a particular poll. But the record of all the exit polls are quite shambolic. That's a fact. You know, it's pretty shambolic. And I need to pull out the paper.
Axis is giving Madhya Pradesh to the BJP with a landslide.
No, and the logic of Madhya Pradesh is that a lot of these smaller parties have cut into the votes. Now, I'm not saying that, look, if you ask me whether the logic, look, Axis is giving Telangana where I'm right now based at. So Telangana is definitely, and everybody else said BRS, but I'm telling you confidently, again, please call me, and you and Vishnu and Nalin, on Telangana. It is going to be a 65 to 75
No, but it's been strongly suggested that that is the case. That is a state that is possibly going to the Congress party. All the exit polls seem to suggest that also by and large.
I can put my bet on Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Telangana for sure. The reports which are coming in because maybe the smaller parties.
States of 5, Vishnu.
One sec. The smaller parties cut into the lot of our votes. That's what is the analysis going around. I don't know how far it's correct. I would pray that we win Madhya Pradesh, but as what I think, so you know, if the logic is correct, it is a possibility. So I'm not going into that place.
So a close fight possibly in Madhya Pradesh. You're confident of doing well or winning in the others. That's your point, right?
I feel so. So I feel that it's going to be it's very difficult to call them Madhya Pradesh, but these Telangana for sure. I've been 45 days now, totally stationed in Telangana.
Okay, Ajoy, I am interrupting you now, and I'm not to keep you waiting or anything. I need to take a break. And we'll come back in a little while. We'll be looking very closely at Chhattisgarh next, Mizoram as well. So do stay tuned. More coming.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we
polls battle for the states. We've looked at 3 of the 5 states. Let's turn our attention now to Chhattisgarh. This is another state which the exit polls by and large seem to indicate is going to go towards the Congress party. But the last I saw, not necessarily as
big as 2018.
big a margin as, yeah. So if you look at Chhattisgarh, and we've got the individual exit polls out, Dainik Bhaskar saying 35-45 to the BJP, 46-55 to the Congress party. Remember, the majority mark is 46. That's the magic number they're chasing. So a simple majority, Dainik Bhaskar says, for the Congress party. BJP very close at their upper band over there. India Today says BJP 36-46, Congress 40-50. So again, the Congress somewhat ahead, not by a very large amount according to India Today. Access My India. The next one that we have is India TV CNX says that the BJP at 30-40, the Congress at 46-56.
And it's fascinating,
Jan Ki
Vishnu,
Baat
because
has the Congress at 42-53.
yes, because in the state of Chhattisgarh, it was all completely an election of Bhupesh Baghel. Either the party was anti-Bhupesh Baghel or for Bhupesh Baghel. Because if you look at these numbers, yes, it may not be a landslide that we saw in 2018 of 68 seats which the Congress managed to win. But Bhupesh Baghel has managed to consolidate his position, and Nalin, that should be a massive concern for you. When it is vocal for local, if the Congress has managed to localize elections and focus and project a local leader, they can win elections. And Chhattisgarh will be an example in that if these numbers hold on third.
You know, what we've got is this a poll of polls. We've taken the average of exit polls for 3 states. Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. We'll include the other states as we get to them later on. So if you look at Madhya Pradesh, it's the BJP okay, so you've got the Congress at 130, The number for the BJP, we'll try and figure out over there as well. The majority mark is 116. So we'll just try and figure that out. That's slightly unclear.
Yes.
We'll try and
Yes.
we'll
So
just
let's
figure
go
that
to
out.
Nalin and get an answer to that.
The number for the
Yes.
BJP is the BJP
Yes.
as far as that graphic is concerned.
Yes, so
we'll
there's
get
a
that
problem
fixed
with that,
in
yes.
just a moment. But let me go across to Nalin Kohli. Nalin, let's look at Chhattisgarh now. The BJP had huge expectations, but you know, I mean, it's an interesting game or political game that Bhupesh Baghel has played. The fact that he's made Hindutva, for example, one of his core agendas. Do you believe that that's something that may work in the Congress's favor?
So, 3 comments on Chhattisgarh. The first is the spectacular manner in which the BJP has come up from its last election. Let's not forget, Chhattisgarh was one of our biggest blows in terms of coming down in a house to about 15 seats with effect. And you understand it in a democracy, 15 seats out of 90 means virtually you have really not much voice even in the house. But each one of the polls that I've checked is showing the BJP crossing at least doubling, at the very least crossing the double mark figure, which means going up to 30, 35, 40. So that's good news. Now, how far that would pull itself, would it reach the halfway mark or not, we'll know only on the 3rd. But there is spectacular growth. So we have overcome that bad loss that we had 5 years ago. Second, if Mr. Baghel is switching to, as you say, Hindutva, or picking up Hindu-related politics in that sense, that's good. At least if the Congress remembers God in times of need, at least they are remembering God, so we should be happy about that.
Okay.
I don't think we have a cause of complaint on that.
Just get Amitabh in.
The third one, my third comment,
Yes.
quick one third quick comment, is that I think Chhattisgarh's problems are really now again going to be worse than what Rajasthan has seen. We had the big hugs, everything between Mr. Singhdeo and Mr. Bhupesh Baghel. And a few days ago, we've had Mr. Rahul Gandhi sort of bless Mr. Singhdeo in a rally. Now, if that's inadvertent,
so a leadership problem
domain.
potentially for the Congress is what?
And the third,
yes.
And the third is Mr. Singhdeo himself has said that the leadership issue is open.
All right.
So I think Chhattisgarh is doing well for us in terms of how we've come out of where we were.
Amitabh, would you like to respond to that? A potential leadership problem for the Congress party, even if you end up winning in Chhattisgarh?
I don't think so. I think it's very clear, especially in the last few months, that Mr. Baghel and Mr. Singhdeo have worked together. We've had a very coherent campaign, a very coordinated campaign. There's been no dissension, despite efforts of people to find evidence of such a thing. I think what the results show, to some extent, assuming they follow this pattern, is a normalization of Chhattisgarh. We had a very big victory in 2018. It was an unusually big sweep. And after 5 years in government, we still are going to be coming back if these polls are correct. So I think that's pretty creditable. There's nothing to be overly concerned about. The Chhattisgarh government has a strong track record of supporting the farmers, having direct payments to many segments to stave off the kind of economic distress that they felt in neighboring Madhya Pradesh, for instance, and in many other states. So I think there's been a credible face. There's been a credible set of policies, and that's reflected in these results.
And would
it's
you
to some
also
extent a
say-
normalization of politics.
Yes. Shankar Iyer, will the state of Chhattisgarh send a larger message on the tribal votes?
Well, there's a much larger message that is coming to my mind if you look at all the exit polls. And that is, we discussed when the opinion polls was done by Sanjay also. CSDS poll shows this. The larger message is that every opinion poll across various media platforms highlights 2 issues in the political economy. One of unemployment, and then the attendant issue of inflation and price rise as well. Now, if you look at the trends from the exit polls, state governments which have done decently in transmitting welfare seem to be doing okay. In fact, much of the election campaign particularly in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, has been less of a contest of ideas or anything, more a contest of the schemes. What is the message that Chhattisgarh is sending out? To me, it's the complete acceptance that that agriculture, the viability of agriculture is affected, and this can be seen in another way also, is in the doubling of the sort of what I call the state government topping up the central government PM Kisan scheme from 6,000 to 12,000 rupees. Maharashtra has launched the Namo scheme to top up welfare for farmers. Chhattisgarh has, the Congress has ramped up minimum support price for paddy. Now, if this is going to be the trend, it's a kind of worrisome figure, because now this is in a sense that in a time when you're struggling to deal with inflation, if you're going to sort of pop up. What's more important, what's even more interesting is that the BJP has also promised that we will improve MSP prices, MSP in the center. A lot of schemes that are announced in state elections get transferred to the central election. If you remember, in 2018, Raitu Bandhu was launched and Odisha had another scheme.
So Shankar, I'm just trying to keep the strike rotating. I take your point. I wanted to get Amitabh on that. Amitabh, the point that Shankar is saying is that, you've got all of these schemes that you're announcing. It has an economic toll. It's one thing to win elections, but then somebody has to pay for it. And it could come, it could be detrimental to the Congress party, for example, if you came to power in Chhattisgarh. So elections were election promises versus economic reality. How would you tackle that?
So there are the 2 points I'd like to make. One is that there's been an increase in demands for this kind of what people call populism, what the Prime Minister has called bravery, even though his party has done similar things. And the reason these demands have come up is because the central government's policies have all been directed towards the supply side and not enough of demand side stimulation. And this has been felt by constituencies across the board: farmers, women, students, unemployed, and so on. So the government believes that giving tax cuts to big business is more important than, say, doing a Nyay type of a scheme for the poor. So this is a philosophical difference we have with the BJP. And the reason that there are these demands, and state governments, not just Congress governments, but particularly the Congress governments, have stepped up with these policies, is because of this gap. That said, of course, it's the job of a government to budget for its policies. And whether it's Karnataka or Chhattisgarh, if you look at the last 2-3 years, the budget deficits have been quite reasonable and manageable. So if a government decides that its policy priorities are welfare and it's able to find the funds for them, I don't see why that's a problem. That's a political debate, perhaps, but it's not an economic issue as long as you're actually finding the money and the resources
Nalin wanted to
for your
reply
schemes.
to that. Nalin, go ahead.
So, first of all that's the Congress party's perspective. Ours is a little different. If the Congress had really gone into governance in a serious manner, looking at the bottom chunk of the Indian population, you wouldn't need acronyms like Nyay today. You wouldn't have. I mean, and I can give you 2 examples straight away. The nationalizations of banks took place under Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in the 1970s, 71 if I recall. And the idea was that you'll have more bank accounts for the poor. They didn't open. But yet, under Modi, you could have 45 crore bank accounts opened in a period of 3 years. Today, it forms an extremely credible and important part of delivery in terms of financial delivery to women to a large extent. A lot of fun was poked at us that, these are zero balance accounts, etc. Today, they are not zero balance accounts. Another example is, say, electricity. That even after 70 years, you still had 18,000 villages without electricity. So these are Garibi Hatao. That was the famous slogan which brought Mrs. Gandhi back in 1971. So therefore, the Congress party has a perspective to this. And the freebie versus Revdi is very simple. Is that you deliver to the last mile, but you also plan that you can deliver it and continue to deliver it. Take 80 crore people getting free ration, now announced for the next 5 years with a plan of 11 lakh crores. There's a plan to it. It's not just an announcement. Because when it's only an announcement, then you are caught on camera, like we saw in Karnataka, telling the MLAs the Congress MLAs being told by their leaders in Karnataka, hang on, we don't have funds for development now because we need, we made these promises, we need to implement it first. So there's a difference between planning it out and doing it in that manner and just announcing it. So
But
if your pockets
I have to
are
respond to
planned for,
that.
you can
Yes.
spend.
You know, but the good news is that in these elections, the focus was on welfareism. One party is welfareism, is another party is reverie. That's understood. But all parties were talking about guarantees, were talking about benefits for the poor. Let me start wrapping up this conversation, Vishnu. And I want to understand from all of you, when we look at these big numbers which have started coming in, so NDTV poll of polls suggesting that in the state of Madhya Pradesh, remember it's a 230-member assembly, the majority is 116, the BJP is likely to win somewhere around 124, the Congress could be around 102. Looking at Chhattisgarh, a 90-member assembly, the majority number is 46. The Congress is winning the state, is what the numbers are suggesting. In Rajasthan, it is the BJP which is likely to come to power. Looking at Telangana now, and if we were to look at the big numbers in Telangana, it's very, very clear that it is very much the Congress which is ready to spring a surprise. But looking at the big numbers, and I'm going to ask to all the studio guests who are present here, this isn't really a semi-finals for 2024. That's almost all of you would agree with that. But what is the big message that will come on 3rd? And when you look at these exit poll numbers, what is it that you'll be watching out for when the numbers start coming on 3rd?
I think 2 weeks back, our World Cricket Tournament showed us that no semi-final is a predictor of the final. And I think that will also be the case on December 3rd. What is the big message for me in this election? There are two types of contests. In a direct BJP Congress contest like in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, there is a close fight. And where you have a state-based party fighting against a national party like in Telangana, you see the ruling party facing a challenge. So I think for me the big message in this election is state elections are driven by local factors. In state elections, local leadership is important in significant ways. Chhattisgarh shows this, and it continues to show the Karnataka trend.
But there is also an example of Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, of course, and that's why it is so close. And I wouldn't want to hazard any guess on Madhya Pradesh until December 3rd.
So you are not going with the outliers there.
No, I'm saying for me, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are still very close.
I just
Both
wanted
of
to
them
talk
are
a
tight
little
races
bit about outliers. If we look at that poll of polls, and Smita, come in on this, the numbers in the poll of polls actually includes the outliers as part of the average which has actually taken place. Now, in the case of Rajasthan, there were huge outliers. There were a few in Madhya Pradesh as well, which were outliers. So whether this poll of polls is necessarily an accurate representation of what people are thinking, in the presence of outliers, I would suggest perhaps it's not. It's much closer.
Yeah,
if you remove the outliers, right?
Yeah.
It would be much, much closer than that.
Much closer. Absolutely.
In fact, too close to call, perhaps.
Yeah, so it is probably, I mean, that's why I think the figures are so close for both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. I think both have put their best, both parties have put their best foot forward, because for both parties, and these elections are important, not necessarily because they'll reflect what will happen in 2024, but you have to send out a signal to your party workers.
And
you have to send out to your alliance partners that, we are still in the game. So for the Congress party, for instance, if it wants really to lead this India alliance, if it cannot send a message out, regardless of whether this can be replicated.
And there are good 250 seats all across India, correct me, Professor Shastri, where it's going to be a BJP versus Congress contest in terms of the Lok Sabha numbers. So this is crucial. 3rd December is crucial, particularly for the Congress, because whether they will lead the opposition will be decided that day.
Yeah.
But again, Maria, I would offer a caveat there.
Yes.
State polls have taken a total different trajectory as compared to national polls. So even if a particular result is seen in a bipolar contest in a state, local issues dominate. Next year, it's going to be a totally different set of factors which will define and decide how the voter looks at it.
Yeah, but can I just respond to that? I agree with what he's saying, and that's exactly what I said, that, you know, this will not, does not, if they win now, say the Congress wins 3 states now, it doesn't mean that it will do equally well there, but it will create the mood among party workers.
It'll get a better bargaining
power with the allies.
Yes.
That is what I meant.
See, the main thing is imagery. If the Congress loses 2 of the big states, which it held last time, definitely it will give conjecture, you know, that Congress is not able to cope with it.
Right.
And the regional parties can cope with it and other things. And the most simple point is, you'll notice in all these states, leaders of 40 years, 45 years experience are still dominating.
You have made an interesting point, because if dyed-in-the-wool Congress leaders, be it Mr. Kamal Nath or Mr. Ashok Gehlot, were not ready to give space to a younger leader, which we saw a generational shift play out in Revanth Reddy, 54-year-old emerging as a surprise
is
factor.
35 years. Mr. Baghel himself is also not a spring chicken.
You know what I'd like to do at this stage is turn our attention to the final state that we need to look at very closely, the state of Mizoram. It is absolutely fascinating in terms of how politics within Mizoram has actually changed over a period of time. You've got 40 seats over there, 21 the magic mark, 14 to the MNF. The MNF is, with the BJP in an alliance. It's the alliance is called NEDA, the Northeastern Development Alliance. The ZPM, some would suggest the ZPM is today what the Congress was in the state earlier on. Would you, Sanjay, like to come in on, the Mizoram point? One would have thought that given the situation in Manipur and the fact that it created real ripples across the region, you would have seen some sort of clear impact. But the fact is that the MNF, which is an alliance with the BJP, still seems to be relatively strong.
It was in alliance. I think it was Mizoram's result last time which created ripples and a whole lot of changes in terms of the talk about Northeast, how BJP manages elections, post-election information of government had started. I think they got 1 seat and they're part of the government. They became part of the government. Mizoram, of course, is interesting. A new party has also come in there. Northeast, in fact, has come into great deal of prominence than it was. That is to the credit of BJP, the way they campaign, plus the focus they have given to the Northeast. The thing that we're talking about, these 4 state assembly election, besides Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, BJP and Congress are head-to-head. There's no third party per se involved in these elections. What is more interesting that some time ago, you generally tend to give 2 to 1 or almost 3 to the Congress. When Ashok Gehlot was talking all about his welfare scheme and so on and so forth, BJP putting on some central leaders out there, Vasundhara Raje not in picture till then. And from there on to these elections, whereby some exit polls predicting a landslide in Madhya Pradesh, that if that happens, that's a huge, huge story. In Rajasthan, incidentally, Congress in last 25 years has not won a majority. So therefore, the numbers, the higher
I'm just interrupting you
got
because
96 and 100.
I do want to focus a little bit on Mizoram. I wanted to go back to Amitabh. Amitabh, one of the key problems in Mizoram for your party, some would suggest, is the lack of a prominent face. You've had Lal Tanwala being a really prominent leader in the past. Do you believe that the loss of a dominant face in Mizo politics for the Congress is hitting you now?
I think the situation is complicated by the emergence of a new force. Now, we don't know how this election is going to pan out. So I think there is a 3-way division of votes there, and how it all adds up is a bit unpredictable. So I would hold judgment for now, just to say that it's a more complex situation in Mizoram in the purely electoral sense. I wouldn't want to rush to judgment in this kind of a complicated scenario with so many moving parts.
Smita, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on Mizoram also. I think this new party, the ZPF, which is a collection of smaller parties which came together. I mean, it's remarkable the way it has performed according to these exit polls, if that is correct. I think it's a commentary on what people in the Northeast feel about what's happening in Manipur and the way the centre has treated Manipur. Because the normal thing
I wouldn't
in the
agree with that.
Northeast,
I'd like a comment.
The normal thing in the Northeast is that people go for the party which is allied to the central party.
Just
and this is not happening.
Reply to that, and I'll come to you next.
Mizoram, prior to election, MNF was not Lal Denga's parties, was not part of.
Okay, go ahead. A small point.
Yes, please.
Let's remember the ZPM in the last assembly elections emerged as the largest opposition. Its leadership is basically an old congressman.
Right.
And it
So
replaced
it's the
Congress in
Congress
important
of past,
ways.
which is the
and
ZPM of
in
today.
a sense is a replacement of the Congress in terms of the party structure. And the ZPM has already positioned itself as the opponent to the MNF in the last election, and this is just an expansion of that trend that is happening.
Nalin, go ahead.
So, Mizoram, you'll permit me to draw a little bit on personal space beyond even my political space, because, you know, my dad's been governor there and I've been in charge of Mizoram in 2012. And I don't think, and I've been in charge of 4 states now for the party, Mizoram, Manipur, Meghalaya, and of late, Nagaland. So I think I would not agree with Smita's, assessment and linking it to the Manipur issue in terms of politics. In Mizoram, it has a lot to do with also the border with Myanmar and the Chins who are moving in there, who effectively get linked to other tribal affiliations. So that's a little more complex. The politics of Mizoram is what just now was pointed out, is that the ZPM has been growing at the Congress's cost. And basically the ZPM has been around for a long time, Lal Duama. And Lal Duama has been persistently building it up. And I think what you are really finding at the end of it is Lal Duama being rewarded that persistence which the Congress lost after Laltan Hola. There was no charismatic leader. So it was really the MNF and the Congress. From a bi-party, it has become multi-party. The BJP opened its account in the last election, even though it was in the Chakma areas. And Mizoram is a tough area to break into for the BJP. And therefore, we believe that we may also have more than 1 seat, as I've been told by the party. So I won't take it in the binary of Manipur. Mizoram is far more than that.
What about NEDA, the fact that you have tried to form a grand alliance of like-minded parties? How does that apply over here right now? What is the association
NEDA
with
is not
the
a political alliance. No, it's not. As Dr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma has repeatedly said, NEDA is not a political alliance. NEDA is a development alliance. Take the case of Meghalaya. In the last election also, and even this one, Conrad Sangma's party and the BJP have not contested together.
Or will you say that whatever be the results on third, it will be a BJP government finally, which will happen, which will be formed in Mizoram, finally, an alliance government,
an NDA government,
an NDA government.
Well, we'll have to wait to see how the result is. I'm not going to make that comment yet because it really depends on how this opens up. How far does the MNF go? How far does Lal Duama go? How many seats the BJP gets and how many seats, more importantly, in this case, the Congress.
But Nalin, you would agree that there are issues that the MNF has, serious problems with the BJP on. For example, the issue of a uniform civil code. That is an issue that, there are differences and strong political differences. The issue of them refusing to conduct biometric identification. So I'm just trying to understand that, if you talk about a potential alliance, there are ideological issues, or even if not ideological, the thematic difference is very strong one.
So let's go back. So let me ask you the question in a different way. You've had a lot of immigration from Bangladesh into multiple states. Why not in Mizoram? So it's far more complex. That's the point I'm trying to make out. It's not the binary. To make the mistake in the Northeast is to constantly pick up one state and look at the model in the other. Each state has its very, very different, not just tribal or regional, but even political compulsions. And with regard to the BJP and the MNF, I think the MNF's position was, and that's my reading, a complete build-up for somehow trying to take a strong line view to ward off Lal Duama's party.
Right.
Otherwise, till almost the election, we were together.
All right. Well, look, we've run out of time on this program. It's been truly spectacular in terms of what these exit polls have suggested. It's going to be quite close in a couple of states, but it's going to all boil down to what happens on Sunday.
Yes, and this will be your election news destination. Vishnu and I will be back early morning on Sunday to get you all the reports from every counting center, Vishnu.
1 p.m. it'll all be out, right?
Yeah.
By 1 p.m. or so, electronic voting machines, the most unbelievable technology we use in our elections. By 1 p.m. we'll know who's going to be in power, hopefully.
And we hope that there is no cliffhanger.
There will be a cliffhanger. I think we can count on that. Which
You know the results, but in some states you may not know who will be in power.
Or who's going to be chief minister.
Could go to the wire till evening.
You're saying Chhattisgarh will be a cliffhanger. Okay, so we will be holding all our panelists accountable that day, Vishnu.
From Maria, me and the entire NDTV team and indeed our guests over here, good night, goodbye.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from state and the central government are monitoring the situation.
There are 41 workers still trapped inside.
जो सबसे पहले जरूरतमंद है, पहले बीमार देखेंगे, कोई बीमार है तो उसको पहले निकाला जाएगा।
बहुत हम लोग बिल्कुल पास पहुंच गए हैं।
The breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel.
आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है।
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हम लोग खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the government of India, all its agencies.
Celebratory mood, and in fact I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days.
With the workers safe, the focus is now shifting on what led to that unfortunate collapse.
We need to be cognizant of the type of geology that our young mountains have.
सभी जो टनल का काम चूंकि हमारे यहाँ अन्य एजेंसियां भी कर रही हैं, उन सभी की हम समीक्षा करेंगे कि उनको ठीक से देखा जाए।
The Indian government, the Uttarakhand government has to take this as a learning curve, has to learn from what has happened in Silkyara in order to ensure we don't see yet another incident like this taking place.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the, the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
We've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, exit polls for the 5 states are out, and we'll get your exclusive poll of polls as well. They predict 2 states for the Congress and 2 for the BJP. We'll unpack all of that. But first up, the headlines. In the battle for states, votes are in, but exit polls out. Exit polls show an edge to Congress in 2 out of 5 states. The BJP, meanwhile, may win 2 seats in a close contest as well. These are exit polls that come with health warnings. Meanwhile, a close Congress-BJP contest in Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, it's advantage BJP. The Congress, though, is close second. Telangana, well, a big surprise. KCR may lose his fort to the Congress, say pollsters. They also predict a Congress return to Chhattisgarh. In Mizoram, it's a neck-to-neck fight with Zoramthanga's MNF in close contest with ZPM. Meanwhile, in the last semi-final, well, Telangana votes in a single-phase election. Over 60% voter turnout, which is down from the nearly 75% back in 2018. The big question now, can the Congress stop KCR's hat-trick in his home state? In other news, Telangana tunnel workers finally head home. The 41 rescued workers are in good health, say doctors. With rescue operations now complete, big questions on who was actually responsible for the tunnel collapse. And India treading carefully on US's murder plot charges. India says it's contrary to our policy and is concerning. The MEA says India has already launched a high-level probe. The Indian official was accused by the US of a murder plot against Khalistani extremist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. And India's huge Atmanirbharta push in the defense sector. A defense committee clears 2 lakh crore deal in this huge breakthrough. India likely to get 97 Tejas jets and 156 Prachand choppers. Q2 numbers are out. India GDP grows 7.6% in the second quarter and beats expectations. Manufacturing, construction and mining lead India's GDP growth. India remains the fastest growing major economy amid global headwinds. And well, our lead focus this evening, the poll of polls as far as the exit polls are concerned. Of course, right at the outset, we must reiterate that these come with health warnings. These are not accurate results. These are just projections or predictions. First, let's go through the poll of polls, which is basically an average of all the exit polls carried out by various agencies. So looking at the poll of polls, well, the big headline really is that these pollsters give 2 states to the Congress and 2 states to the BJP. Now, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, neither the Congress nor the BJP are beyond the magic mark or the halfway mark. But what's interesting is that it's advantage BJP as per the poll of polls. Going to Chhattisgarh. Well, in Chhattisgarh as well, it's advantage Congress. The Congress stands at 49 seats, the BJP at 38 seats. So the Congress is likely to make a comeback in Chhattisgarh. Telangana is the most exciting because what poll of polls actually says is that KCR might lose his fort to the Congress. So in fact, the Congress is at 62 as far as the poll of polls are concerned, and the BRS at 44. Now, what has the BJP's entry into the Telangana polls really done? Well, the BJP has actually gained, but the AIMIM has lost because the BJP is at 7 seats and the AIMIM at 5. But the BJP, by and large, according to the poll of polls, has failed to make a dent as far as the southern state is concerned. So it's interesting to see how actually this pans out on the 3rd of December. Rajasthan, well, it seems, if we go by the exit polls, that the trend of revolving door of politics will continue this time as well in Rajasthan, because the BJP is much ahead of the Congress at 104. So this is also beyond the magic mark, because remember, this is a 199 strong assembly that we're talking about, and the BJP has crossed that mark and is at 104. As per the poll of polls, the Congress is at 85. So it remains to be seen how that pans out as well. But again, the revolving door of politics, as we've seen in Rajasthan, it's a trend to unseat the incumbent. That is how the desert state votes. Moving now to Mizoram. Well, it's a small state, but the battle in these northeastern states, electoral battles, are most interesting to watch out for, and it seems like it's going to be a hung assembly, at least as far as the exit polls are concerned, because what the poll of polls says is that Chief Minister Zoram Thanga's MNF is in close contest with the ZPM in Mizoram. So it remains to be seen how that actually pans out. But of course, whether it's Manipur or Mizoram, hung assemblies are something that they're very peculiar to Northeast as well. So this is what poll of polls are essentially saying. But let's also now look at states separately to just understand what these exit polls are actually saying. Let's first go to Madhya Pradesh. Well, in Madhya Pradesh, what's interesting is that most exit polls actually give an edge to the BJP, barring one or two. Most exit polls give an edge to the BJP. Of course, there are multiple factors to this. The Ladli Behna Yojana is something that's considered a game changer as far as these Madhya Pradesh polls are concerned. The Congress is close second in most polls. So it could be a neck-and-neck contest there in Madhya Pradesh as well. But most exit polls giving an edge to the BJP. Of course, this also comes after an anti-incumbency against the incumbent chief minister as well. Going to Rajasthan, well, in Rajasthan as well, you have the trend of revolving door of politics continuing, with the pollsters giving an edge to the BJP, and the Congress remains the close second. In Telangana, meanwhile, a major upset is predicted because the BRS is likely to lose its fort to the Congress. The Congress, of course, this was being said by many experts that the Congress perhaps could dent the BRS's prospects in Telangana. The BJP has failed to make a dent, but has gained from AIMIM seats as well. In Mizoram, meanwhile, as I said, pretty much along the lines of what the poll of polls actually also says, with a close contest between Chief Minister Zoram Thanga's MNF and the ZPM. So Mizoram is likely to be a hung assembly if we go by exit polls. Most exit polls on the same page. And lastly, in Chhattisgarh, well, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, a slight edge to Congress, in fact, quite an edge to Congress in most exit polls, with the BJP remaining close second.
मैंने कल भी कहा था और आज भी कह रहा हूं कि 130 से लेकर 160 के बीच में कहीं पर भी आकर नंबर रुकेगा, और ये सब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का कमाल है। मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी जी, और उसी का कमाल है ये। और जो गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं राज्य सरकार और केंद्र सरकार की थी, उसमें हमने गरीबों को फोकस करके और गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर लाने का प्रयास किया है। प्रदेश में विकास भी हुआ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी हुई है, हमारी सड़कें, हमारे यहाँ पावर की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी हुई है, और इसलिए एक प्रोग्रेस साफ दिखाई देती है। और मैं समझता हूँ प्रदेश की जनता ने हमें इसीलिए खुद से आशीर्वाद दे रही है।
15 again was a unusual number. That is not the true picture of the BJP in Chhattisgarh, but they somehow managed to get just 15 seats. That was the way the numbers played out eventually. And this time I was seeing BJP as something around 35. I was expecting BJP to be around 35 because that is the vote share that we have had over the years. Whether it is the Lok Sabha or the state elections, both the parties enjoy a minimum vote share of about 30-32%. And it is the 10% floating vote share which gives the majority to either party in any election. And that is will be the deciding factor, where this 10% would go. So we'll wait for that.
जो गैप दिखाया जा रहा है, वो चाहे सरगुजा का हो चाहे बस्तर का हो, उन सीटों को यदि एनालिसिस किया जाए तो उससे बड़ा स्पष्ट होता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ज़्यादा सीटों में जीतेगी और कहीं न कहीं 52 से 55 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी बढ़त लेकर स्पष्ट बहुमत से छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। जो 3 तारीख को जो नतीजा आएगा उसमें तो और चमत्कारिक होगा। ये 40 नहीं, ये 35 से नीचे जाने वाली है कांग्रेस, क्योंकि ये 40 तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी। मैं स्पष्ट रूप से आज आपको कह रहा हूँ 3 तारीख के नतीजे आपको दिखाएंगे।
Well, if I'm allowed to say, I think let me put your own words. You said, Madhu, you guys have turned around tables, and from nowhere, Congress of Telangana is coming to power. So, I think it's a consistent efforts of the people of the people of Telangana fed up with the corrupt practice of KCR and his family.
Sure.
And let me add on to this. The result of Telangana, the Congress coming back to power in Telangana will play a decisive role INDA leadership.
People are still voting. What kind of a stupid exit poll is that, where people are all continuing to vote, and now you come out with this and publish it? In a way, indirectly, I can accuse you also of being hand in glove with my opposition, but I'll not go thus far. All I'm going to say is, it's ridiculous of Election Commission of India also, basically to allow for exit polls at 5:30 when people are queuing up to vote till 9. I think it's very ludicrous.
एग्जिट पोल की विश्वसनीयता जो है वो लगभग समाप्त हो चुकी है, लेकिन फिर भी ये एक ट्रेंड बन गया है इसलिए एग्जिट पोल आते हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में कांग्रेस सरकार आएगी। राजस्थान की कांग्रेस सरकार ने जनता की बहुत सेवा की है, राजस्थान के विकास को नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं। शायद कोई ऐसा विधानसभा क्षेत्र नहीं है पूरे राजस्थान में 200 में से जहां कोई ना कोई विकास के काम नहीं हुए हों। और मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूं, उन्होंने बिना किसी भेदभाव के पूरे राजस्थान का विकास करने का, लोगों को राहत देने का और लोगों को के साथ, चाहे वो कोरोना काल हो चाहे उसके बाद का काल हो, लगातार मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी सरकार लोगों के साथ सुख दुख की भागीदार बनी है।
देखिए, ये जो राजस्थान के वोटर्स थे इस बार, जहाँ से भी मैंने पता करा, सबने यही कहा कि बड़ा साइलेंट वोटिंग हुई। साइलेंट मतलब वोटर्स ने ये नहीं बताया कि वो कहाँ वोट कर रहे हैं। ये जो एग्जिट पोल वाले हैं, ये जिनसे इन्होंने प्रश्न भी करा होगा, कितना बताया होगा इनको। मुझे इस बात का मैं आश्वस्त हूँ, यकीन है मुझे कि जैसे रिकॉर्ड हमेशा रहा है, जनता कभी भी ऐसे वोट नहीं कर, अधूरे मन से वोट नहीं करती। जनता हमेशा पूरे मन से वोट करती है और इस बार पूरा मन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ था। मोदी जी के काम करने के तरीके से प्रभावित है जनता। उसी तरह की सरकार यहाँ पर चाहती है। तो जो आंकड़े आएंगे 3 तारीख को, वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट आएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनेगी।
So, well, the various projections of the exit polls there. But Telangana voted today in a single-phase election. The voter turnout finally stood at a little over 62%, and this was down from the nearly 75% voter turnout that was reported back in 2018. Well, all the stars of the campaign trail were, they cast their votes today, including Chief Minister KCR, his son KTR, daughter K. Kavita, also Asaduddin Owaisi of AIMIM. All of them cast their votes today among the lakhs of other voters there. It's going to be a three-cornered fight, but exit polls say that, well, it's the Congress that is likely to dent the BRS's prospects, and KCR is set to lose his vote to the Congress. And moving now to our big focus. Well, 40 workers who were rescued from the Uttarakhand tunnel are finally heading home, the grand homecoming. They're finally moving towards their native places, while one rescued worker, Pushkar Singh, is still under observation. Well, the medical examination concluded and the workers are doing well. In fact, the AIIMS director has said that they are doing healthy, they're fine, despite their 17-day-long ordeal inside the collapsed tunnel. In fact, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami met with the family members of the rescued workers in Dehradun as well. But larger questions on who actually was responsible for the tunnel collapse continue to be raised. Moving now to the big international headline. Well, responding to questions on an alleged plot from India to murder US-based Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the External Affairs Ministry had a rather guarded response today. It said that it's a matter of concern and also reiterated that New Delhi has launched a high-level probe into the charges. The ministry spokesperson Anand Bagchi was responding to media questions, and he said that, well, this is something that we have taken serious note of.
A day after the bombshell from the United States Justice Department accusing an Indian operative of being involved in a murder plot to eliminate a Sikh separatist on US soil, a guarded response from New Delhi.
In the course of discussions with the US on bilateral security cooperation,
distancing itself from allegations of a link to an attempted extrajudicial killing, the government says it has already formed a high-level committee looking into US inputs on organized criminals, gun runners and terrorists.
As regards the case against an individual that has been filed in a US court, allegedly linking him to an Indian official, this is a matter of concern. We have said, and let me reiterate, that this is also contrary to government policy.
The US Attorney's Office in New York and the Justice Department has alleged an Indian national named Nikhil Gupta, now being held in the Czech Republic, was recruited to eliminate a Sikh extremist on US soil. An Indian official, described as a senior field officer, directed the alleged plot. The hitman allegedly hired to carry out the job was in fact a US undercover police officer, and the intermediary through whom the hitman was hired turned out to be a US government source. The allegations come at a time when Canada has accused India of having a hand in the murder of Sikh separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar in a Vancouver suburb in June.
India needs to take this seriously.
Today, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said India needs to take the allegations he has raised seriously.
Insofar as Canada is concerned, we have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue. Our diplomatic representatives in Canada have borne the brunt of this. So we expect the government of Canada to live up to its obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We have also seen interference by Canadian diplomats in our internal affairs. We've said this from this podium, and that is obviously unacceptable.
India has consistently alerted the US, Canada and the UK on the dangers posed by Khalistani extremists on their soil. Indian missions have been vandalized, diplomats targeted, and repeated requests of extradition of Sikh separatists have been turned down. In Delhi, Kadambari Sharma for NDTV.
Moving now in a big boost for the military as well as defence production in India, the Defence Acquisition Council has cleared the procurement of 97 additional Tejas aircraft and 156 Prachand attack helicopters as well. Both aircraft are indigenously developed and the value of these deals is over 2 lakh crore rupees, the highest ever deal to be signed in this sector. And well, the GDP Q2 numbers are out. India's economy grew 7.6% in the July to September quarter, beating expectations. The GDP expanded by 6.2% in the same quarter of last year. The growth was driven by manufacturing, construction and mining sectors. And amid global headwinds, India remained the fastest growing major economy, outpacing China's 4.9%. In fact, the Prime Minister took to social media to say that the GDP growth numbers for the second quarter display the resilience and strength of the Indian economy in the midst of such testing times. Globally, we are committed to ensuring fast-paced growth, he said, to create more opportunities, rapid eradication of poverty and improving ease of living for our people. Moving now, the world is in Dubai for one of the world's biggest climate conferences. Well, almost as soon as COP28 began in Dubai, a major breakthrough was announced. The Loss and Damage Fund to compensate developing nations for climate impacts got a unanimous nod, setting a positive tone for 12 days that lie ahead. So it is, of course, a big breakthrough. In fact, the Prime Minister that you can see in those visuals has left for Dubai. In fact, India's big focus is to represent the global south and developing nations and to evolve a climate finance strategy as well. Mohammed Ghazali is now joining us live from Dubai. He's tracking all the latest for us on this big summit there. So Ghazali, of course, one of the major breakthroughs has been that the Loss and Damage Fund has been approved. This could be seen as, in a sense, a victory of the global south as well, because it compensates developing nations, for the loss incurred because of the West. But what is going to be India's big focus areas in this climate conference?
See, as far as that fund is concerned, as you rightly mentioned, that has been considered in this summit, and it has been a major demand of the developing countries, because all the time it appeared as if the West has been sermonizing the developing countries, including India, to cut down on green gas emissions, and how India has been very assertive in the last couple of these COP summits, asserting that they will first consider their domestic consumption, be it about the methane gas emission from agricultural fields during the paddy cultivation, while also that in the previous summit, how India managed to change the word coal from the finalist statement when it was decided that the statement consisted of phasing out coal consumption, but India managed to convince the other parties to replace it with fossil fuel. Now that is something which the West has to also cope up. And right now I'm in Taj Hotel here in Dubai, where Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has to arrive, and he will be meeting Indian diaspora. And yet again, the major focus being that how to reduce and limit the global warming temperatures, how the limit of temperature should be between 1 to 1.2 degrees Celsius, as multiple studies have suggested that it may increase by 2035. So the major focus will be on the use and consumption of biofuel more than the fossil fuel.
For joining us with that latest update from Dubai. So the Prime Minister expected to be in Dubai in just a short while from now. And now to the story of a man who's truly lived a life less ordinary, who has seen both unmatched power and controversy. American diplomat Henry Kissinger died at 100, but he's left an indelible legacy behind. Here's a report. One of the most controversial figures in world politics, Henry Kissinger, died at the age of 100 at his Connecticut home on Wednesday. Kissinger was a diplomatic heavyweight from the US whose policies were equally influential and controversial. He was accused of alleged war crimes for the bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War and backing Pakistan's genocide in Bangladesh, among other things. Even old age couldn't stop Kissinger from being active. He made a surprise visit to Beijing to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping in July. The former US Secretary of State under the then President Richard Nixon gravitated towards Pakistan during the 1971 war. The US's goal was to threaten India and prevent a full-scale military attack on West Pakistan. When India eventually liberated East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and declared a ceasefire, Kissinger told Nixon, "Congratulations, Mr. President, you saved West Pakistan." Kissinger was quite critical of India during the 70s, but had a change of heart later. In the last decade, he had vouched for Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the global stage.
It would be the enormous change in India since I first was here in 1962. And I would say there is an atmosphere of positive achievement, of entering India into the international global system, and of a sense of cooperation between the United States.
Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger first came to the US in 1938 when his family fled the Nazis. He went on to become one of the leading figures during the Cold War. He was given the Nobel Peace Prize in 1973 for ending American involvement in the Vietnam War. It remains one of the most controversial Nobel Peace Prizes ever. Garnering criticism throughout his life, he continued to exert influence on US foreign policy.
I was very privileged to get his counsel many times, including as recently as about a month ago. He was extraordinarily generous with his wisdom, with his advice. Few people were better students of history. Even fewer people did more to shape history than Henry Kissinger.
In 2005, it was revealed that Kissinger had used derogatory language for Indian people and former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in his conversations with Nixon, later expressing regret for his comments in an interview with NDTV.
This was not a formal conversation. This was somebody letting off steam at the end of a meeting in which both President Nixon and I were emphasizing that we had gone out of our way to treat Mrs. Gandhi very cordially. The language was Nixon language. I regret that these words were used.
Some credited him for subtle diplomacy. Others called him a war criminal. Kissinger's impact on US foreign policy is unmatched. Kissinger is survived by his wife as well as 2 children. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, exit polls for the 5 states are out, and we'll get your exclusive poll of polls as well. They predict 2 states for the Congress and 2 for the BJP. We'll unpack all of that. But first up, the headlines. In the battle for states, votes are in, but exit polls out. Exit polls show an edge to Congress in 2 out of 5 states. The BJP, meanwhile, may win 2 seats in a close contest as well. These are exit polls that come with health warnings. Meanwhile, a close Congress-BJP contest in Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, it's advantage BJP. The Congress, though, is close second. Telangana, well, a big surprise. KCR may lose his fort to the Congress, say pollsters. They also predict a Congress return to Chhattisgarh. In Mizoram, it's a neck-to-neck fight with Zoramthanga's MNF in a close contest with ZPM. Meanwhile, in the last semi-final, well, Telangana votes in a single-phase election. Over 60% voter turnout, which is down from the nearly 75% back in 2018. The big question now, can the Congress stop KCR's hat-trick in his home state? In other news, Silkyara tunnel workers finally head home. The 41 rescued workers are in good health, say doctors. With rescue operations now complete, big questions on who was actually responsible for the tunnel collapse. And India treading carefully on US's murder plot charges. India says it's contrary to our policy and is concerning. The MEA says India has already launched a high-level probe. The Indian official was accused by the US of a murder plot against Khalistani extremist Gurpatwant Singh Pallu. And India's huge Atmanirbharta push in the defence sector. A defence committee clears 2 lakh crore deal in this huge breakthrough. India likely to get 97 Tejas jets and 156 Prachand choppers. Q2 numbers are out. India GDP grows 7.6% in the second quarter and beats expectations. Manufacturing, construction and mining lead India's GDP growth. India remains the fastest growing major economy amid global headwinds. And well, our lead focus this evening, the poll of polls as far as the exit polls are concerned. Of course, right at the outset, we must reiterate that these come with health warnings. These are not accurate results. These are just projections or predictions. First, let's go through the poll of polls, which is basically an average of all the exit polls carried out by various agencies. So looking at the poll of polls, well, the big headline really is that these pollsters give 2 states to the Congress and 2 states to the BJP. Now, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, neither the Congress nor the BJP are beyond the magic mark or the halfway mark. But what's interesting is that it's advantage BJP as per the poll of polls. Going to Chhattisgarh, well, in Chhattisgarh as well, it's advantage Congress. The Congress stands at 49 seats, the BJP at 38 seats. So the Congress is likely to make a comeback in Chhattisgarh. Telangana is the most exciting because what poll of polls actually says is that KCR might lose his fort to the Congress. So in fact, the Congress is at 62 as far as the poll of polls are concerned, and the BRS at 44. Now, what has the BJP's entry into the Telangana polls really done? Well, the BJP has actually gained, but the AIMIM has lost because the BJP is at 7 seats and the AIMIM at 5. But the BJP, by and large, according to the poll of polls, has failed to make a dent as far as the southern state is concerned. So it's interesting to see how actually this pans out on the 3rd of December. Rajasthan, well, it seems, if we go by the exit polls, that the trend of revolving door of politics will continue this time as well in Rajasthan, because the BJP is much ahead of the Congress at 104. So this is also beyond the magic mark, because remember, this is a 199 strong assembly that we're talking about, and the BJP has crossed that mark and is at 104 as per the poll of polls. The Congress is at 85. So it remains to be seen how that pans out as well. But again, the revolving door of politics, as we've seen in Rajasthan, it's a trend to unseat the incumbent. That is how the desert state votes. Moving now to Mizoram. Well, it's a small state, but the battle in these northeastern states, the electoral battles, are most interesting to watch out for, and it seems like it's going to be a hung assembly, at least as far as the exit polls are concerned, because what the poll of polls says is that Chief Minister Zoram Thanga's MNF is in close contest with the ZPM in Mizoram. So it remains to be seen how that actually pans out. But of course, whether it's Manipur or Mizoram, hung assemblies are something that they're very peculiar to Northeast as well. So this is what poll of polls are essentially saying. But let's also now look at states separately to just understand what these exit polls are actually saying. Let's first go to Madhya Pradesh. Well, in Madhya Pradesh, what's interesting is that most exit polls actually give an edge to the BJP, barring one or two. Most exit polls give an edge to the BJP. Of course, there are multiple factors to this. The Ladli Behna Yojana is something that's considered a game changer as far as these Madhya Pradesh polls are concerned. The Congress is close second in most polls. So it could be a neck and neck contest there in Madhya Pradesh as well. But most exit polls giving an edge to the BJP. Of course, this also comes after an anti-incumbency against the incumbent chief minister as well. Going to Rajasthan, well, in Rajasthan as well, you have the trend of revolving door of politics continuing, with the pollsters giving an edge to the BJP, and the Congress remains the close second. In Telangana, meanwhile, a major upset is predicted because the BRS is likely to lose its fort to the Congress. The Congress, of course, this was being said by many experts that the Congress perhaps could dent the BRS's prospects in Telangana. The BJP has failed to make a dent, but has gained from AIMIM seats as well. In Mizoram, meanwhile, as I said, pretty much along the lines of what the poll of polls actually also says, with a close contest between Chief Minister Zoram Thanga's MNF and the ZPM. So Mizoram is likely to be a hung assembly if we go by exit polls. Most exit polls on the same page. And lastly, in Chhattisgarh, well, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, a slight edge to Congress, in fact, quite an edge to Congress in most exit polls, with the BJP remaining close second.
मैंने कल भी कहा था और आज भी कह रहा हूं कि 130 से लेकर 160 के बीच में कहीं पर भी आकर नंबर रुकेगा, और ये सब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का कमाल है। मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी जी, और उसी का कमाल है ये। और जो गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं राज्य सरकार और केंद्र सरकार की थी, उसमें हमने गरीबों को फोकस करके और गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर लाने का प्रयास किया है। प्रदेश में विकास भी हुआ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी हुई है, हमारी सड़कें, हमारे यहाँ पावर की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी हुई है, और इसलिए एक प्रोग्रेस साफ दिखाई देती है, और मैं समझता हूँ प्रदेश की जनता ने हमें इसीलिए खुद से आशीर्वाद दे रही है।
15 again was a unusual number. That is not the true picture of the BJP in Chhattisgarh, but they somehow managed to get just 15 seats. That was the way the numbers played out eventually. And this time I was seeing BJP as something around 35. I was expecting BJP to be around 35 because that is the vote share that we have had over the years. Whether it is the Lok Sabha or the state elections, both the parties enjoy a minimum vote share of about 30-32%. And it is the 10% floating vote share which gives the majority to either party in any election. And that is will be the deciding factor, where this 10% would go. So we'll wait for that.
जो गैप दिखाया जा रहा है, वो चाहे सरगुजा का हो चाहे बस्तर का हो, उन सीटों को यदि एनालिसिस किया जाए तो उससे बड़ा स्पष्ट होता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ज़्यादा सीटों में जीतेगी और कहीं न कहीं 52 से 55 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी बढ़त लेकर स्पष्ट बहुमत से छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। जो 3 तारीख को जो नतीजा आएगा उसमें तो और चमत्कारिक होगा। ये 40 नहीं, ये 35 से नीचे जाने वाली है कांग्रेस, क्योंकि ये 40 तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी। मैं स्पष्ट रूप से आज आपको कह रहा हूँ 3 तारीख के नतीजे आपको दिखाएंगे।
Well, if I'm allowed to say, I think let me put your own words. You said, Madhu, you guys have turned around tables, and from nowhere, Congress of Telangana is coming to power. So, I think it's the consistent efforts of the people of the people of Telangana fed up with the corrupt practice of KCR and his family.
Sure.
And let me add on to this. The result of Telangana, the Congress coming back to power in Telangana will play a decisive role INDA leadership.
People are still voting. What kind of a stupid exit poll is that, where people are all continuing to vote, and now you come out with this and publish it? In a way, indirectly, I can accuse you also of being hand in glove with my opposition, but I'll not go thus far. All I'm going to say is, it's ridiculous of Election Commission of India also, basically to allow for exit polls at 5:30 when people are queuing up to vote till 9. I think it's very, very ludicrous.
एग्जिट पोल की विश्वसनीयता जो है वो लगभग समाप्त हो चुकी है, लेकिन फिर भी ये एक ट्रेंड बन गया है इसलिए एग्जिट पोल आते हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में कांग्रेस सरकार आएगी। राजस्थान की कांग्रेस सरकार ने जनता की बहुत सेवा की है, राजस्थान के विकास को नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं। शायद कोई ऐसा विधानसभा क्षेत्र नहीं है पूरे राजस्थान में 200 में से जहां कोई ना कोई विकास के काम नहीं हुए हों। और मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूं, उन्होंने बिना किसी भेदभाव के पूरे राजस्थान का विकास करने का, लोगों को राहत देने का और लोगों को के साथ, चाहे वो कोरोना काल हो चाहे उसके बाद का काल हो, लगातार मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी सरकार लोगों के साथ सुख दुख की भागीदार बनी है।
देखिए, जो राजस्थान के वोटर्स थे इस बार, जहाँ से भी मैंने पता करा, सबने यही कहा कि बड़ा साइलेंट वोटिंग हुई। साइलेंट मतलब वोटर्स ने ये नहीं बताया कि वो कहाँ वोट कर रहे हैं। ये जो एग्जिट पोल वाले हैं, ये जिनसे इन्होंने प्रश्न भी करा होगा, कितना बताया होगा इनको। मुझे इस बात का मैं आश्वस्त हूँ, यकीन है मुझे कि जैसे रिकॉर्ड हमेशा रहा है, जनता कभी भी ऐसे वोट नहीं अधूरे मन से वोट नहीं करती। जनता हमेशा पूरे मन से वोट करती है और इस बार पूरा मन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ था। मोदी जी के काम करने के तरीके से प्रभावित है जनता। उसी तरह की सरकार यहाँ पर चाहती है। तो जो आंकड़े आएंगे 3 तारीख को, वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट आएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनेगी।
So, the various projections of the exit polls there. But Telangana voted today in a single-phase election. The voter turnout finally stood at a little over 62%, and this was down from the nearly 75% voter turnout that was reported back in 2018. Well, all the stars of the campaign trail were, they cast their votes today, including Chief Minister KCR, his son KTR, daughter K. Kavita, also Asaduddin Owaisi of AIMIM. All of them cast their votes today among the lakhs of other voters there. It's going to be a three-cornered fight, but exit polls say that, it's the Congress that is likely to dent the BRS's prospects, and KCR is set to lose his vote to the Congress. And moving now to our big focus. Well, 40 workers who were rescued from the Uttarakhand tunnel are finally heading home, the grand homecoming. They're finally moving towards their native places, while one rescued worker, Pushkar Singh, is still under observation. Well, the medical examination concluded and the workers are doing well. In fact, the AIIMS director has said that they are doing healthy, they're fine, despite their 17-day-long ordeal inside the collapsed tunnel. In fact, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami met with the family members of the rescued workers in Dehradun as well. But larger questions on who actually was responsible for the tunnel collapse continue to be raised. Moving now to the big international headline. Well, responding to questions on an alleged plot from India to murder US-based Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the External Affairs Ministry had a rather guarded response today. It said that it's a matter of concern and also reiterated that New Delhi has launched a high-level probe into the charges. The ministry spokesperson Anindam Bagchi was responding to media questions, and he said that, well, this is something that we have taken serious note of.
A day after the bombshell from the United States Justice Department accusing an Indian operative of being involved in a murder plot to eliminate a Sikh separatist on US soil, a guarded response from New Delhi.
In the course of discussions with the US on bilateral security cooperation,
distancing itself from allegations of a link to an attempted extrajudicial killing, the government says it has already formed a high-level committee looking into US inputs on organized criminals, gun runners and terrorists.
As regards the case against an individual that has been filed in a US court, allegedly linking him to an Indian official, this is a matter of concern. We have said, and let me reiterate, that this is also contrary to government policy.
The US Attorney's Office in New York and the Justice Department has alleged an Indian national named Nikhil Gupta, now being held in the Czech Republic, was recruited to eliminate a Sikh extremist on US soil. An Indian official, described as a senior field officer, directed the alleged plot. The hitman allegedly hired to carry out the job was in fact a US undercover police officer, and the intermediary through whom the hitman was hired turned out to be a US government source. The allegations come at a time when Canada has accused India of having a hand in the murder of Sikh separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar in a Vancouver suburb in June.
India needs to take this seriously.
Today, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said India needs to take the allegations he has raised seriously.
Insofar as Canada is concerned, we have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue. Our diplomatic representatives in Canada have borne the brunt of this. So we expect the government of Canada to live up to its obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We have also seen interference by Canadian diplomats in our internal affairs. We've said this from this podium, and that is obviously unacceptable.
India has consistently alerted the US, Canada and the UK on the dangers posed by Khalistani extremists on their soil. Indian missions have been vandalized, diplomats targeted, and repeated requests of extradition of Sikh separatists have been turned down. In Delhi, Kadambari Sharma for NDTV.
Moving now in a big boost for the military as well as defence production in India, the Defence Acquisition Council has cleared the procurement of 97 additional Tejas aircraft and 156 Prachand attack helicopters as well. Both aircraft are indigenously developed and the value of these deals is over 2 lakh crore rupees, the highest ever deal to be signed in this sector. And well, the GDP Q2 numbers are out. India's economy grew 7.6% in the July to September quarter, beating expectations when the GDP expanded by 6.2% in the same quarter of last year. The growth was driven by manufacturing, construction and mining sectors. And amid global headwinds, India remained the fastest growing major economy, outpacing China's 4.9%. In fact, the Prime Minister took to social media to say that the GDP growth numbers for the second quarter, display the resilience and strength of the Indian economy in the midst of such testing times. Globally, we are committed to ensuring fast-paced growth, he said, to create more opportunities, rapid eradication of poverty and improving ease of living for our people. Moving now, the world is in Dubai for one of the world's biggest climate conferences. Well, almost as soon as COP28 began in Dubai, a major breakthrough was announced. The Loss and Damage Fund to compensate developing nations for climate impacts got a unanimous nod, setting a positive tone for 12 days that lie ahead. So it is, of course, a big breakthrough. In fact, the Prime Minister, that you can see in those visuals, has left for Dubai. In fact, India's big focus is to represent the global south and developing nations and to evolve a climate finance strategy as well. Mohammed Ghazali is now joining us live from Dubai. He's tracking all the latest for us on this big summit there. So Ghazali, of course, one of the major breakthroughs has been that the Loss and Damage Fund has been approved. This could be seen as, in a sense, a victory of the global south as well, because it compensates developing nations, for the loss incurred because of the West. But what is going to be India's big focus areas in this climate conference?
See, as far as that fund is concerned, as you rightly mentioned, that has been considered in this summit, and it has been a major demand of the developing countries, because all the time it appeared as if the West has been sermonizing the developing countries, including India, to cut down on green gas emissions, and how India has been very assertive in the last couple of these COP summits, asserting that they will first consider their domestic consumption, be it about the methane gas emission from agricultural fields during the paddy cultivation, while also that in the previous summit, how India managed to change the word coal from the finalist statement when it was decided that the statement consisted of phasing out coal consumption, but India managed to convince the other parties to replace it with fossil fuel. Now that is something which the West has to also cope up. And right now I'm in Taj Hotel here in Dubai, where Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has to arrive, and he will be meeting Indian diaspora. And yet again, the major focus being that how to reduce and limit the global warming temperatures, how the limit of temperature should be between 1 to 1.2 degrees Celsius, as multiple studies have suggested that it may increase by 2035. So the major focus will be on the use and consumption of biofuel more than the fossil fuel.
For joining us with that latest update from Dubai. So the Prime Minister expected to be in Dubai in just a short while from now. And now is the story of a man who's truly lived a life less ordinary, who has seen both unmatched power and controversy. American diplomat Henry Kissinger died at 100, but he's left an indelible legacy behind. Here's a report. One of the most controversial figures in world politics, Henry Kissinger, died at the age of 100 at his Connecticut home on Wednesday. Kissinger was a diplomatic heavyweight from the US whose policies were equally influential and controversial. He was accused of alleged war crimes for the bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War and backing Pakistan's genocide in Bangladesh, among other things. Even old age couldn't stop Kissinger from being active. He made a surprise visit to Beijing to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping in July. The former US Secretary of State under the then President Richard Nixon gravitated towards Pakistan during the 1971 war. The US's goal was to threaten India and prevent a full-scale military attack on West Pakistan. When India eventually liberated East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and declared a ceasefire, Kissinger told Nixon, "Congratulations, Mr. President, you saved West Pakistan." Kissinger was quite critical of India during the 70s, but had a change of heart later. In the last decade, he had vouched for Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the global stage.
It would be the enormous change in India since I first was here in 1962. And I would say there is an atmosphere of positive achievement, of entering India into the international global system, and of a sense of cooperation between the United States.
Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger first came to the US in 1938 when his family fled the Nazis. He went on to become one of the leading figures during the Cold War. He was given the Nobel Peace Prize in 1973 for ending American involvement in the Vietnam War. It remains one of the most controversial Nobel Peace Prizes ever. Garnering criticism throughout his life, he continued to exert influence on US foreign policy.
I was very privileged to get his counsel many times, including as recently as about a month ago. He was extraordinarily generous with his wisdom, with his advice. Few people were better students of history. Even fewer people did more to shape history than Henry Kissinger.
In 2005, it was revealed that Kissinger had used derogatory language for Indian people and former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in his conversations with Nixon, later expressing regret for his comments in an interview with NDTV.
This was not a formal conversation. This was somebody letting off steam at the end of a meeting in which both President Nixon and I were emphasizing that we had gone out of our way to treat Mrs. Gandhi very cordially. The language was Nixon language. I regret that these words were used.
Some credited him for subtle diplomacy. Others called him a war criminal. Kissinger's impact on US foreign policy is unmatched. Kissinger is survived by his wife as well as 2 children. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground. And therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these 2 are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, it's not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us. Right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest for an Indian internet company in this country. We believe that gives us a serious edge.
Hello welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos.
Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the big battle for states, well, exit polls are out as votes are now in. Exit polls predict an edge-to-edge fight in most states, gives edge to Congress in 2 states, while the BJP may win 2 out of the 5 states in a close contest. A close Congress BJP contest in Madhya Pradesh, that's what the exit polls say. In Rajasthan, meanwhile, there's advantage BJP as the Congress is now the close second. The KCR party BRS may lose Telangana to the Congress as per pollsters. They also predict Congress's return to Chhattisgarh. Meanwhile, in Mizoram, Chief Minister Zoram Thanga's MNF is in a neck-to-neck fight with the ZPM. And the final semi-finale, well, Telangana votes in a single-phase election, over 60% voter turnout, which is down from 73% in the last assembly polls. The big question, can the Congress stop KCR from a hat-trick in the southern state? And the grand homecoming, Silkyara tunnel workers finally head home. The 41 rescued workers are in good health, say doctors. Well, with rescue operations now complete, the focus is on who was actually responsible for the tunnel collapse. And the world is in Dubai for one of the major climate conferences in the world. Well, the summit has begun. It's the COP28. In a breakthrough, the Loss and Damage Fund gets an approval. And India's big Atmanirbharta push in the defense sector. The defense panel clears a 2 lakh crore deal. India is to get 97 Tejas jets and 156 Prachand choppers in a bid towards Made in India in the defense sector. GDP Q2 numbers are out. India's GDP grows 7.6% in the second quarter and beats expectations. Well, what is driving it? It's manufacturing, construction and mining. This as India remains the bright spot amid global headwinds. Our lead story, well, the poll of polls is out and the big verdict is on the 3rd of December. But these are, of course, the exit polls. They've come with health warnings. They predict Congress's victory in 2 out of the 5 states, whereas the BJP is set to rest 2 states as well, but in a close contest. What really are the various aspects in the poll of polls? Vishnu Shom has more details.
Well, hello and welcome. What we're going to now bring you is a look at a poll of polls. What exactly are the various exit polls saying about the election results, or potential election results, I should say, in the 5 states? So let's start with Rajasthan. This is the NDTV poll of polls, an aggregate of what all the various polls, approximately 8 of them. This says that in Rajasthan, the BJP appears to have an edge with 104, the Congress and its allies 85. Others at 10. Remember, the magic mark is 100, 199 seats. Should be mentioned right up off the top that this does account for outliers as well. In other words, a couple of exit polls which had fairly significant gains for one party or the other. Therefore, it does include that. If those were excluded, then the numbers might be a little bit closer. But be that as it may, the exit poll of polls in the state of Rajasthan has the BJP at 104, clearly ahead. Let's quickly move on now to the next state, Madhya Pradesh. And it is an extremely interesting election over here. It's seen to be quite close. But again, it is, according to the poll of polls, the BJP at 124, the Congress at 102. The Congress party says, no, this is not going to take place at all. The BJP insists and says that come Sunday, we're telling you we're going to be coming to power in the state. Again, this takes into account a couple of outliers. In the absence of that, it would be fairly close, perhaps neck and neck. Let's move to the next state now and give you an idea of what's happening in the state of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is quite clear. No debate over here, no real outliers. Everybody seems to suggest that it is the Congress which will be coming to power quite comfortably, a simple majority over there. The magic mark, the majority figure, 46. They are possibly going to be at 49. Let's see what finally takes place. Let's move on to the state of Telangana, and this is where there's been a great surprise. The BRS won a landslide victory last time around, but the Congress has quite clearly made inroads. And how? The Congress and its allies at 62, a simple majority for them. The BRS plummeting, a couple of gains for the BJP and its allies. Remember, the BJP just about got off the mark last time around. They will do substantially better, but look at that. The Congress, after Karnataka, making strong inroads in another major South Indian state, the state of Telangana, which they appear to be poised to win. Let's take a look finally at the state of Mizoram in the northeast. There are lots of local factors over here. It's important to understand that despite the common belief that states of the northeast all follow common trends, common interests. In fact, the electoral politics of every state are quite distinct. The ZPM is the major factor over here at 17. It is a relatively new power, a political power, a new political party, and some would suggest that this is the old Congress in a new avatar, several of the leaders having crossed over. The ruling MNF quite close at 14, so it's going to be close in the state of Mizoram as well.
15 again was a unusual number. That is not the true picture of the BJP in Chhattisgarh, but they somehow managed to get just 15 seats. That was the way the numbers played out eventually. And this time I was seeing BJP as something around 35. I was expecting BJP to be around 35 because that is the vote share that we have had over the years. Whether it is the Lok Sabha or the state elections, both the parties enjoy a minimum vote share of about 30-32%, and it is the 10% floating vote share which gives the majority to either party in any election. And that is will be the deciding factor, where this 10% would go. So we'll wait for that.
जो गैप दिखाया जा रहा है, वो चाहे सरगुजा का हो चाहे बस्तर का हो, उन सीटों को यदि एनालिसिस किया जाए तो उससे बड़ा स्पष्ट होता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ज़्यादा सीटों में जीतेगी और कहीं न कहीं 52 से 55 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी बढ़त लेकर स्पष्ट बहुमत से छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। जो 3 तारीख को जो नतीजा आएगा उसमें तो और चमत्कारिक होगा। ये 40 नहीं, ये 35 से नीचे जाने वाली है कांग्रेस, क्योंकि ये 40 तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी। मैं स्पष्ट रूप से आज आपको कह रहा हूँ 3 तारीख के नतीजे आपको दिखाएंगे।
Well, if I'm allowed to say, I think let me put your own words. You said, Madhu, you guys have turned around tables, and from nowhere, Congress of Telangana is coming to power. So, I think it's the consistent efforts of the people of the people of Telangana is fed up with the corrupt practice of KCR and his family.
Sure.
And let me add on to this. The result of Telangana, the Congress coming back to power in Telangana will play a decisive role INDA leadership.
People are still voting. What kind of a stupid exit poll is that? Where people are all continuing to vote, and now you come out with this and publish it. In a way, indirectly, I can accuse you also of being hand in glove with my opposition, but I'll not go thus far. All I'm going to say is, it's ridiculous of Election Commission of India also, basically to allow for exit polls at 5:30 when people are queuing up to vote till 9. I think it's very ludicrous.
एग्जिट पोल की विश्वसनीयता जो है वो लगभग समाप्त हो चुकी है, लेकिन फिर भी ये एक ट्रेंड बन गया है, इसलिए एग्जिट पोल आते हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में कांग्रेस सरकार आएगी। राजस्थान की कांग्रेस सरकार ने जनता की बहुत सेवा की है, राजस्थान के विकास को नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं। शायद कोई ऐसा विधानसभा क्षेत्र नहीं है पूरे राजस्थान में 200 में से जहां कोई ना कोई विकास के काम नहीं हुए हों। और मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूं, उन्होंने बिना किसी भेदभाव के पूरे राजस्थान का विकास करने का, लोगों को राहत देने का और लोगों को के साथ, चाहे वो कोरोना काल हो चाहे उसके बाद का काल हो, लगातार मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी सरकार लोगों के साथ सुख दुख की भागीदार बनी है।
देखिए, ये जो राजस्थान के वोटर्स थे इस बार, जहाँ से भी मैंने पता करा, सबने यही कहा कि बड़ा साइलेंट वोटिंग हुई। साइलेंट मतलब वोटर्स ने ये नहीं बताया कि वो कहाँ वोट कर रहे हैं। सो ये जो एग्जिट पोल वाले हैं, ये जिनसे इन्होंने प्रश्न भी करा होगा, कितना बताया होगा इनको। सो मुझे इस बात का मैं आश्वस्त हूँ, यकीन है मुझे कि जैसे रिकॉर्ड हमेशा रहा है, जनता कभी भी ऐसे वोट नहीं कर, अधूरे मन से वोट नहीं करती। जनता हमेशा पूरे मन से वोट करती है और इस बार पूरा मन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ था। मोदी जी के काम करने के तरीके से प्रभावित है जनता। सो उसी तरह की सरकार यहाँ पर चाहती है। तो जो आंकड़े आएंगे 3 तारीख को, वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट आएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनेगी।
So, well, the grand homecoming, 40 workers who were rescued from the Uttarakhand tunnel have reached, some of them have reached their native places. In fact, a lot of them have arrived here in the national capital as well. There you can see visuals of these construction workers arriving here in the national capital. So, well, it was after they endured a 17-day-long ordeal. They were trapped under the debris. In fact, Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, also met with some of the family members of the construction workers in Dehradun. All of them, as the doctors also said earlier, are healthy. A couple of them were put, all of them in fact were put under medical observation. It was only after they got clearance that they were allowed to go home. So, well, they endured quite an ordeal, and now larger questions on who was actually responsible for the tunnel collapse.
जब 17 दिन टनल में थे, कैसा फील कर रहे थे आप?
शुरू में घबराहट, फिर उसके बाद महसूस अच्छा।
खाना पीना आपको कितने समय बाद मिलना शुरू हो गया अंदर?
हम लोग को खाना पीना 12 घंटे के बाद से मिलना चाहिए।
अभी तबीयत कैसी है आपकी?
अभी ठीक है।
सरकार को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बहुत धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे सरकार।
क्या नाम है आपका?
अनिल वेदिया।
झारखंड में कहाँ से हैं?
और मांझी क्षेत्र।
आप 17 दिन टनल के अंदर रहे, कैसा अनुभव कर रहे थे आप? कैसा लग रहा था आपको?
2 दिन तो
निकलेंगे,
2 दिन उम्मीद नहीं था, टेंशन में रहते थे कि निकल पाएंगे कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे।
अभी तबीयत कैसी है आपकी?
अभी ठीक है।
तो अपने घर वालों से मिलकर कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
अब क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, आगे और काम करेंगे या फिर कुछ और काम करेंगे?
नहीं, टनल लाइन में नहीं करेंगे।
टनल लाइन में काम नहीं करेंगे?
नहीं।
So, well, the trauma absolutely is unimaginable, but it has been a miraculous rescue. Moving now, responding to questions on an alleged plot from India to murder US-based Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the External Affairs Ministry had a rather guarded response. It said it's a matter of great concern, but also reiterated that New Delhi has launched a high-level probe into the charges as well. Now, the ministry said that the allegations are indeed serious in nature and is contrary to India's policy.
A day after the bombshell from the United States Justice Department accusing an Indian operative of being involved in a murder plot to eliminate a Sikh separatist on US soil, a guarded response from New Delhi.
In the course of discussions with the US on bilateral security cooperation,
distancing itself from allegations of a link to an attempted extrajudicial killing, the government says it has already formed a high-level committee looking into US inputs on organized criminals, gun runners and terrorists.
as regards the case against an individual that has been filed in a US court, allegedly linking him to an Indian official, this is a matter of concern. We have said, and let me reiterate, that this is also contrary to government policy.
The US Attorney's Office in New York and the Justice Department has alleged an Indian national named Nikhil Gupta, now being held in the Czech Republic, was recruited to eliminate a Sikh extremist on US soil. An Indian official, described as a senior field officer, directed the alleged plot. The hitman allegedly hired to carry out the job was in fact a US undercover police officer, and the intermediary through whom the hitman was hired turned out to be a US government source. The allegations come at a time when Canada has accused India of having a hand in the murder of Sikh separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar in a Vancouver suburb in June.
India needs to take this seriously.
Today, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said India needs to take the allegations he has raised seriously.
Insofar as Canada is concerned, we have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue.